Chapter 115. How depressing. Just now, a group member posted a comparison between this book and another book. My 300,000 words, 10,000 points, 3,000 comments. His 130,000 words, 20,000 points, 12,000 comments. What a gap. Are we updating too fast? Please add, please recommend, please make the data better. Don't hide it. Several people joined hands to suppress the cold in Zhang Wuji's body, but they still failed. After all, they were not the same person. Even if they all cultivated the same kind of Wudong internal strength, there would be some subtle differences due to different personal understandings. What's more, the 5 of them were channeling internal strength into other people's bodies, not to mention unifying it. It would already waste a lot of their mental and physical strength to not make the person they were channeling explode. How would they have the energy to suppress the cold poison? They could only rely on their internal strength to suppress it. Looking at Zhang Wuji trembling on the bed with a pale face, Song Yuanxiao and the others were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. But then one of them shouted, "Oh right, there's also Mr. E." The so-called Mr. E was Sei Ito. With the help of Taoist magic and the discussion with Zhang Sanfeng and the others, Sei Ito, who had the knowledge of the future, easily won the recognition of everyone in Wudong and raised him to the position of Mr. That's right. Song Yuanxiao's eyes also lit up and hurriedly called the little Taoist beside him to ask him to invite Sei Ito over. "Big brother, what Mr. E?" Zhang Chuishan looked at the excited senior brothers and asked with hope rekindled in his heart. Mr. E is a powerful person. With Mr. Yi's help in the quadrant, even if the cold poison in Wuji's body cannot be eradicated, it can be temporarily suppressed until Master returns, Song Yuanxiao said easily. Mr. E is so powerful. Zhang Chuishan couldn't help but wonder. He and his wife In Susu looked at each other with a trace of excitement in their eyes. A moment later, Sei Ito followed the little Taoist who had left earlier into the room. Seeing the situation in the room and the unfamiliar man and woman, he guessed why. "Mr. E, please save my nephew Wuji." Song Yuanxiao walked to Sei Ito's side and cupped his hands. "You don't have to be so polite. If I can use it, I won't stand by and do nothing," Sei Ito said seriously as he dodged Song Yuanxiao's bow. "I'm the one who overdid it." Song Yuanxiao laughed self-deprecatingly when he saw Sei Ito's expression. He moved Sei Ito closer to Zhang Wuji. What a strong cold poison. Sei Ito's knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine had improved tremendously during this period of time. Since ancient times, medicine and martial arts were closely related. The cultivation of martial arts required a deep understanding of medicine, not to mention that Sei Ito himself had some foundation. Seeing Zhang Wuji's situation, even though Sei Ito was somewhat prepared, he was still shocked by the power of the Xianming Divine Palm. Afterwards, Sei Ito calmed himself down and quickly took out several rejuvenation talismans. He stuck them on Zhang Wuji's chest, back, and lower abdomen with lightning speed. Immediately, a green light enveloped Zhang Wuji's entire body. Immediately, color returned to Zhang Wuji's face. His body also stopped trembling. "This is..." Zhang Chuishan said in shock. "Taoist technique," Song Yuanxiao said softly on the side, then stopped explaining. This caused Zhang Chuishan and In Susu to be extremely shocked. "How is Mr. E?" Song Yuanxiao asked. "The cold poison has been suppressed." Sei Ito smiled at Song Yuanxiao and the other Wudong people and said, "However, the rejuvenation talisman is ultimately used to treat physical injuries. For internal injuries like this, it's not very effective, so it still needs an antidote. It's good that it can be suppressed. When Master returns, I'm sure he'll have a solution," Song Yuanxiao said. He had almost blind faith in Zhang Sanfeng. "That's the only thing we can do." Sei Ito nodded. "Master, martial uncles, people from Shaolin, Amei, Kongtong, Huashan, and Kunlun have all come to our Wudong Mountain. They're all gathered in front of the true martial hall in the name of a birthday celebration. They're clamoring for fifth martial uncle to reveal the whereabouts of Golden Mane, Lion King Xiesun." A tall and thin young Taoist ran in and said urgently, "Bastard, Do you really think there's no one in Wudong? Song Yuanxiao was furious. His clothes fluttered with his inner qi. Immediately, he brought everyone in the room and rushed towards the true martial hall, leaving Zhang Wuji sleeping in the room. Quickly hand over Zhang Chuishan. Yes, hand over Zhang Chuishan. Tell him where Golden Mane, Lion King Xiesun is. Yes, yes, tell Zhang Chuishan and his wife Xiesun's whereabouts. One by one, the minions of the 6 great sects shouted under the instructions of the higher-ups of their respective sections. Wudong Mountain was in chaos, as if it was a market. At this time, the Wudong disciples in front of the true martial hall held sharp swords and gathered on both sides of the true martial hall's door. Soon after, the dignified Song Yuanxiao led the other Wudong heroes and Sei Ito out of the great hall. Everyone, today is my master's 100th birthday. He told us not to be extravagant, so that he can have some peace and quiet. Wudong will repay the kindness of everyone in Jianghu one by one in the future. Please go back. If Zhang Zhenren wants peace and quiet, we juniors will not dare to disturb him. As long as you hand over Zhang Chuishan and In Susu and tell us where Golden Mane Lion King Xiesun is, we will immediately return. From a Mei sect, a nun wearing a beige dress walked out and said with a sneer, Abbess Miju, what kind of place do you think Wudong is? Do you think we will hand over people just because you say so? Song Yuanxiao said with a cold face, In order to avenge the victims of the 5 great sects, we must find Xiesun. Abbess Miju began to talk righteously. If Hero Song does not hand over people, then I will have no choice but to ask Hero Song for advice. I have heard that Abbess Miju's martial arts are excellent. Forgive me, Song Yuanxiao. Since Miju had said so, Song Yuanxiao could not weaken Wudong's momentum. After he finished speaking, he pulled out the sword in his hand and rushed forward with Qin Gong. Miju did not show any mercy. She directly jumped out of the crowd and unsheathed the heavenly sword. A yellow light flashed from the sword. It left the sword like a whip and broke Song Yuanxiao's sword in half. Damn, is that the heavenly sword or a lightsaber? Sei Ito was speechless. When the other Wudong heroes saw that their eldest senior brother's sword was broken, they were worried that Song Yuanxiao would be in danger. They also pulled out their swords and rushed forward. However, the result was the same. Old Nun Miju mercilessly chopped their swords into 2 and knocked them to the ground with a single move. Then, she put away the heavenly sword and shouted with an arrogant smile, Zhang Chuishan, if you don't come out now, your 5 senior brothers will die. The disciples at the side quickly went forward and helped the martial uncles on the ground up and retreated to the side. Just as they were about to fight again, Zhang Chuishan and In Susu rushed out of the hall and shouted angrily at Miju, Miju, don't go too far. Finally willing to bring the witch out? Where is Golden Lion King? Miju smiled with satisfaction, as if she was narcissistic about her deterrence. I will never betray my sworn brother, Zhang Chuishan said sternly. You have degraded yourself. How dare you call Golden Lion King a murderous demon king, your sworn brother? Then I will beat you awake. Seeing Zhang Chuishan's stern expression, Abbess Miju said with the tone of an elder. She didn't even consider that she was 1 generation younger than Zhang Chuishan. After saying that, Miju jumped out again and arrived in front of Zhang Chuishan. She waved her hand and knocked down the 2 little Taoists beside Zhang Chuishan. She then flung Zhang Chuishan and In Susu onto the limestone square. She then returned to the front of the 2 and forced Zhang Chuishan back with 2 moves. She then attacked In Susu with a set of finger kung fu. First, it was a palm strike, then 4 fingers were bent and locked together, leaving only his index finger to strike In Susu's acupoint on her abdomen. Next, all 5 fingers were bent and aimed at her chest, causing In Susu to spit out blood from her internal injuries. His ruthlessness, his viciousness, his viciousness, his viciousness, his viciousness, and his viciousness. But this wasn't the end of it. Miju then used all her strength to slap In Susu. Every time she slapped, she would call her a witch. She didn't have the slightest bit of a monk's peaceful and compassionate thoughts. Just as Sei Ito couldn't help but make a move, the white-haired Zhang Sanfeng suddenly appeared in the square. He reached out and grabbed Miju's hand that was slapping Insusu. He pulled her hand away from the two and slapped Miju fiercely. Which none, which none, which none. He directly slapped Miju as many times as Miju slapped Insusu. Zhang Sanfeng's fiery temper could be seen. Miju, who was full of anger from being slapped, wanted to pull out the heavenly sword to counterattack. But Zhang Sanfeng immediately raised his leg and swung his hand to stop her. Then, he used the empty-handed blade catch to snatch the heavenly sword from Miju's hand. He then punched Miju, who was still trying to snatch the heavenly sword back. Only then did Zhang Sanfeng angrily say, "If the heavenly sword doesn't come out, who can fight for the peak? In my opinion, the heavenly sword is nothing special." Then, he threw the Etienne sword behind him without turning his head. The Etienne sword shot through the door of the Zhenwu Palace like a meteor and inserted itself into the wall beside the Zhenwu statue. However, there wasn't even the slightest crack. What an exquisite control of power. Sei Ito could see from this move that Zhang Sanfeng's control of the power in his body was really strong. At this time, Zhang Sanfeng continued, "If I didn't have a friendship with your Grandmaster Wuxiang, I wouldn't be so polite to you today. In my opinion, the heavenly sword in your hands is the real disaster. I'll take your Grandmaster to keep it for 7 years. After 7 years, send a decent disciple to take it back from me." Just as Zhang Sanfeng finished dealing with Miju, someone from Kunlun jumped out. The Kunlun sect leader said, "Zhang Sanfeng, do you think you can protect your disciple just because you have unparalleled martial arts?" Then, the Shaolin host also came up and said, "If everyone rushed up, I believe that Master Zhang wouldn't be able to kill all the people of the 5 major sections. When your true chi is exhausted, you won't be able to escape either." "Bald monk, you're scaring me." Zhang Sanfeng's stubborn temper came up, as he said that he was about to fight with the Shaolin monk. "Master, I'll take responsibility for my own actions. They came to find me, so let me deal with them." Zhang Chuishan and In Susu quickly stopped Zhang Sanfeng and said. The latter also went down the slope and retreated to the entrance of the Zhenwu main hall. Although he was shouting happily just now, if a fight really broke out, he really didn't have the strength to fight against the 5 major sections. Chapter 116. Regarding the Sanjiang ticket. If you are free, please go to the Sanjiang ticket page. After entering, there's a click to receive the Sanjiang ticket. You can receive the Sanjiang ticket once a day, effective between 1400 hours p.m. and 1400 hours p.m. the next day. So please try to click on it, and then drag it to the bottom to reveal it to this book. Thank you for your support. Finally, please collect it. Please recommend it. I am begging for the Sanjiang ticket. Also, Shiranui, you are really ruthless. Another 12,000 yuan. Thank you, a cup of turbid wine, for your tip. Article continues below equals after Zhang Sanfeng retreated. Zhang Chuishan and In Susu stood together. Zhang Chuishan said, "Seniors, you forced me to tell you the whereabouts of my sworn brother, Golden Lion King Xie, because you want to snatch the dragon-slaying saber from his hands and become the supreme martial artist. But I, Zhang Chuishan, will never betray my friends. But I also don't want my master to fight you to the death at 100 years old. Today, I can only give you an explanation." Speaking until here, Zhang Chuishan looked back at his wife, In Susu, affectionately. The latter immediately had a bad feeling in her heart, but she knew that she could not dissuade Zhang Chuishan, who had made up his mind. She could only suppress the bad feeling in her heart and silently watch Zhang Chuishan's actions. She saw Zhang Chuishan suddenly turn back and look at the sunset. He took a deep breath and looked at the people of the 5 major sects with a serious expression. His deep eyes swept across the people of the 5 major sects one by one. Then Zhang Chuishan seemed to think of something funny. He first laughed in a low voice, then seemed to laugh, and finally looked up to the sky and laughed crazily. His laughter was indescribable sadness and ridicule. Ha ha ha! While laughing, Zhang Chuishan's chest suddenly shot out an arrow of blood. Like a water jet from a high-pressure water gun, it shot towards the unprepared people of the 5 major sects, splashing their heads and faces with blood. Chuishan, seeing this, how could Zhang Sanfeng not understand what his 5th disciple meant? He quickly rushed over and reached out to support Zhang Chuishan, who was falling on the ground. Father! Father! Zhang Wuji, who had woken up and hid in the hall, saw his father's appearance and anxiously ran out while shouting. At this moment, Yin Susu walked towards Zhang Chuishan with a solemn expression. She hugged the little Zhang Wuji without saying a word. Chuishan, why did you sever your own heart? The rest of the heroes ran over and surrounded Zhang Chuishan. At this time, Sei Ito quickly landed beside Zhang Chuishan. Just as he was about to save Zhang Chuishan, he discovered that Zhang Chuishan was already dead. Sei Ito thought to himself, how ruthless. Not only did he sever his own arteries, but he also forcefully destroyed his heart's function. It seems like he doesn't want to live anymore. At the same time, he understood why the blood arrow was so powerful. Mother, why did father die? Little Zhang Wuji threw himself into Yin Susu's arms and cried as he asked. Yin Susu said to Zhang Wuji, Wuji, you have to remember the faces of these people. You have to look at them one by one and remember their faces. Every one of them is stained with your father's blood. Zhang Wuji followed Yin Susu's gaze and looked at the people from the 5 major sections. He gritted his teeth and said, did they force father to die? Yin Susu nodded and continued, when you grow up, you have to avenge your father. Don't let any of them escape. At this time, the host of the Shaolin sect stepped forward and said to Yin Susu, Miss Yin, it is indeed a pity that your husband committed suicide. Now you're the only one who knows the whereabouts of Golden Hair, Lion King Xie's son. Please tell us where he is. Yin Susu stood up expressionlessly and said to Shaolin Temple's host, Kongwen, Master Kongwen, if I tell you where Golden Lion King is, can you guarantee that you will let us go? Yes. Kongwen glanced at the people from the 5 major sects behind him and said, Good, but I will only tell you, Master Kongwen. Yin Susu said. Yin Susu's words made Zhang Sanfeng frown. He raised his head and looked at Yin Susu seriously. He didn't say anything and just quietly watched the development of the situation. Yin Susu walked to Kongwen's side and moved her head to his ear. Her lips opened and closed under everyone's gaze. Then Yin Susu pulled away from Kongwen and said, Master, Golden Lion King is there. I hope you can get the dragon slaying saber soon. After saying that, she quickly returned to Zhang Chuishan's body and hugged Zhang Wuji. The people from the 5 major sects, who were originally peaceful, immediately surrounded Kong, one after Yin Susu retreated. They asked Kong one about Golden Lion King Xie's son's whereabouts. They didn't have the least bit of dignity of a decent sect. Each and every one of them had been blinded by greed. Mother. Zhang Wuji looked at his mother and shouted anxiously, Wuji, mother is lying to them. Look at how good mother is at lying. Yin Susu said as she held Zhang Wuji's head with both hands. She stared into Zhang Wuji's eyes and said, Remember, never trust a woman. The more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie. Remember. After saying that, she hugged Zhang Wuji in her arms again. When no one was paying attention, she took out the chastity dagger and stabbed herself in the heart. Until half a day later, Zhang Wuji felt a little wet on his chest. Only then did he realize that his mother had committed suicide. This stimulated his blood to circulate rapidly, and he fainted on the ground. Zhang Sanfeng saw this and didn't care about Zhang Chuishan and Yin Susu's bodies. He hurriedly hugged Zhang Wuji and rushed to the back of the hall. 2 people had already died. They couldn't let the only child of those 2 die as well. The rest of the Wu Dang people also hurriedly followed. Sei Ito looked at the anxious appearance of this group of people. He shook his head and beckoned for a few Taoists to be responsible for carrying Zhang Chuishan and Yin Susu's bodies. They returned together. He left the bluestone square to the people from the 5 major sects, allowing them to wrangle there. In the quiet room, Ito slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The light in his slightly closed eyes flashed faintly for a moment, then returned to calmness. Ito opened his sparkling gem-like eyes and walked out of the quiet room. Yi! Outside, Ito shouted. Come! A crisp female voice sounded, followed by fluent Chinese with a Hubei accent. Soon after, Yi, who was dressed in decent Taoist attire, walked in and called out, Ah Chung, it's been 2 years. It's time to go out and walk. Ito said. That's right. Since the day the 5 major sects gathered at Wudang Mountain, 2 years have passed. In these 2 years, Ito, under Zhang Sanfeng's guidance and his own learning, already had a usable model of the martial arts he practiced. It was no longer as crude as before. As for the remaining details, that was something to be considered in the future. Of course, the harvest was not only that. Similarly, in these 2 years, Ito, in the process of fighting with the people of Wudang, thoroughly sorted out what he had learned and found a set of skills that were more suitable for himself. At the same time, he also learned some other things, such as some swordsmanship, boxing, and so on. Similarly, in these 2 years, Yi also gained a lot. First of all, because he often took care of the weak Zhang Wuji, he learned Chinese. Later, because of his relationship with Ito, he also learned some Chinese martial arts and theories while living in Wudang Mountain. He no longer relied on the Jujube stream to fight like before. Subsequently, the two of them tidied up a little. Ito and Yi came to the true martial hall to see Zhang Sanfeng and the others. Now, Zhang Sanfeng and the others had begun to gradually fade out of the sight of the martial arts world. They focused on studying the Taoist magic they obtained from Ito and seemed to have made some progress. Little friend, this is... Zhang Sanfeng's cultivation was profound. When Ito and Yi stepped into the hall, he looked at the two of them and said, I'm going to take my wife down the mountain for a period of time to properly appreciate the great mountains and rivers of the Central Plains. At the same time, I'll also increase my knowledge, Ito said. Well, your plan is not bad. After all, closed-door cultivation is indeed hindering the Tao. Zhang Sanfeng pondered and nodded. When are you going to leave? I plan to leave immediately, and then wander outside for a period of time. When I feel that it's about time, I'll return. At that time, I hope Daoist Zhang won't dislike the two of us, Ito said jokingly. Ha ha ha, little friend. If you want to come, my Wudang Mountain will definitely welcome you, Zhang Sanfeng laughed. Song Yuanxiao and the others at the side also nodded in agreement. Well then, my wife and I will leave the mountain. Goodbye. Ito and Yi cupped their hands and said to the people of the true martial hall. Okay, I won't see you off, Zhang Sanfeng said. Goodbye. After another bow, Ito and Yi turned around and left the true martial hall, leaving Wudang Mountain. Ah Chung, where should we go first? Yi asked Ito on the way down the mountain. Duh. We're going to see the Emperor of the Yuan, Ito said with narrowed eyes. Ah, Yi exclaimed. It's okay. As long as we're careful, the Imperial Palace is easy for you and me to enter. We just have to be vigilant of the possible experts inside, Ito said as he reached out and grabbed Yi's hand. Okay, Yi said. After a while, the two of them arrived at the town at the foot of Wudang Mountain. After eating a good meal in a restaurant, they bought 2 good horses and galloped out of the town, heading towards the Yuan, which was also Beijing City. Along the way, the two of them were not in a hurry. Along the way, when the horses were tired, they would rest, and when the people were tired, they would sleep. However, this did not mean that the two of them were in a good mood. Along the way, Yi Tengqing and Yi saw what it meant to be a chaotic world, what it meant to be hungry, what it meant to be rich, what it meant to be cruel. In short, they had seen all the tragedies of the people under the Yuan dynasty. In the beginning, the two of them would occasionally lend helping hand, but later on, they would turn a blind eye to it. Especially Yi. Along the way, she completed the transformation from a kind-hearted girl who was initially conflicted about killing people to a ruthless Shura girl who killed people without blinking an eye. Just like this, the two of them hurried along while clearing out the Mongol soldiers that could appear at any time. After about a month, they finally stepped into the Yuan, Beijing city. The two of them found a decent-sized inn in the city, near the imperial city, and asked for a room to stay in. Chapter 117. Please recommend, please collect, please buy tickets from Sanjiang. It's already past 14 o'clock. You can go collect them now. On the Sanjiang page. After 2 days of rest, the two of them had recovered to their peak condition. That night, the two of them had a simple meal and changed into black night clothes. They jumped out of the inn and quickly headed towards the imperial city from the rooftop of a nearby building. The two of them weren't weak and had good concealment skills, so they carefully avoided the patrolling soldiers and successfully arrived at the base of the imperial city. The imperial city of Yuan wasn't the forbidden city of the future. It didn't have the red brick walls of the forbidden city, and the entrance wasn't the Great Gate, but the location of the Chongwen Gate. The two of them found a wall that was slightly shorter than the rest of the group, and quickly threw out a flying rope with a three-pronged head. Only a faint ding sound was heard as the flying lock was stuck in the brick of the short wall. Ito stretched out his hand and felt that it was very sturdy. He then nodded to Yi and signaled her to go up first. Yi didn't hesitate and quickly grabbed the rope and stepped on the wall and quickly walked up step by step. Then Ito Mori also crawled for a while before grabbing the rope and climbing up. Yi was very fast. When Ito was halfway up, she had already jumped over the short wall and quickly crouched down to guard the entrance to prevent patrolling soldiers from passing by. After a while, Ito, dressed in black, also jumped over the short wall and put the rope into the space. The two of them left the high wall and sneaked into the imperial city. The imperial city was very large. Fortunately, most of the areas still retained the characteristics of the future. Ito didn't have too much trouble finding them. The two of them first came to the Hall of Supreme Harmony. After seeing that it was pitch black inside, they quickly turned around and walked towards the large group of buildings behind. Along the way, Ito caught a palace maid who was about to do something and brought her to a corner to threaten her. Only then did he fearfully lead the two of them to the palace where the emperor of the Yuan was staying. The palace maid was already slow to begin with, and in addition to her fear, she slowed down even more. After a long delay, she finally brought the two of them to an unnoticed corner not far from the palace where the emperor of the Yuan was sleeping. She stopped and said with a trembling voice, "Two great heroes there. Ito looked at the palace. Outside the palace, a large number of Mongolian soldiers were holding machetes as they surrounded the palace tightly. Their eyes were wide open as they stared at their surroundings. At the same time, on the way to the tunnel leading to the palace, 3 groups of soldiers with spears patrolled the door from time to time. In the shadows, dozens of Mongolian archers aimed their bows at the road. As long as there were any abnormalities, they would shoot and kill the intruder. Even if it was a martial arts expert, if they were not paying attention, they would die here. Ito frowned and waved his hand to kill the palace maid who led the way. He then said to Yi, "I feel that other than these ordinary soldiers, there are also martial arts experts lying in ambush." "That's right, I feel it too." Yi nodded as he opened his dragon's eye and focused on sensing the surroundings. After a while, he pointed at a few spots with a tired face and sweaty forehead. "Here, there, on the grass over there, on the roof of the palace, there are ambushes." "That's right." With Yi's guidance, Ito also felt a slight difference in those spots. He then frowned and said to Yi, "This world is not your world. Don't use your dragons. I'd have forcefully sensed the fragments of fate. It's very dangerous." "I know, but I don't want Ah Chung to be in danger," Yi said to Ito with a weak smile. Ito heard Yi's words and was shocked. He hugged Yi and said softly, "It's not scary to be in danger. As long as you can overcome it, it's fine. But if something happens to you, it will hurt me. So, don't use it in the future." Yi leaned his head on Ito's side and nodded happily as he said softly, "Okay, I know." After a while, Yi had almost recovered. Ito also found the empty spots of the 3 patrol teams. Ito briefly explained the action plan. Taking advantage of another empty spot, the two of them rushed to the hiding place of the archers and began to separate to clean up the hidden sentries. After all, the Zeo family was also involved in the ninja business in the past. They also have some inheritance of ninja techniques. Not to mention, the Zeo family is the leader of the 12 clans. How can they not have some secret ninja techniques? So Ye's assassination skills are not bad. He quietly killed several archers in his position and changed to another place. On the other side, Ito's action was even simpler. Ito, who has learned the Haka assassination technique, was like a fish in water in the dark. He almost blatantly walked to the side of the archers and killed them before they could react. Then he followed the same method and cleaned up the remaining archers. They also passed by a martial artist's hiding place. But because of the martial artist's instinct, it aroused the vigilance of the other party. Fortunately, Ito's action was fast and strange. He took the lead to kill the other party before the other party could warn him. Because of this, the other party's warning was not successful, and the two of them were besieged. After this mess, Ito's action became more careful. He cleaned up all the archers and made a gesture to Yi on the other side. Then each of them found a martial artist and rushed over. Ito learned the lesson of the martial artist just now. He restrained his mental state to the strongest state and used the special footwork of the Haka to get close to the other party. The moment the other party was awakened by Ito's killing intent, his hand knife pierced the other party's head like a watermelon, killing him. On the other side, Yi also used his dragon eyes to see the other party's next move and kill the other party in one blow. At this point, 3 of the 4 martial artists guarding the palace were dead. The archers in the dark were all killed. The remaining soldiers were basically no longer a threat to Ito and Yi Qingtang. Ito made a gesture to Yi to hide her there. He used his special footwork to rush to Yi's side and said to Yi, "In a while, throw me to the top of the palace. If the other party gives a warning, you will be in charge of restraining the soldiers. I will kill that person as soon as possible and directly enter the palace to capture De Yuan's emperor. As long as we find De Yuan's emperor, the rest will be easy." Okay, Yi nodded. After that, Yi squatted down and stacked his hands together to form a foothold. Ito stepped on Yi's hands and felt a huge force rising from his feet, wanting to throw him into the sky. Ito instantly exerted strength in his feet, and combined with the force of the throw, he jumped high into the air. He jumped over the Mongolian soldiers below and jumped over the tall palace, landing on the roof of the palace. Pata! A light sound came from under Ito's feet, followed by a loud shout. "Who's there?" In an instant, whether it was the Mongolian soldiers below or the patrolling soldiers, they all gathered in front of the palace and looked up at the top of the palace. Just as all the soldiers were distracted, Yi immediately rushed out from his hiding place and blended into the crowd. He waved the famous sword in his hand, bringing forth streams of sword chi as he killed the soldiers around him. "Assassin!" One of the soldiers who came back to his senses shouted. His shrill voice pierced through the night sky and spread far and wide. Following that, the entire palace became noisy. At the top of the palace, Ito's face turned serious as he exerted strength in his feet and rushed towards the person who had come. The two of them clashed in midair. Pa 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 pa. Sounds quickly rang out in the air. Following that, the two of them separated and landed on the side. "Who are you?" The martial artist on guard shouted. "You are a Han Chinese, yet you actually became a dog for the Mongolians. Aren't you afraid of bringing shame to your ancestors?" Ito ignored the other party's question and scolded. "The De Yuan dynasty is the rightful ruler of the world. The De Yuan emperor is also the son of the true dragon. What is there to be ashamed of?" The martial artist shouted in disdain at Ito's words. Who knew if he was trying to show his loyalty? You're just deceiving yourself and others," Ito said and rushed forward again. The martial arts of the two of them were not weak. As they fought, the shock waves caused the yellow tiles under their feet to shatter, revealing the luxurious palace underneath. A dim yellow light shone out from the palace, illuminating the guard opposite Saito. The guard was 8 feet tall, 190 centimeters. He was dressed in martial arts attire. He had a long head, thin eyes, and thin lips. At a glance, one could tell that he was a harsh and merciless person. However, the person's hands were abnormally white and tender. His 5 fingers were slender, making him look like a girl. What kind of martial arts does this guy have? Saito was a little stunned. He did not know if this person had practiced martial arts. One had to know that every martial artist would leave behind their own characteristics. Only when they had practiced to the point of returning to their original state would they be able to remove the traces and return to their natural state. However, the person opposite him did not have any traces on his body. Only his hands were a little strange. However, with such an appearance, he did not know if it was because his martial arts had reached perfection or because this person's palm technique was strange. However, no matter what, Saito had already increased his vigilance. This thought only lasted for a moment. The two of them did not stop fighting. The shockwaves gradually spread. Finally, the tiles under their feet could no longer support the two of them. With a walala sound, the tiles shattered into a pile of debris. The two of them fell together with the debris into the palace below. In the palace, a fat man with a Mongolian hairstyle was hiding behind a muscular and naked woman. He was trembling in fear as he looked at the two of them in horror. Around him and the woman, a few Mongolian palace maids were trembling in fear as they gathered in a corner. They did not dare to get close. This is the true dragon and son of heaven you were talking about. Don't you think it's too funny? Saito said as he struck the guard with his palm. Humph. The guard's face flashed with a rare trace of awkwardness. He coldly snorted and continued to fight. However, Saito did not intend to be in a stalemate with the guard. He did not know how Yi was doing outside. Therefore, his current goal was to take down the emperor first. Thinking of this, Saito's hand moved and a thunder palm was instantly released. It collided with the opponent's white and tender palm. Crackle, beesies, a bolt of lightning and a bolt of frost appeared at the same time as the two of them clashed, making a piercing sound. Chapter 118. Please add, please recommend, please Sanjiang Pass. There's still a chapter at 10 p.m., and I've already won 12,000 renminbi. Equals. What kind of martial arts is this? You can actually block my cold jade palm. The guard said in disbelief. Chinese martial arts is not something your unfilial descendant can understand. Saito mocked the guard. Don't think you're so great just because you blocked my cold jade palm. There will be a time when you kneel down and beg me. The guard's face twitched as he gritted his teeth. Then, without giving Saito time to speak, he quickly rushed over and began to use the cold jade palm without caring about the consumption of his jinqi. As the guard's palms danced, a large area of air was frozen into a white fog. It gradually surrounded the guard and Saito, enveloping the surrounding area in a white fog. Saito snorted as he dodged. He once again used his thunder palm to block the attack of the cold jade palm. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Saito's heart was ruthless. He used his thunder palm to directly grab the guard's palm. His 5 fingers were like pliers. Suddenly, he raised his foot and kicked the guard's vital part in the lower body. Bastard. The guard didn't expect Saito's methods to be so ruthless. It must be known that the battles in the traditional martial arts world were different from the battles in the Chinese martial arts system. Although they also competed on the skills of moves, it was more about the use of internal force. Whoever had better internal force was an expert. However, the Chinese martial arts system was different. Chinese martial arts only focused on quickly killing the enemy. As long as the enemy could be killed in one move, there was no need to wait for a second move. Therefore, Chinese martial arts moves were mostly vicious in the eyes of the martial arts system. They were definitely not orthodox. The guard cursed and quickly raised his leg to block Saito's kick. At the same time, his right hand quickly reached toward Saito. Saito's kick was blocked, and he directly landed on the ground. At the same time, he moved his body closer to the guard and dodged the guard's right palm. His left hand instantly stretched out to block the guard's right palm. At this point, both of the guard's hands were under Sei Ito's control. At this time, Sei Ito's hands exerted force and immediately made the guard who was standing on one foot lose his balance and fly backwards. At the same time, Sei Ito, who had already let go of his hands, followed up. In a few steps, he arrived in front of the guard who was still standing and hit him. The guard had to hurriedly raise his hands to defend, but his hands were hurt by the huge force in Ito Sei's arms. Then Ito Sei grabbed the guard's wrist with both hands, followed by a Muay Thai knee strike on the guard's chest, immediately making his chi and blood unstable, and his face flushed. Sei Ito took this opportunity and directly pushed the guard to the ground. His foot landed on the guard's chest, breaking his sternum and piercing his heart and lungs. The guard's eyes were wide open and a large amount of viscous blood began to seep out of his mouth. Sei Ito just quietly watched until the guard took his last breath. Only then did he retract his foot and turn around to look at the emperor and the naked woman. In an instant, a fishy smell spread out from the room. Sei Ito carefully searched and found that the source of the smell was the emperor's crotch. An emperor was actually scared to the point of peeing. Sei Ito coldly laughed. He went forward and grabbed the fat emperor. With a wave of his hand, he killed the naked Mongol woman and directly carried the naked emperor out of the palace. Creak! The palace door was opened. The sound of the door opening instantly alarmed Yi and the Mongol soldiers who were in the middle of battle. Everyone was stunned as they looked at the open palace door. Then, Sei Ito walked out with the emperor. "All of you stop." Sei Ito threw the emperor in front of him and shouted. Immediately, all the Mongol soldiers stopped what they were doing and stared nervously at Sei Ito. At this time, Yi quickly broke away from the Mongol soldiers and returned to Sei Ito's side, covered in blood. "Are you injured?" Sei Ito looked at the Mongol soldiers below and asked Yi. "Yes, there are too many people. I can't defend all of them. Luckily, they're all minor injuries." Yi said, "Yes." Sei Ito nodded and shouted at the Mongol soldiers, "Now tell your people to go back. Other than the original guards, everyone else leave. In a while, if there are still no changes, you can wait to collect your emperor's corpse." After that, he carried the emperor who was already scared silly and stepped back into the palace. Yi quickly stepped forward and closed the door again. Sei Ito threw the emperor to the ground and came to Yi's side. He waved his hand and took out a few rejuvenation talismans to treat Yi's wounds. He then turned to the palace maids who were still alive and said, "The few of you, go and bring me some water and food from the room." "Yes, yes." When the palace maids heard Sei Ito's voice, their bodies trembled. Then, they quickly got up and rushed to another door to get something. "Ah Chung, what are you going to do about this emperor?" Yi asked Sei Ito curiously as he felt the warm energy from the rejuvenation talismans. "Of course, I'm going to control him," Sei Ito said. Right at this moment, the underground palace maids who had gone to fetch water and food returned, each of them carrying a teapot, pastries, or fruits. "Put the things here and stay at the side. Otherwise, you know the consequences." Ito Sei's eyes swept over several palace maids. Every time his eyes swept over one of them, that palace maid trembled all over. After he had seen all of them, he said, "Yes." The palace maids replied in unison and found a corner to stay there quietly. They didn't dare to move for fear of provoking these two killing stars. "But we don't have any methods to control people." Yi saw that Sei Ito had finished dealing with the palace maids and asked again, "Look at him. Do you need any special methods?" Sei Ito pointed at the dazed emperor and said, Yi was stunned. "I can use him to experiment on a method." Sei Ito said with a smile, "Do you remember the hypnosis technique you heard about in the Origin world? I'm going to use some hypnosis techniques combined with my spiritual power to hypnotize this emperor and make it easier to control him. It just so happens that this emperor's willpower isn't strong, so he is the best test subject." "That's right." Yi nodded and agreed with Sei Ito. Then Sei Ito stopped paying attention to Yi and released his spiritual power to surround the emperor's brain. His voice was low and gentle as he said a few words with a strange rhythm. Following Seito's words, the emperor's eyes started to change. He gradually recovered some of his consciousness from his daze. But before he could completely recover, he immediately became dazed again. It wasn't until Seito finished the operation that he snapped his fingers that he regained his consciousness. Sir, after regaining his consciousness, the emperor immediately got up from the ground and respectfully bowed to Seito. Yes, not bad. Seito nodded and exchanged a look of joy with Yi. Then he said to the emperor, "Go tell the guards outside that the matter is over. The 2 assassins have been killed by your poison." Yes, the emperor replied and picked out a set of clothes from the pile of clothes at the side. Then he walked to the door of the hall and opened it. Then he repeated Seito's words to the startled guards. Then he turned around and walked back. As for whether the soldiers outside believed the emperor's words, that wasn't an issue between Seito and the emperor. In any case, it was the emperor who said it. Did they have the guts to question the emperor's words? Even if they had thoughts, they had to hide it. Very good. In a while, help me arrange an identity for him and me. Let's live in the palace. Then come find me tomorrow. I have a few things that I need you to help me with. Seito said. Yes, sir, the emperor said. After waiting for a while, the emperor dealt with the inquiries of the various officials who had rushed over after hearing the news. After chasing away the officials who were still full of doubts, he summoned a few guards to drag out the palace maids in the room and behead them. He then replaced them with new palace maids. Then he issued an order to arrange an identity for Seito and Yi to live in the palace. Then he was led away by an eunuch to the residence arranged by the emperor. After such a restless night, the emperor rushed to Seito's residence the next day after the court meeting. He had the guard wait outside the door while he walked into Seito's room alone. Sir, the emperor saw Seito and respectfully called out. Yes. Seito nodded and said, there are a few things that you need to do for me. First, move all the books in your imperial collection into this palace. Second, issue an order for me to collect gold, silver, copper, iron, and other metals and minerals from all your lands, except for the Central Plains. No matter how many there are, I want them all. Third, except for the Central Plains, collect books from all your lands in any form. That should be all. Yes, the emperor replied and hurriedly called for 2 eunuchs. One was to direct the movement of the books, while the other was to write down Seito's orders into an imperial edict and send it to all the regions under his control. After a period of time, the Mongol army started from the nearby Mongol-controlled regions, followed by those further away, and finally the European continent. The Mongol army was like a swarm of locusts as they started to gather the local metals, minerals, books, and anything that belonged to this category was not spared. As a result, all the countries under the Mongol control, with the exception of the Central Plains, almost all of them stopped developing in the following years. One could imagine the impact of this. As for the main culprit, he was enjoying his life in the palace. When he was hungry, there would be delicious food prepared by the imperial chefs. When he was thirsty, there would be delicious wine from all over the world. When he was bored, there would be a large number of books to read. When he was bored, there would be a Yi to do those joyous things with. It was simply like a celestial life. Of course, Seito did not forget about his own cultivation. After all, he knew that everything he was enjoying right now was because of his own strength. Thus, no matter how much he enjoyed Seito, he did not dare to slack off on his cultivation. At the same time, a large number of royal books appeared, and more rare and rare books were read. The accumulation of Edo Sei's knowledge began to improve significantly during this period of time, and even the cultivation method began to change in a subtle direction. Chapter 119. Thank you to Mr. 1M for your tip. Please recommend, please collect, please Sanjiang ticket. It seems like Sanjiang ticket has a special use, so please vote as much as you can. The 12,000 quest is complete. Eat the ticket. After a year or so, the bandits of the Yuan dynasty had plundered all the countries from the Middle East to the Central Plains, except for Europe, which was too far away. Large amounts of metals, minerals, and books were sent to the capital and put into the Rubik's Cube by Seito. The Rubik's Cube world had greatly improved over the past year. The land area had expanded to more than 1,000 square kilometers. However, because there was a lack of trees, it was very desolate. As for the books, Seito used the Yuan Dynasty Emperor's order to recruit translators. The translators who knew many languages gathered in a building outside the imperial city. Each of them had 4 pens by their side, and the translators recited the contents of the books. Once there were no mistakes, the books were sent to Seito in the imperial palace for him to read. Among the translated books, Seito also found a small number of books that talked about alchemy. The books in the Middle East were especially rich in alchemy content. Seito absorbed all kinds of knowledge from these books to increase his own knowledge and fill in the gaps in his knowledge. He also used more and more knowledge to complete the construction of the Rubik's Cube world's chi, earth, fire, and water elements. This caused the land in the Rubik's Cube world to change from cold, hot, dry, and wet for the first time. It evolved into spring, summer, autumn, and winter. This was also the first time the rules appeared in the Rubik's Cube world. Although it was still very rough, the meaning it represented was completely different. Time passed quickly, like a white steed flashing by. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed since he left Wudong Mountain. On this day, Seito, who was reading a book, suddenly heard a servant report that Prince Riyang's daughter, Zhao Min, had led a group of Mongolian soldiers from the capital to Tianshan Mountain in the western region. Furthermore, the 6 major sects of the Jianghu had been moving around quite frequently recently. It seemed like they were going to join forces and attack the Ming cult's headquarters, the Brightness Peak. After Seito heard this, he waved his hand and dismissed the servant. He frowned and fell in a deep thought. Is it about to begin? But this is also good. I was just worried about how to deal with the other 5 major sects besides Wudong. Thinking of this, Seito shouted, "Guards, my lord." Instantly, a low-ranking official walked in and bowed respectfully. "Go and invite the emperor over," Seito ordered. Yes, the small official was already used to the fact that this person would call the emperor over whenever he saw him. After hearing the order, he immediately went to the palace where the emperor was to inform him. Not long after, the Mongol emperor arrived in front of Seito's house with his guards. The emperor walked down from the sedan and entered Seito's room alone. "My lord," the emperor bowed respectfully. Arrange a position for me and give me a troop of soldiers. I have a use for them," Seito ordered as he looked at the emperor calmly. "Yes," the emperor replied straightforwardly. He then turned around and left. The next day, an imperial edict was issued, ordering Seito to be the general of a troop of 5,000 soldiers. He was to act according to his own will. This imperial edict caused an uproar among the officials. However, under the tyrannical orders of the Yuan dynasty's emperor, the edict was forcefully passed. After that, Seito put everything that he could bring from the palace into the Rubik's Cube world. Then, he brought Yi, who was now his personal guard, to a large camp outside the capital. After showing the imperial edict to the highest-ranking officer in the camp, Seito could be considered to have taken control of the army in name after some simple greetings. Then, Seito directly announced a military parade. After a quarter of an hour, Seito was led to the commander's platform by the officer. He quietly looked at the 5,000 soldiers standing in the drill ground below. After a long while, he suddenly shouted, "My name is Seito. From now on, I am your general. In the future, you must obey my orders. If you disobey, kill without mercy." A biting, cold, murderous aura instantly erupted from Seito's body, enveloping the drill ground and intimidating this group of soldiers. Of course, it was only intimidating. As for whether he could really do it in the future, that would require time to test. After a simple meeting, Seito announced that the army was dismissed and rested for a day. Early the next morning, after the army was reassembled, they set off for the nearest Shaolin sect to the capital. A few days later, the army finally arrived at the foot of Hunansong Mountain and set up camp in an open space outside Kaifeng. After sending out scouts to find out that the Shaolin sect had led most of the monks to the western regions 2 days ago, Sei Ito ordered the army to go straight to Shaolin that very night. Hua, 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 the sound of armor colliding rang out in the silent night. Clusters of torches lit up the path ahead. After a while, Sei Ito and the army finally arrived outside the Shaolin temple. He waved his hand and ordered the army to spread out into a loose, inverted fan shape. The infantry held shields in front, the spearmen behind the infantry, and a large number of archers hid behind the spearmen or in the trees beside them. Go and knock on the door. After the army finished arranging, Sei Ito opened his mouth and said to the officer beside him, "Yes, sir." The officer cupped his fist and bowed. He stepped forward and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" "It's the middle of the night." Inside the temple, a monk muttered softly. He reached out and opened the door. In an instant, he was stunned and didn't know what to do. "Go in." Sei Ito waved his hand to the soldiers beside him. In an instant, a group of infantry held a blade and a shield and charged into the Shaolin temple. When they passed by the monk, they casually cut him down. When the monk was cut down, he unconsciously let out a shrill scream. In the silent night, this scream was like a sudden clap of thunder, and it directly resounded through the night sky. Following that, the lights in the Shaolin temple were quickly turned on. Following that, a group of monks came out of their meditation rooms to see what was going on. However, before they could understand what was going on, silver scimitars slashed through the night sky, killing a few monks who didn't know what was going on. The scimitars then quickly rushed towards the other monks. "Bastard, it's the Mongols. The Mongols are attacking the Shaolin temple." One of the monks who reacted quickly immediately roared, instantly waking all the monks up. Immediately, all the monks reacted and used their martial arts to fight against the Mongol soldiers. If it was a one-on-one fight, the Mongol soldiers might not be a match for the monks. However, if it was a war, the monks would definitely not be a match for the soldiers before they were organized within the Shaolin temple. Groups of soldiers quickly rushed into the crowd and joined up with the soldiers from before. They formed a small circle and blocked the monks' attacks. At the same time, they used the scimitars in their hands to kill the enemies. "Don't fight on your own. Form the Arhut formation," another shrewd monk reminded. "Now you remember? It's too late." Sei Ito had unknowingly arrived at the temple and sneered as he looked at the monks who were fighting in the chaos. Following that, one of the people beside him nodded. The latter immediately understood and shouted at the monks, "Shoot!" Immediately, a group of archers appeared behind Sei Ito and the others. One squatted and one stood, forming a wall of archers. They quickly shot arrows at the monks. A large number of screams rang out, stimulating the monks' hearts. "Continue shooting," the military officer shouted. The arrow showers did not stop. The monks who did not have any armor to defend themselves instantly suffered a great number of casualties. Soon, they suppressed the monks in the front hall, and with the help of the soldiers, they quickly occupied the front hall. "Continue," Sei Ito said. Once he finished speaking, a large number of soldiers surged into Shaolin temple like a tidal wave. Every group of 50 people had 10 archers, and they spread out to search the temple. Then the screams that had just stopped rose again in the night sky. However, this time, there were some Mongol soldiers among the screams. They must have run into the Shaolin temple elites who were lying in ambush in the back hall. However, Shaolin temple elites were the minority, while soldiers were the majority. Even if their enemies were powerful before they reached a certain level, they would be nothing more than cannon fodder. Even if they managed to destroy a group of soldiers and rush out, they would be heavily injured, and what awaited them would be even fiercer attacks. It must be known that there were still 2,000 soldiers at the foot of Mount Song to block the path. They were there to prevent the Shaolin temple monks from rushing out. Amidst the massacre, the sun rose from the horizon once again. The warm yellow light shone on everyone's body, dispelling the cold of the night. However, it could not dispel the chill in the hearts of the Shaolin temple monks. Now that Shaolin temple had been completely suppressed, Tongxing could do whatever he wanted. Sei Ito brought Yi with him, and under the lead of a soldier, they strode toward the sutra depository of Shaolin Temple. After passing through several halls, Sei Ito finally arrived in front of the sutra depository. Just as he was about to push open the door and enter, he suddenly remembered a plot in demigods and semi-devils. It was the matter of the nameless sweeping monk. Sei Ito immediately stopped and ordered, "Go and capture a few monks." Yes, the soldier took the order and left. A moment later, 4 or 5 wounded monks with miserable expressions were brought in front of Sei Ito. "You guys take him forward," Sei Ito ordered. Then several soldiers pushed the monk in their hands into the sutra pavilion. Ito-sei, who was behind them, immediately followed. After waiting for a long time and seeing nothing unusual, Sei Ito let out a sigh of relief. He ordered the soldiers to take the monks to the stairs of the sutra depository and guard them. Then he began his search. A large number of ancient books were stored in the Rubik's Cube world by Sei Ito. He did not care whether he could use them or whether he would be interested in Buddhist things. Like a locust swarm, he plundered the first floor clean. Then he did the same thing to the second floor. After seeing nothing unusual, he continued, then the third floor. After completely emptying the Shaolin Temple's sutra depository, Sei Ito ordered all the monks to be beheaded and buried on the spot. Then, he quickly left Shaolin Temple with his army and joined the troops at the foot of the mountain. After resting for a day, they quickly rushed in the direction of Amei. Chapter 120. Merry Christmas. Thank you for the tip from I Am the Demon King 01. Continue to ask for recommendations, collections, Sanjiang. My fingers hurt from typing. That's why today's update was 1,000 words less than the previous 2 days. Yep, it should be like this. The Mongolian soldiers were good with horses, so after the 5,000 soldiers were converted into cavalry, their speed was very fast. After a few days, they left Hunan province and went through Hubei to Sichuan, quickly heading to the foot of Amei Mountain. At the foot of Amei Mountain, after a day of rest, they once again launched a strong attack on Amei Mountain at night. However, Amei Mountain was not Song Mountain. The path was rugged and there were no roads, so they could only walk up the mountain. So this time, there were more soldiers at the foot of the mountain. There were about 3,000 people, but less than 2,000 went up the mountain. However, because of this, they did not achieve the speed and stealth that they had when they besieged Shaolin. When they were still a short distance away from Amei's sect, they were discovered by Amei sect's night patrols. They could only change from a sneak attack to a direct attack. However, Amei's sect was still a female sect. Other than extinction and a few experts who were taken away by extinction, the martial arts of the Amei sect members who stayed behind were not very good. This directly caused Amei sect's overall defense to drop. Under the Mongolian soldiers' arrows and infantry's attacks, they attacked in less than 2 hours. As usual, Sei Ito went straight to the Sutra Depository Pavilion to search for ancient books. While Sei Ito was searching, the Mongolian soldiers who had finished suppressing Amei's sect did not stop. Instead, under the leadership of a few officers, they forcefully raped the beautiful women in Amei sect to vent their beast desires. So when Sei Ito walked out of the Sutra Depository Pavilion, he heard the Mongolian soldiers' wild and perverted laughter and the women's screams. Sei Ito's face flashed with killing intent. He quickly rushed to the place where the soldiers were having fun. He took a scimitar from one of the soldiers, and before the other soldiers could react, he killed all of the Mongolian soldiers who were still having fun. After finishing all of this, Sei Ito coldly ordered the stunned soldiers to gather. After a while, he came to the front of the soldiers and shouted with a cold face, "I think you have already seen or know what happened just now, so I won't repeat it. In the future, if I see you behaving like this, don't blame me for being impolite." After saying that, he coldly stared at the unconvinced Mongolian soldiers. To be honest, Sei Ito really didn't care if they were convinced or not. To Sei Ito, these soldiers were just laborers for him to accomplish his goals. As long as they obeyed his orders for the time being, it was fine. As for the consequences, Sei Ito didn't care at all. Have you ever seen any big boss care about the opinions of migrant workers? After establishing his power, he continued to kill people and erase all traces of evidence. After doing all this, Ito led these emotional soldiers to meet up with the army at the foot of the mountain. At daybreak, they set off for Shanxi again. This time, Ito didn't consider whether to rest or not. After all, they had already destroyed 2 sections. If they didn't speed up, the news might reach the ears of the experts heading to the western region. At that time, it wouldn't be easy to do the same thing again. A few days later, the soldiers didn't stop and finally arrived at the foot of Mount Hua. Seeing the sudden appearance of the Mongolian soldiers, the residents at the foot of Mount Hua panicked. They all hid in their houses and sealed their doors, not daring to show their faces. Seeing this, Ito frowned and didn't say anything. After resting for 4 hours, they directly attacked Mount Hua. The terrain of Mount Hua was dangerous, and there was only one path that led to the top of the mountain. It was about 1.5 meters wide and was just enough for 4 Mongolian soldiers to walk side by side. Just like that, the infantry and spearmen quickly advanced up the mountain. As for the archers, they spread out and advanced through the forest. When they reached the top of the mountain, they climbed up the trees and used the trees as cover to attack. After a while, the soldiers advanced to the entrance of Mount Hua. A large number of Mount Hua disciples were gathered in front of the entrance with their swords out of their sheaths. They looked at the Mongolian soldiers in front of them nervously. Behind the Mount Hua disciples, there were a dozen or so Mount Hua disciples on both sides of the entrance with bows and arrows aimed at the Mongolian soldiers below. Although the current sect leader of Mount Hua doesn't have a good character, his disciples are not bad. With the geographical advantage, this attack will be quite troublesome. Ito looked at the 2 sides in the distance and thought to himself. Then he called the officer beside him and whispered a few words into his ear. After a while, a dozen or so Mongolian soldiers carried a pile of yellowish-brown balls with a diameter of 5 or 6 centimeters. There were weeds all over the balls, and they gave off an unpleasant smell. Then, the soldiers walked to the front and wrapped the balls in rags and lit them up. After burning for a few seconds, they quickly threw them into the crowd of Mount Hua disciples. Then, the balls of dirt that were thrown into the crowd immediately broke into pieces and smoke rose from them. "What's that?" Yi asked curiously. "It's horse dung mixed with human urine. Then, it's covered with dirt and mixed with weeds. Lastly, it's added with a layer of cloth to make it tear gas." Ito chuckled. "Disgusting." Yi frowned and mumbled. Although it was disgusting, the effect was quite good. The Mount Hua disciples who were at the front were instantly thrown into chaos. Using this opportunity, Ito ordered the Mongolian soldiers to attack Mount Hua. Even though they had the help of the homemade tear gas grenades, they were only able to create the initial chaos. When the Mongolian soldiers charged forward, the Huashan sect no longer cared about the smell and smoke. They raised their swords and fought against the Mongolian soldiers. A large number of Mongolian soldiers were killed and fell down the cliff because of the problem with the mountain path. The Mount Hua disciples guarding the mountain also suffered heavy casualties because of the Mongolian soldiers' reckless charge. After paying the price of more than 1,000 Mongolian soldiers, they finally broke through Mount Hua's defense. The Mongolian soldiers who were in a frenzy quickly killed the remaining Mount Hua disciples and began to clean up the battlefield. After Ito skillfully looted Mount Hua's library, he led the soldiers to Kongtong's sect in Gansu province. Unfortunately, Mount Hua sect did not get wiped out in one go. The news soon spread to the 6 major sects' bases. After knowing that Mount Hua had been wiped out, the 2 sect leaders of Mount Hua sect immediately became furious. They went after the people from the other 5 major sects and asked them to help them take revenge. However, among the righteous sects, other than Wudong sect's people who were righteous, no one from the other sect had a righteous heart. They all avoided the topic and did not mention anything about helping them. However, not long after, the Shaolin Temple and the Mei disciples who went out also discovered the tragedy. They quickly came to the 6 major sects' bases and told them what happened. Needless to say, Amei, Shaolin, and Mount Hua immediately gathered together and brought their people to fight against the Mongolian soldiers to take revenge. Everyone wait. Song Yuanxiao quickly said when he saw that the situation was getting out of hand. What's wrong? Great hero Song. Are you going to stop us too? Could it be that Wudong sect still holds a grudge against us because of Zhang Chuishan's incident and does not want to help us? Miemia's face was filled with anger as he said these words. The expressions of the Wudong sect members turned ugly. Abbess, I only asked everyone to wait so that we can come up with a concrete plan. Why are you making things difficult for us? Do you really think that Wudong sect is easy to bully? Song Yuanxiao's eyes darkened as he spoke in a deep voice. Humph. Miemia also knew that he had gone overboard. He snorted coldly and did not say anything else. Great hero Song, the situation is very dangerous right now. If you have anything to say, please say it quickly. Shaolin Temple's Kongwen bowed with one hand. Master, you only know that your sect was wiped out by the Mongolian army. Do you know whose army it was? Do you know where the army is now? Where's our next target? It's fine if you just go back like this. Don't fall into a trap and lose your life. Song Yuanxiao said seriously. That's right. Kongwen nodded and muttered to himself. Miemia and the 2 elders of Mount Hua also became obedient. Kongwen continued. Wudong, Kongdong, and Kunlun have not been wiped out yet. Judging from the route of the army, they should first go to Shaolin, then Amei, and finally Mount Hua. Their next target should be Kongdong. But there's one thing I don't understand. At this point, Kongwen did not continue. Everyone present was smart, and they instantly noticed a problem with the map. If the sects were wiped out according to this order, why was Hubei province's Wudong not destroyed? The expressions of Wudong's sect and the other 5 sect leaders changed. They looked at each other with different thoughts in their minds. Then, the 5 sect leaders quietly gathered together and isolated Wudong's sect. Chapter 121. Please add me to your collection. Please recommend me. In the end, Shaolin Temple, who had been acting like a boss, said, I wonder if the people of the Wudong sect can answer our questions. Song Yuanxiao's face darkened. He glanced at the faces of the 5 sect leaders and said slowly, Are you suspecting that Wudong sect and the Yuan army are in cahoots? Then why didn't the Yuan army attack Wudong sect when they passed by Hubei? Abbess Miju took a step forward from Kongwen's side and asked with a look of condemnation. How would I know what the Yuan army is thinking? Maybe the Yuan army is doing this for us to see. Their goal is to sow discord between us. If you really want to break up with Wudong sect, you will fall into the Yuan army's trap. Song Yuanxiao explained patiently. If this problem was not handled properly, they would not be in danger of dying, but it was absolutely possible that they would be put under house arrest. If they were not careful, it might lead to the situation where the 5 major sects besieged Wudong sect. However, Wudong sect's reputation was still very strong, so they looked at each other and put this problem aside for the time being. However, a gap had appeared in the end. What should we do now? The 2 elders of Mount Hua asked without any opinions. What else can we do? If the Yuan army's next target is really Kongdong, then we should go to Kongdong together to resist the Yuan army. The sect leader of the Kongdong sect was the most anxious here, so he quickly said, That's right. We should go to Kongdong to help. The sect leader of the Kunlun sect also said quickly. How could he not understand the principle of being intimately interdependent? If the Kongdong sect was really destroyed, then the Yuan army's next target would be the Kunlun sect. Okay, then let's go and help Kongdong, Kongwen said decisively. At that moment, a black shadow flashed in the sky and instantly landed among the crowd. Before anyone could react, he grabbed the wife of the Kunlun sect leader and flew into the sky, laughing wildly. It's the green-winged Bat King, Wei Yixiao. Miju, who came back to her senses, said as she tightened her grip on the heavenly sword. Let go of my wife, the sect leader of the Kunlun sect shouted at Wei Yixiao. Ha 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 ha. Your wife is both fair and fat. She must be full of blood chi. She can be used as blood food for me. Wei Yixiao, who was in the sky, laughing wildly. Insolent! Do you really think that there's no one in the 6 great sects that can match you? Miju shouted almost instinctively as soon as he saw the devil cult's members. Then, he quickly unsheathed the heavenly sword and leaped high into the air. A powerful sword chi shot out from the heavenly sword toward Wei Yixiao. Since you want it, I'll return it to you. Seeing I Qian's sword's formidable power, Wei Yixiao hastily threw out Kunlun's sect leader's wife to block the disaster, while he himself retreated to a distance to evade. Old Nun Miju didn't care about that at all. With a swing of her sword, she chopped the Kunlun sect leader's wife into 4 pieces. Without taking a breath, she continued to charge at Wei Yixiao, swinging her sword again. A whip-like sword light swept across the sky. After that, Wei Yixiao, who had been hovering in the air, immediately shouted, "Old Nun, sooner or later I will snatch your heavenly sword." Then, he turned around and quickly flew away from the encampment of the 6 major sections. Miju, why did you kill my wife? Only now did the Kunlun sect leader find Miju's reason. Although he was secretly pleased, he still had to put on an act. After all, Miju had killed his wife just like that. If he didn't explain it to the Kunlun sect leader, he would lose face. She was bitten by Wei Yixiao's blood-sucking bat skill. Even if she was saved, she would only become Wei Yixiao's puppet. How could I leave such a disaster behind at this time? Miju sheathed her sword and said without hesitation, Originally, they had only wanted to save face. If Miju had softened her tone, the matter would have been over. Unexpectedly, Miju had stubbornly resisted. Kunlun's sect leader, who was originally not very angry, was instantly enraged. However, when they saw the heavenly sword in Miju's hand and thought of Miju's martial arts, they had no choice but to swallow their anger. With the help of the clever disciples at the side, they retreated and cursed in a low voice. Before we can rescue Kontong's sect, we are targeted by the Ming cult again. I only hope that when we retreat later, there won't be any more problems. Kongwen sighed softly and said helplessly, "The Ming cult should not stop us anymore," Song Yuanxiao said. "What do you mean?" The 2 elders of Mount Hua asked. Since Wei Yixiao was here just now, he must have heard a lot of what we just discussed. When the time comes, he will certainly tell the white-browed Eagle King, Yin Tianzhong. With white-browed Eagle King's shrewdness, I don't think he will do such an unwise thing to stop us, Song Yuanxiao said. You should know that the Yuan dynasty has always wanted to eliminate the forces of Jianghu. Their Ming cult is ranked first. If our 6 big sects are eliminated, Song Yuanxiao stopped here. All the people present were smart. They immediately realized that without the 6 big sects, the Ming cult would not have an easy time. After figuring everything out, everyone relaxed a little. However, they didn't completely relax. Who knew what the people of the evil cult were thinking? They quickly gathered all the people of the 6 big sects, packed up their things, and hurried to Kontong Mountain. Fortunately, the western regions were not far from Kontong Mountain. Moreover, the people who were hurrying were all martial arts experts. They hurried and arrived at the foot of Kontong Mountain before the Yuan army arrived. Seeing that Kontong Mountain was still intact and the patrolling disciples, the head of Kontong Mountain heaved a sigh of relief. He smiled and led the people of the other 5 big sects to Kontong Mountain so that they could rest. Report. Sir, the spies have received news. The people of the 6 big sects who besieged Guangming Peak have all withdrawn from the vicinity of Guangming Peak a few days ago. Yesterday morning, they all arrived at the foot of Kontong Mountain. Now, they have all entered Kontong's sect. A sentry came to Sei Ito's side and reported. Oh, they moved quickly. Sei Ito smiled after hearing this. He waved his hand and stopped the army. Suddenly, he shouted, "Turn around. The western regions will follow me to destroy Kunlun." Yes, the officer beside him immediately responded. Then, he quickly turned around and left to convey the latest order. Then, the entire Great Dark Monarch came to a sudden stop. The cavalry at the front slowly made a turn and changed their route to Kunlun. This change was immediately noticed by the Kontong sect's disciples. They quickly wrote a message and tied it to the leg of a carrier pigeon. Then, they released the carrier pigeon. Chem? Seeing the carrier pigeon that suddenly appeared in the sky, Sei Ito smiled. He said a few words to Yi beside him. Then, Yi quickly left Sei Ito's side. After a while, he returned with a calm expression. It's settled? Sei Ito asked. Yes, Yi nodded. Good. Pass down the order. The cavalry will speed up and make a detour outside XX City into Kongtong Mountain. Sei Ito immediately ordered. Yes. The officer didn't expect Sei Ito's order to change so quickly. However, it didn't conflict with the previous orders. It was only a sudden change in position halfway, which was convenient. Then, he began to pass down the order. Yi, you'll have to go this time. Kill anyone suspicious on the way. Sei Ito said to Yi after passing down the order. Yes. Yi nodded and got ready to leave. Be careful. Sei Ito pulled Yi's hand that was about to move the reins. Yes. Yi looked at Sei Ito with a blissful smile and nodded. Then, he shook the reins and quickly rode out. Following behind Yi were several carefully selected cavalrymen. They were all experts in archery and horse riding. Watching Yi and the others gradually disappear from sight, Sei Ito sneered at Kongtong Mountain. Chapter 122. Begging for recommendations, begging for collections, begging for Sanjiang tickets. Mission complete. Time to rest my fingers. Yi's efforts were very successful. At least, there were no more flying pigeons along the way. Therefore, Sei Ito saved the thought of changing the marching plan and quickly advanced toward Kongdong Mountain with less than 4,000 people. At this time, in Kongdong Mountain, everyone apart from the first disciple who sent news back, there is no news from the rest of the disciples who went out to scout. I think they are probably dead. The Kongdong sect leader sat on the main seat and looked at the sect leaders who were either drinking tea, closing their eyes, or laughing. It is time to decide whether or not we should divide our forces and go to Kunlun. The sect leaders were all silent and did not express any opinions. Yu. Looking at this situation, the Kunlun sect leader could no longer hold back the anger in his heart. He stood up and shouted to the sect leaders, "Since you are heartless, don't blame me for being heartless." After saying that, he prepared to leave Kongdong sect and bring the Kunlun disciples back to Kunlun Mountain. Wait! Song Yuanxiao stood up and stopped the Kunlun sect leader. What? The Kunlun sect leader looked at Song Yuanxiao angrily, waiting for Song Yuanxiao to say something. My Wudong sect is willing to go with sect leader He, Song Yuanxiao said. This was the result of Song Yuanxiao's consideration. Now, only Wudong sect, Kunlun sect, and Kongdong sect were left. Not to mention why the Yuan army went to Hubei and did not attack Wudong sect. Wudong sect could only contribute to defending Kongdong sect and Kunlun sect. Now that Kongdong sect had enough people, it did not matter if Wudong sect had more people. It was better to go with Kunlun sect. Not only could they win Kunlun sect's favor to deal with future dangers, they could also calm the hearts of the other sections. Thank you, great hero Song, Kunlun sect leader He Taichung said with a grateful face. In that case, my Shaolin sect is also willing to send some people to go with sect leader He Kong One, who had been keeping his eyes down, said. Thank you, great Master Kong One. Although it was also a form of gratitude, it was clear that it was not as excited as Wu at that time. It could be seen that there was a difference in treatment between the first one who jumped out and the second one who jumped out. I don't have many people in a May, and all of them are women. I can only stay in empty cave, Miju said. Humph. He Taichung snorted coldly and did not say anything. Who asked his martial arts to be inferior? Our Mount Hua sect has also suffered heavy losses. We can only do our best to help you. My apologies, the eldest of the two elders of Mount Hua said. Not anymore. He Taichung looked at the people of Huashan with an ugly expression as he suppressed his anger and said, Brother, sect leader Kong Dong opened his mouth but didn't say anything. Goodbye. He Taichung didn't expect empty cave to send someone, so he wasn't too resentful. He just coldly snorted, cupped his fists, and turned to leave. After that, the members of the Wu-Tang clan and some of the members of Shaolin Temple left the Kongdong sect one after another and headed to Kunlun. Right now, on the entire Kongdong mountain, only Amei, Huashan, and some Shaolin members were left. Adding the Kongdong disciples on Kongdong Mountain, their numbers were not much different from the Yuan army under Sei Ito's control. However, it was clear that the Yuan army was much stronger when it came to the number of elites. After marching for another day and a half, Sei Ito's army finally arrived at the foot of Kongdong Mountain. They quickly set up camp. After resting for half a day, a muffled horn sounded, and they launched a strong attack on Kongdong's sect. Kill them! The Mongolian army's shouts shook the sky. The crowd surged toward Kongdong's sect like flowing waves. In an instant, they collided with the disciples who rushed out of Empty Cave. They formed a situation where their fangs intersected, and they started killing each other. This was the result of a discussion between the members of Kongdong's sect. Compared to an army, the people in the martial arts world were completely scattered soldiers. They might be able to crush soldiers alone, but when it came to fighting as a group, they were not as good as an army. Besides, most of the Mongolian soldiers were skilled in archery. If they only defended Kongdong Mountain, there was a high possibility that they would be suppressed by the Mongolian soldiers' arrows until they could not even raise their heads. In the end, they would end up with their gates broken and their people dead. But if the people from Kongdong Mountain rushed out as well, they could use the agility of martial artists to charge into the group of Mongolian soldiers and bring out their individual strength. By doing so, they could bring out their advantage to the greatest degree, and they could also fend against the archers' ambushes in this crisscrossed environment. In terms of how they reacted, Kongdong Mountain's choice was not wrong. At the very least, the current situation was one where the two sides fought against each other and fought against each other. On the surface, the martial artists still had the upper hand. However, they ignored Sei Ito, who was the general leading the army. He did not care about the lives of the Mongolian soldiers. To him, it would be a pity if they died, but even if all of them died, he would not care. After all, they were just tools to achieve certain goals, so there was no way he would cherish them. Besides, even if all of them died, he could just go back and ask the emperor of the Yuan dynasty for another one. He did not feel any pressure at all. Men, get the archers ready. Allow them to scatter and shoot, Sei Ito ordered. The military officer hesitated for a moment before he said, "Sir, our soldiers are still there. Just carry out my orders. Stop wasting your breath. Once we get rid of these martial artists, you will definitely get all the credit. Don't you want to be promoted and get rich?" Sei Ito said with a frown. Understood. The military officer thought about it for a while, and it seemed like it was just as Sei Ito said. At that time, he would be promoted, and he would be able to enjoy good wine and beautiful women. As for the soldiers who died, he would just have to compensate them more. After all, the imperial court would be the one paying for their deaths. Soon after the military officer gave his order, the 2,000 or so soldiers who had yet to enter the battlefield quickly switched to bows and arrows. They raised their bows halfway into the air and fired the arrows in their hands at a 45-degree angle. A dense wave of arrows that looked like black clouds and sand quickly poured down from the sky. They pierced through both sides who were fighting on the ground. In an instant, the entire battlefield froze for a moment. Then, a large wave of arrows poured down and took away even more lives. This scene stunned the people in Kongdong's sect and the soldiers on the battlefield. However, since the soldiers had supervisors behind them, they could not retreat. They could only charge forward with bloodshot eyes and kill their way out of the range of the arrow rain. However, the martial artists did not have this kind of awareness. They knew that their lives were the most important, so before the third wave of arrows arrived, they had already done everything they could to kill or break free from their opponents, and they quickly pushed themselves up Kongdong Mountain. In an instant, they pushed the Mongolian army forward, and they reached the entrance of Kongdong Mountain. "Bastard! What a ruthless Mongolian general," Miju said through gritted teeth as he looked at the dead female disciples below. At the same time, he punched the blue stone in front of him, and a deep crack appeared on the surface of the blue stone. "Umeba!" Kongwen closed his eyes and chanted the name of Buddha while enduring the pain in his heart. These are the elites who would be used to revitalize Shaolin Temple in the future. Bastard. The sect leader of Kongdong's sect was the most direct. He cursed out loud. Oh my, what should we do? What should we do? So many people died. Who will be able to show off for us in the future? The junior brother of the two elders of Mount Hua muttered to his senior brother. He was not sad or angry because of the death of his disciples. It's okay, it's okay. At worst, we can recruit more in the future. As long as the two of us are alive, Mount Hua sect will still be Mount Hua sect, the senior brother said in a low voice. Yes, yes, yes. Senior brother is right. What are the two of you muttering about? Miju looked at the two elders of Mount Hua in a bad mood and shouted coldly. Nothing, nothing. We are thinking about how to deal with the Mongolians, the two elders of Mount Hua said tacitly. Oh, then I want to hear your opinions, Miju said mockingly. That, senior brother, you say it. The junior brother of the two elders of Mount Hua directly sold out his senior brother. Looking at Miju's cold gaze, the elder brother of the two elders of Mount Hua muttered to himself and said, Why don't we go assassinate him? As long as we kill that general, I believe these Mongolian soldiers will not be able to do anything. That's right. The eyes of the sect leader of Kongdong's sect lit up and he agreed. Then who should we send? Miju asked directly, but his gaze was fixed on the two elders of Mount Hua. His meaning was self-evident. Buddha is merciful. How can we, a righteous sect, do this kind of shady business? Kongwen of Shaolin cleanly removed Shaolin from the matter with a single sentence. At the same time, his gaze fell on the two elders of Mount Hua. Looks like we can only trouble the two brothers of Mount Hua. Kong Dong also pushed his hand and said regretfully, Okay, then we will go assassinate him. The two elders of Mount Hua said sadly when they saw the three people looking at them with burning eyes. The two brothers of Mount Hua are indeed righteous. We admire you, the sect leader of Mount Hua said immediately. That's right, Miju and Kongwen said. Ba, the two sect leaders are righteous. The two elders of Mount Hua looked at each other and cupped their fists. They returned to the camp of Mount Hua and selected several elite disciples. Together, they quietly rushed down the mountain from another mountain path and sneaked behind the Mongolian army, preparing to assassinate Sei Ito. Chapter 123. Begging for recommendation, begging for collection, begging for Sanjiang. Sanjiang was always hovering around 7th or 8th place. Although the Huashan sect's people were invincible because of the Huashan sect's two elders, they were not serious assassins. One could imagine the consequences of their inexperience. Not long after they charged into the Yuan army, a disciple's mistake exposed their whereabouts, causing them to be besieged by the soldiers. What's going on in the rear? Sei Ito asked the officer beside him. Sir, the Huashan sect's people ambushed the rear and were discovered by the guards. They are currently being arrested, the officer said respectfully. Okay. Sei Ito nodded and turned to Yi, who was beside him, and said, Go to the rear and help. Although the Huashan sect's people are a little stupid, their martial arts are not weak. Relying on the soldiers alone might not be enough to suppress them. Okay. Yi nodded and led 2 or 3 soldiers to the rear. After Yi arrived, he carefully observed the Huashan sect's people who were surrounded by soldiers. He lowered his body and whispered a few words into the ears of the soldiers he brought. Then, he jumped off his horse and blended into the crowd. From time to time, he would kill the Huashan sect disciples. Slowly, the situation in the rear began to change. Because the Huashan sect disciples were killed by Yi's sneak attack, the Huashan sect's people were greatly reduced. The originally small number of ambushers was reduced to 2 or 3 kittens. The Huashan sect's 2 elders did not pay attention to the situation of their disciples. They only cared about preserving their lives. After they killed another soldier, they suddenly realized that they were surrounded. Outside the encirclement, several groups of archers on horseback pulled their bows into the shape of a full moon. Cold arrows were aimed at the surrounded Huashan sect's people. Senior brother, The situation is bad. What should we do? The junior brother of the Huashan sect's two elders whispered in his ear. What else can we do? Charge, eldest senior brother said in a low voice before shouting fiercely. The remaining Mount Hua disciples immediately rushed toward the soldiers in front of them. However, the two elders of Mount Hua waited for the disciples to run in front of them before they quickly turned around and broke out of the encirclement. Caught off guard by this sudden change, they missed the opportunity to surround the two elders of Huashan. Only Yey's blade managed to cut the second elder of Huashan's body, leaving behind a deep wound. The two elders of Huashan rushed out almost unscathed. As for the disciples who were left behind, their desperation gave them an even stronger survival instinct. They killed the surrounding soldiers again and again and actually achieved good results. After clearing out all the Huashan disciples, the soldiers at the rear cleaned up the battlefield. Some of them were assigned to guard the surroundings, while the rest returned to their original positions, waiting for Sei Ito's orders to attack. The two elders of Huashan escaped. Yi returned to Sei Ito's side and said gloomily, "It doesn't matter. Those two cunning bastards won't be able to do anything. It doesn't make any difference if we have more of them," Sei Ito said indifferently. Looking at the army that was gradually advancing toward the Kongdong sect's mountain gate, Sei Ito waved his hand. Immediately, another batch of new forces joined the army and accelerated their advance toward the Kongdong sect. "Reporting, sir." At this moment, a mounted scout came to Sei Ito. He dismounted and half-knelt as he reported, 500 li away from the army, a group of people is rapidly approaching. From the looks of it, it seems to be Prince Ruyong's army. Prince Ruyong's army? Isn't Prince Ruyong's army in Hebei province? Why are they here? Sei Ito muttered to himself with a frown. A slightly smarter officer at the side hesitated for a moment before saying, "Sir, I remember that Prince Ruyong's young princess led a group of troops out of the capital and headed toward the western regions. Could it be Zhao Min?" Sei Ito raised his eyebrows and said, "Yes, that seems to be her Chinese name," the officer said with a nod. "That's right. It really could be her." Sei Ito thought for a moment and nodded. He looked at the officer at the side with admiration and said to the mounted scout, "Let's go down and investigate." "Yes." The mounted scout got up and quickly disappeared from sight after receiving the order. Zhao Min. My actions must have affected her plans, so she can't change her plans. I just don't know why she came here," Sei Ito thought to himself. A speed of 500 miles per hour was neither too far nor too close. However, to Zhao Min's troops, this distance was nothing. Before the army could even enter the Kongdong sect's mountain gate, Zhao Min had already led several dozen cavalry and several martial arts experts to Sei Ito's banner. "Oh, isn't this little Zhao Min?" Sei Ito looked at Zhao Min, who was dressed as a man, and teased her. Sei Ito and Zhao Min met in a very dramatic way. Back then, Zhao Min's intelligence was widely known among the Mongolian nobles. In addition, she often helped her father, Prince Ruyong, come up with strategies. This caused little Zhao Min to be very proud when she was young. Therefore, when Sei Ito mysteriously appeared a few years ago and his subsequent influence on the Yuan dynasty, Zhao Min naturally noticed it. Then, she used her identity to secretly investigate. In the end, she was captured by Sei Ito and Yi, who went to the translation center one day. Looking at the man in front of her, who looked like a demon, who had not changed his appearance at all in the past 5 years, Zhao Min felt gloomy for a moment. Then, she put on a smile and said, "Greetings, Sir Yi." Sei Ito nodded and said with a smile, "Little Zhao Min, why are you here?" "Of course, I'm here for Mr. Itochu's action." Zhao Min didn't hide anything when she heard Itochu's question. "Oh." Sei Ito deliberately raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhao Min with a dignified expression. "Because Sir Yi's actions ruined my plans." Zhao Min was quite familiar with Sei Ito, so she did not care that Sei Ito deliberately put on a stern face. "What plans do you have?" Sei Ito looked at Zhao Min with interest and asked. "Originally, I wanted to use spies to sow discord between the 6 major sects and the Ming cult. Then, I wanted the 6 major sects to besiege Guangming Peak. When both sides were injured, I wanted to catch them all in one fell swoop. But Zhao Min paused and looked at Sei Ito before continuing. Because of Sir Yi's sudden actions, my plans are disrupted. Right now, Guangming Peak is still very powerful, but aside from the Wudong sect, which I don't know why, the other 6 major sects have all been destroyed by Sir Yi. So, I had no choice but to change some of my plans to achieve my goal of eliminating these rebels. So you still blame me? Seito said calmly. I wouldn't dare. Zhao Min would not admit it. Although she was quite familiar with Seito, she was not familiar enough with him to understand his temperament. If he really stirred up trouble, she or Prince Ru Yang's residence, which she represented, would be in trouble. What do you plan to do? Seito asked. I will cooperate with Sir Yi and do my best to eliminate these rebels. Zhao Min answered straightforwardly. Thank you, little Zhao Min, Ito smiled and said casually. I've heard that there are many strange people around little Zhao Min. I wonder if you can broaden my horizons. Of course. Zhao Min's heart trembled, but she immediately smiled. She turned around and said a few words to a few old men around her. Then, the old men immediately jumped out and blended into the soldiers as they charged toward the Kongdong sect. Seito looked at Zhao Min's performance and smiled inwardly. Smart people really think a lot. With the addition of these powerful soldiers, the Kongdong sect defenses were almost immediately penetrated. A large number of soldiers poured into the Kongdong sect from the mountain gate and fought with the disciples of Shaolin Temple, Amei Temple, Huashan Temple, and Kongdong sect. As for those old men, they instantly found a few sect leaders and started fighting. As expected of experts, Seito said with a smile, You're too kind. Compared to Sir, they really can't be considered as experts, Zhao Min said respectfully. Although she had seen Seito's martial arts before, that was when she was young. How could she tell if he was strong or not? Saying that Seito was stronger than her subordinates was just flattery. She conveniently changed the topic so that it would not lead to anything else. Time slowly passed, and red clouds appeared on the horizon. The red light shone on the ground, dyeing the cold corpses with a layer of warm color, adding a touch of art to the scene. The battle had completely ended 7 minutes ago. In the Kongdong sect, only the sect masters of Shaolin Temple, Amei Temple, and Huashan Temple managed to escape with a few disciples. The sect master of the Kongdong sect died in battle, and most of the Kongdong sect disciples were killed. Blood washed the ground of the Kongdong sect's mountain gate. After cleaning up the Kongdong sect, Seito led Yi and several soldiers into the Kongdong sect, along with Zhao Min and a few others. Chapter 124. Begging for recommendations, begging for collections, begging for Sanjiang. It has become a habit. I finally understand why those authors always ask for these things. Equals. You guys stay here for the time being. I will go to the Scriptures Pavilion to have a look. Seito led everyone to the Kongdong sect's main hall and said to Zhao Min and the soldiers. Yes. The soldiers replied immediately. Although Zhao Min wanted to follow Seito to the Scriptures Pavilion to have a look, she gave up after thinking about it and responded. Seito took Yi to the Scriptures Pavilion under the lead of a soldier. He asked Yi to guard at the entrance of the Scriptures Pavilion, and he walked into the Scriptures Pavilion. After briefly looking at the environment of the Scriptures Pavilion, Seito waved and began to transfer these books. At the same time, a large amount of world force and soul force were sucked in with the opening of Seito's magic cube world. Regarding the absorption of world force and soul force, the first few chapters were the same, but they were not specifically written. After a while, the books in the Scriptures Pavilion were plundered, and Seito waved to close the opening of the magic cube world. Even so, the world force that had not been completely absorbed still flowed into the magic cube world through a special channel, contributing to the development of the magic cube world. The amount of soul force this time is really a lot. The amount of broken soul force alone is close to 1,000 people. If I can refine the Sage Stone, I don't know how big a piece I can refine. While thinking about it, Say Ito walked outside the scripture's pavilion and thought aimlessly. Seeing Sei Ito come out, Yi nodded to Sei Ito, and the two returned to the Kongtong Hall. Report the casualties. Sei Ito did not avoid Zhao Min and others and asked directly. Reporting, our side has lost 2,337 people and 871 people are injured. Among them, 677 people can fight again after treatment. 194 people are seriously injured or disabled. The logistics officer said immediately. In other words, including those who can still fight after being healed, we still have less than 2,500 soldiers who can fight. Sei Ito asked. Yes. The officer confirmed with a nod. That should be enough. Sei Ito nodded. As for the meaning of enough, basically everyone present could guess what it was referring to. Then, he ordered, all troops will rest for a day. Tomorrow, we will set off for Kunlun. Yes. The officer accepted the order and retreated. Only Sei Ito, Yi, Zhao Min, and 3 old men were left in the hall. One of the old men was dressed like a Shaolin monk. His face was covered, and he looked very mysterious. Aren't you going to introduce these people? Sei Ito relaxed slightly. He leaned back in his chair and tapped his fingers on the armrest as he spoke. Zhao Min smiled. She turned halfway to look at the 2 old men with strange walking sticks and said, Sir E, these 2 are the Xianming elders whose names have shaken the world of martial artists. This is the Xianming elder, Sir Lu. The old man holding the deer head crutches nodded at Sei Ito with an arrogant expression. Zhao Min pointed to the other old man and said, This is Mr. He Bai Wang He. The old man holding the bird head crutches nodded at Sei Ito and then ignored him. He looked like he was giving Sei Ito face by talking to him. Sei Ito frowned at the Xianming elder's behavior and felt somewhat displeased. Zhao Min also ignored Sei Ito. She pointed to the last monk dressed like a monk and said, This is Master Yuanzhen. After that, she stopped talking. Clearly, she did not want to tell Sei Ito more information about Yuanzhen. Little Zhao Min, you actually managed to win over such a hero of the Jianghu. I have a whole new level of respect for you, Sei Ito said with a smile. It's still not as amazing as Lord Yi's ability to destroy several large sects in an instant, Zhao Min said modestly. Zhao Min then asked, However, there's one thing I don't understand. Lord Yi, please explain it to me. You're talking about Wudong, right? Sei Ito asked. That's right. Zhao Min nodded. It's because I admire Zhang's Sanfeng, Sei Ito said. Zhao Min was dumbfounded when she heard this. This reason was really, He Biwang and Lu Zhanka snorted coldly when they heard Sei Ito's words, expressing their dissatisfaction. Since ancient times, there had been a saying that there was no first place in literature and no second place in martial arts. As famous figures of the Jianghu, the Xianming elders were very proud of themselves. Even though they had been taught a lesson by Zhang Sanfeng in the past, they only thought that Zhang Sanfeng had ambushed them first, which was why they were defeated. They did not see how powerful Zhang Sanfeng was. Moreover, they had been working under Zhao Min for the past few years. Zhao Min had always treated the 2 of them with great respect. Zhao Min's subordinates were also very respectful to the 2 of them. After getting used to being flattered, they somewhat forgot who they were. However, the 2 of them had forgotten that they were not in Zhao Min's army, but in Sei Ito's camp. Sei Ito, who had been displeased by the Xianming elders' attitude, would not let them do as they pleased. With a cold snort, Ito Sei instantly rushed out of his seat and quickly arrived in front of the Xianming elders. Catching the 2 elders off guard, Ito Sei ruthlessly slapped their faces. After that, he returned to his seat and sat down. He looked at Zhao Min and the Xianming elders indifferently and said, Don't forget where you are. Don't make trouble for yourself. You. The Xianming elders' faces alternated between green and white. They angrily glared at Sei Ito, looking like they would attack if Sei Ito said another word. Enough. Zhao Min's dignified voice rang out, provoking the Xianming elders. They immediately fell silent and retreated to the side like obedient primary school students. It could be seen how intimidating Zhao Min was to the two of them. From this, it could be inferred that the two elders had been taught a lesson by Zhao Min when they were her subordinates. Little Zhao Min, take care of your family's dog. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite, Saito said as he lifted the teacup beside him. When Zhao Min saw Saito's action, she knew that he was going to send them off. She apologetically nodded and left the hall with the Xianming elders and Yuan Ren. Ah Chung, will this be troublesome? Yi asked with some worry. It's fine. The Xianming elders are just clowns. Zhao Min might be a bit troublesome, but as long as her father is still Prince Ruyang, I will have a way to deal with her. Besides, Saito looked at Yi and smiled. Do we really need to care? Yi tilted his head and thought for a moment. The two of them could leave this world at any time, so it didn't matter what kind of trouble they caused. They really didn't need to care. He nodded and walked to the side to pick up a clean piece of silk to wipe his sword. It's a pity that Miju ran away. Otherwise, I could have given you the heavenly sword, Saito said regretfully as he looked at Yi wiping his sword. It's fine. I'm not used to using a sword from China. When the time comes, you should use it yourself. After all, Ah Chung, you still don't have a proper weapon, right? Yi raised his head and smiled at Saito. That's true. Saito nodded and then fell silent. The hall once again returned to a deathly silence. After resting for a day, the army made their preparations on time at 5 in the afternoon. Under the illumination of the large fire in Kongtong's sect, the army set off toward Kunlun's sect's location. The journey was not peaceful at all. Every few days, a group of martial artists would ambush the army and assassinate the generals of various ranks. It was clear that they had been provoked by Saito's act of destroying the major sections. Perhaps because they were instigated by the remnants of the major sects. Some of the martial artists from small and medium-sized sects and idle wanderers gathered together and prepared to attack Saito's army or go straight to Kunlun Mountain to support Kunlun's sect. At the same time, because Saito did not destroy Wudong's sect, it pushed Wudong's sect to the center of the storm. It forced Zhang Sanfeng to send Wudong's sect disciples to join the ranks of the assassins to prove their innocence. After all, public opinion was a powerful weapon. Even though Zhang Sanfeng did not care, it did not mean that Wudong's sect did not care. However, Zhang Sanfeng knew how to choose a place. He immediately carried out his operation in Hubei. He completely ignored the clamor of the idle wanderers and the threats from the remnants of the major sections. Using this opportunity, Ming cult, which had smoothly transitioned from White-Browed Eagle King's era to Zhang Wuji's era, also launched a rebellion against the Yuan dynasty due to the temptation of Zhu Yuanzhang, a disciple of the cult. A large number of 5-banner division disciples were released from Light Summit, and they cooperated with the branches in various places to start their rebellion against the Yuan dynasty. This is truly a great era with great momentum. Saito looked at the information gathered from various places in his hand, then looked at the corpses that had just been buried, and said with a chuckle, under this tide of resistance, it was already more than half a month later when Edo-Sei's army arrived at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. After resting the foot of Kunlun Mountain for 2 days, the army was full of energy and charged toward Kunlun's sect. Chapter 125. Begging for collection, begging for recommendation, begging for Sanjiang. Every time he said this sentence, he felt more and more annoyed, but he had to say it. Lord. Just as the army surrounded the Kunlun sect and was about to attack, Zhao Min came to Saito again. What's the matter? Saito looked at Zhao Min and asked, can the army just surround and not attack? Zhao Min asked, what? Saito did not immediately agree or disagree, but just asked. 1 day later, I will give you an irresistible Kunlun sect. Zhao Min straightened her body and opened the folding fan in her hand. She gently swayed it and smiled confidently. Okay. Saito nodded and agreed. For Saito, it did not matter whether he took down the Kunlun sect or not. He just wanted the books in the Sutra Depository, not to eliminate the rebels for the Yuan dynasty. Even if he could not take down the Kunlun sect, he could just steal it when the time came. It was not like he had not done this kind of thing before. Furthermore, Kunlun's scripture depository was not must. Although Kunlun's name was very big, it was not that big of a deal. He believed that there were many books that were duplicated in other sections. At most, there would be a few unique books or rare books. After the order was issued, the army immediately stopped attacking and stood guard outside the Kunlun sect's mountain gate, looking like they would only surround and not attack. Occasionally, a few groups of archers would shoot a rain of arrows inside from time to time to increase the sense of urgency on the Kunlun side. During dinner, in the main hall of the Kunlun sect, the leaders of several sects gathered together. The surrounding chairs were the leaders of the small and medium-sized sects who were persuaded by the major sects or the people who were idle in Jianghu, who were quite famous. What is Yuan Jun doing? Kunlun's leader, He Taichung, was sitting on the main seat of the main hall at this time and said with a frown. Unfortunately, the others did not know what Yuan Jun was doing. So how could they answer his question? In the silence, He Taichung's eyebrows twitched continuously. Finally, he sighed helplessly and closed his mouth. I think Yuan Jun must be preparing some shady business. Suddenly, the junior brother of the two elders of Mount Hua said, Nonsense! Miju shouted, immediately extinguishing the interest of the two elders of Mount Hua. They hid in a corner, dispirited. No one knew what they were thinking. All right, everyone, no matter what the Yuan army wants to do, we just need to focus on defense. Even if something does happen, with so many martial arts practitioners here, it won't cause any serious consequences, Song Yuanxiao said after a while. That's right, Kongwen said. That's extremely reasonable. That's how it should be. We'll follow the arrangements of the sect masters. A series of noisy voices rang out one after another, and they were all talking about those who went with the flow. Shut up. Miju, who was irritated by the noise, shouted angrily, instantly suppressing the noise. He nodded his head in satisfaction and took a sip of the tea that Zhou Zhiruo handed to him. He didn't pay any attention to the embarrassed, angry, or cowering expressions of the people around him. All right, it's time to eat. Everyone, follow me to the cafeteria to eat, He Taichung, the sect master of Kunlun, said. Then, he got up and led everyone in the main hall to a side hall of the Kunlun sect. When everyone arrived at the main hall, they sat down according to their respective positions. Immediately, there were female Kunlun disciples who came forward and served plates of meat, vegetables, hot, and cold dishes. They were placed in front of everyone according to the order. The bright colors and the floating fragrance of the dishes made everyone salivate. Everyone, please. As the host, He Taichung invited them. Immediately, some martial arts practitioners couldn't help but pick up the chopsticks in front of them and reach for the dishes they liked. The night passed in the blink of an eye. Early the next morning, Zhao Min once again appeared at Sei Ito's tent. My lord, we can attack now, Zhao Min said to Sei Ito. All right, Sei Ito nodded and ordered the officers around him attack. Yes, the officers received the order and rushed out of the tent, returning to their respective teams and launching an attack on the Kunlun sect. Immediately, there was a deafening battle cry outside the tent. Sei Ito, Yi Yi, and Zhao Min walked out of the tent and watched the army attack. After a while, Sei Ito found something unusual. He saw that everyone in the Kunlun sect was frightened. They were killed by the Yuan soldiers like ordinary people. They didn't have the agility and strength that martial arts practitioners should have. Is this why you wanted me to wait for a day? Sei Ito asked. At this time, he had already guessed what method Zhao Min had used. Yes, Zhao Min smiled and replied. I already have spies in the Kunlun sect. Last night, I ordered my spies to put my special poison, the 10 fragrant tendon-weakening powder, in the water and food of the Kunlun sect. After a night, without a specific antidote, they will be trampled on like cripples. Unfortunately, the materials for the 10 fragrant tendon-weakening powder are too rare, and refining it is too difficult. Just the Kunlun sect used up all of my stock. Zhao Min said the last sentence with a regretful expression. As for whether it was true or not, only Zhao Min knew. Her intention was to cut off Sei Ito's thoughts of obtaining the 10 fragrant tenon weakening powder and guard against other thoughts. The 10 fragrant tenon weakening powder is a good thing. I don't know if little Zhao Min is willing to contribute the formula to promote it to the entire army. I believe that with the support of the imperial court, refining it will be much easier. When the time comes, Prince Riyang will also benefit a lot, Sei Ito said faintly. Zhao Min's expression changed, and she said, I won't hide it from Lord Yi. When I obtained the formula, I also thought of offering it to the emperor. Unfortunately, the materials are too difficult to find. I used the people of Prince Riyang's mansion and only found a small part of it. Even then, some of it was damaged during the refining process. If I really wanted to offer it to the emperor, it would cost a lot of money just to nurture the people who can refine it. Moreover, those materials are hard to find even with money. It is impossible to use them to nurture people who can refine it. Sigh. It seems that even with the formula in hand, it is still impractical, Sei Ito said with a sigh, seeming to be regretful. When Zhao Min heard Sei Ito's words, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. While the two of them were talking, the Kunlun sect's mountain gate had already been breached. A large number of Yuan soldiers rushed into the Kunlun sect and killed all of the Kunlun sect's disciples who had no ability to resist. In less than an hour, the Kunlun sect's miscellaneous people were all killed. The leaders of the six great sects were captured alive and brought to Sei Ito and the others. Sei Ito took the heavenly sword from the soldier and drew it halfway. In an instant, a cold air emerged from the sword, causing the hair on the back of his hand to stand on end. Sei Ito sheathed the sword and looked at the people who were forced to kneel on the ground. Sei Ito smiled faintly, completely ignoring the anger of the crowd and the shocked and incredulous gazes of the people from Wudong's sect. At this time, Zhao Min spoke again. I wonder if Lord Yi can hand them over to me. Why? Sei Ito asked. They're still useful. I hope that Lord Yi can agree to my request. Zhao Min cupped her fists and bowed. Sei Ito thought for a while and said, All right, as you wish. Then, he took Yi and went straight to the Kunlun sect's sutra depository. Zhao Min's clear voice came from behind him. Thank you, Lord Yi. After skillfully searching the sutra depository, Sei Ito ordered the army to rest and reorganize in the Kunlun sect for 3 days. Then, they parted ways with Zhao Min's army and set off to return to the capital. They were ready to take the last batch of materials that were sent over and leave this world. After all, they had obtained too many benefits in this world. Putting aside the huge amount of world power that they had obtained from destroying the 5 great sects and indirectly changing the storyline, just the complete soul energy that they had gathered from the soul fragments of the people who died during the destruction of the sects was already a lot. Not to mention the resources that the Yuan dynasty's emperor had plundered from the entire Eurasian continent. However, this kind of situation could only be achieved in this kind of low-energy world with a special ruling class. So it was a relatively special case. Halfway through the journey, Sei Ito and Yi left the army to the officers who followed the army to lead. They picked 2 good horses and transformed into idle martial artists as they quickly moved toward the capital. More than a month later, Chapter 126. Collecting Sanjiang recommending. Anyone who has time or hasn't logged in, please do it. On this day, when the Yuan dynasty emperor was sorting out the harvest of the 5 major sects in the palace, Yi's figure walked in from a sect. Yi took a towel from the basin rack next to him. After gently brushing the dust off his body, he hung the towel to the side and walked to a chair to sit down. Had he contacted him? Sei Ito, who was organizing the books, asked without raising his head. I have, but he is a little hesitant. Yi looked at Sei Ito and said hesitantly, Oh, it's okay. I believe he will come. Sei Ito stopped what he was doing and said with a sneer. Yi thought for a while and nodded in agreement. He frowned and asked, Is it really okay to give such a heavy responsibility to a child who is not even 20 years old? Do you still think he is the child who needed you to take care of him? Ito walked to the main seat and sat down. He found a comfortable position and said lazily, "Now that he is the leader of the Ming cult, do you think he can control the Ming cult so quickly with just the prestige of the white-browed Eagle King and his martial arts? Also, you should know that not just anyone would dare to do something like rebelling against the Yuan dynasty. People change," Ito concluded faintly. What she got in return was only silence from Yi. The two of them were silent for a while. Ito was bored and started to organize the books of the 5 major sects' hidden scriptures pavilions. After this period of tidying up, he had a general idea of the ancient books of the 5 great sections. Moreover, he really had some gains. For example, the Kangtong sect had a large number of rare books from the Tang dynasty. On the other hand, the Huashan sect had bamboo slips that could be traced back to the Qin dynasty. However, due to the nature of this world, the majority of the books were the Buddhist, Taoist, and Confucian classics of the Chuanjian sect. Even so, the books could be traced back to the 5 dynasties, Sui and Tang dynasties. Ito was also surprised by the fact that Kunlun had mostly obtained some Maoshan spells, which was completely different from Kunlun's reputation. Just like that, he tidied up and studied at the same time. A few more days passed. On this day, just as Ito and Yi were eating dinner, a faint sound of something breaking through the air came from the void and landed at the door. A handsome young man who was more than 7 feet tall appeared at the door. He looked like a fine young master in a chaotic world. "Sister Yi, Mr. E." The young man cupped his hands and greeted the two. "Oh, it's Wuji. Come in quickly." Yi put down the bowl in his hand and quickly got up to greet the young man at the door, who was Zhang Wuji, with a smile. "You dare to come?" Ito sneered at Zhang Wuji, who was pulled into the room by Yi. Zhang Wuji's face turned slightly red. He was awkwardly pushed to the seat by Yi. Then Yi walked to the side, took out a clean bowl, and filled it to the brim for Zhang Wuji. "You haven't eaten yet, right? Let's eat together." Yi placed the bowl in front of Zhang Wuji and smiled. "Thank you, Sister Yi." Zhang Wuji smiled sincerely at Yi. Then he looked at Ito opposite him and began to eat embarrassedly. "All right, let's talk after dinner." Ito nodded. Then the 3 of them finished their dinner in this somewhat strange atmosphere. Yi got up to clear the table, leaving Ito and Zhang Wuji alone. In the room, the 2 of them sat opposite each other. No one spoke first, and only remained silent until a long while later, Ito suddenly spoke. "Do you want to be the emperor?" "What?" Zhang Wuji was stunned by Ito's words. Then he was shocked and looked at Ito at a loss. He didn't know what Ito meant. "Do you want to be the emperor?" Ito asked again. "What does mystery mean?" Zhang Wuji frowned and looked at Ito hesitantly. "If I let you be the emperor, what do you think?" Ito finally gave a definite answer. "Me?" Zhang Wuji was surprised for a moment. Then he was moved and hesitant. His eyes were filled with passion as he looked at Ito. "Are you willing or not? Just say it. Could it be that you, as the leader of the Ming cult, don't even know how to make a decision?" Ito frowned and looked at Zhang Wuji unhappily. "I am willing." Zhang Wuji immediately swept away his hesitation and released his aura. He looked like an ambitious person as he looked at Ito with burning eyes. "Good, I will give you a chance. I will give you a chance to become the emperor," Ito said decisively. "You have a month to prepare. After a month, I don't care if you are ready or not. I will kill all the nobles of the Yuan dynasty in the capital. As for the rest, it will all depend on you." "Thank you, Mr. E." Zhang Wuji stood up and said with his hands clasped to the ground. Then Zhang Wuji stood up and asked doubtfully, "But Mr. Zhang, why did you choose me to be the emperor, huh?" Ito sneered and looked at Zhang Wuji from the corner of his eyes. How could he not know that Zhang Wuji was testing him? He only said slowly, "First of all, I am not interested in the position of emperor. You should have known this when you were in Wu-Tang." As soon as he said this, a trace of embarrassment flashed across Zhang Wuji's face. Then it disappeared. He calmly waited for Ito to continue. "Secondly, You are the only one I know who has the strength and power to do so, Sei Ito said quietly. Moreover, with your age, scheming, and methods, you are a good candidate to be the emperor. Lastly, there is your identity. You are the leader of the Ming cult and a disciple of Wu-Tang. You can adjust the forces of Jianghu very well. In the future, you can at least achieve stability on the surface. You will not fall into internal strife right after toppling the Yuan dynasty. Zhang Wuji nodded as if he had suddenly understood. Of course, this is only my opinion. As for the future, it will depend on your own methods. I just hope that when the time comes, you could be a good emperor and give the Han people a peaceful world. Sei Ito ignored Zhang Wuji's expression and said softly, Please rest assured, Mr. E. Zhang Wuji heard Sei Ito's words and immediately stood up. He cupped his fist and said with a serious expression, Yes. Ito Mori nodded noncommittally. He picked up the cold teacup beside him and said, Go ahead. Yes. Zhang Wuji nodded and walked out of the room. He then jumped and disappeared into the darkness. Until the end, Sei Ito did not remind Zhang Wuji of Zhu Yuanzhang's existence. He believed that with Zhang Wuji's scheming, he should have already noticed Zhu Yuanzhang. If Zhang Wuji could not even handle this small problem, then he would not be a good emperor. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. At this time, within the Hall of Supreme Harmony, all the nobles of the Mongol dynasty were gathered together. They gathered in small groups and discussed current affairs in low voices, guessing the reason why the emperor had called them here today. Suddenly, outside the Hall of Supreme Harmony, the unique sharp voice of a chamberlain rang out. The emperor has arrived. Following which, a short and fat man with a Mongol hairstyle, wearing a dragon robe, accompanied by Sei Ito and a chamberlain, walked into the Hall of Supreme Harmony and sat down on the high throne. Men, looking at the Mongol nobles who were still half kneeling on the ground, the Mongol emperor who had not even warmed his seat suddenly shouted. In an instant, a large number of soldiers charged into the Hall of Supreme Harmony, unsheathing their scimitars and surrounding the Mongol nobles. Kill them all, the Mongol emperor ordered. The Mongol nobles were stunned by the emperor's sudden action and order, forgetting to resist. Almost immediately, the dozen or so Mongolian nobles at the outermost perimeter were killed by the charging soldiers. The emperor has gone mad. The emperor has gone mad. All of you stop. At this time, the Prince of Xiangyang regained his senses and shouted out. The Iron Hat princes beside him also quickly stood up and ordered the soldiers. Stop! Stop! The emperor has gone mad. Did you not hear? Maybe it was because the Mongol nobles had too much prestige, or maybe it was because the nobles had too much prestige among the soldiers. It caused a slight hesitation and pause in the soldiers' movements when they swung their scimitars. Do not stop. Quickly kill these fellows for me. After killing them, there will be great rewards. The Mongol emperor stood up from his throne and shouted out. Immediately, the Mongol soldiers who were still hesitating no longer hesitated, and the scimitars in their hands began to kill the nobles and princes. In less than a moment, the originally majestic Hall of Supreme Harmony was covered in blood. Wisps of blood-colored steam and the stench of fresh blood floated into the air of the Hall of Supreme Harmony, causing the Hall of Supreme Harmony to feel like a killing ground. All of you immediately lead the troops and surround these people's mansions. Behead all their family members for me. Anyone who resists or obstructs me, regardless of who they are, will be executed for the crime of treason. The Yuan emperor looked at the nobles who were all beheaded and sat back on the dragon throne as he ordered. Yes. The general of the soldiers in the hall replied and quickly led the soldiers out of the Hall of Supreme Harmony, leaving behind a portion of them to guard the place. The rest were all brought out of the palace to be exterminated. Sir, do you think this will do? The emperor waved his hand and dismissed the servants beside him. He stood up from his throne and asked Sei Ito respectfully, It's enough. You have done well. Now, it is time to send you over to accompany them. Sei Ito looked at the emperor in front of him and chuckled. If you want to blame someone, blame it on the fact that you are the Yuan emperor. If you were a Han emperor, Even if you were an incapable ruler, I would not take your life." After saying that, he ignored the emperor's expression and killed him with a wave of his hand. "Yi, spread the news. It is time for us to leave," Seito said to a hidden place in the hall. There was no response, but several messenger birds flew into the air and quickly flew in different directions. Chapter 127. Begging for recommendations, begging for collections, begging for Sanjiang. I'm going to expand the city line, so it may last for a few chapters. A pair of feet wearing sneakers suddenly appeared on the ground, making a soft pata sound in the collision with the floor. "I'm finally back." Seito exhaled a long breath. He was very satisfied with his harvest in Heavenly Sword, especially in the context of a specific era. How to use the current environment to maximize the method to achieve his goals. This provided a good idea for Seito to collect materials. At the same time, he once again deeply realized the importance of power. After silently thinking about the collection of materials needed for the magic cube and a vague magic cube construction framework in the room, Seito returned to his senses. He reached for the electronic calendar on the desk beside him and found that only 3 days had passed. At this time, Japan was in the middle of the night. It seems that when my spiritual power is promoted to intermediate/advanced level, the time ratio is further compressed. Seito silently calculated for a while and found that he couldn't get an accurate ratio. He gave up this tangle problem and lay on the bed to rest. The next day, Seito got up early, ready to give Ito Reina a surprise. He quickly put on his clothes, gently opened the bedroom door, and went to the kitchen to make breakfast for Ito Reina. The dishes were ready-made. Even if there was no food in the refrigerator, there would be leftovers in the space. What's more, the 4 seasons had changed in the space, so the growth of vegetables was not a problem at all. As for the problem of sunlight, do you think the power of the world and the power of the soul are fake? He took out a few eggs and tomatoes from the refrigerator and took out some chili from the space and the pure China seasoning from Heavenly Sword and began to make breakfast. It was very simple: a chili scrambled eggs, a tomato egg soup, and a pot of white rice. It was all done in less than half an hour. Seito prepared the dishes and brought them to the table in the room one by one. At this time, the door of Ito Reina's room made a soft click sound, and Ito Reina, who was almost naked, walked out of the room wearing only underwear. He rubbed his eyes with his right hand and covered his yawning mouth with his left hand as he walked towards the bathroom. As Rita Ito walked, the 2 white and tender mounds on her chest swayed, and the 2 pinkish grapes gently bounced. But all of a sudden, Rita Ito's movements paused. His nose twitched, and then his entire mental state changed. His sharp eyes shot straight towards the living room. "Ah!" Lena screamed in a very unladylike manner. She hugged her chest with both hands and ran back to her room in a sorry state. She slammed the door shut with a loud bang. "Ha ha ha!" Seito, who had been in a daze ever since Reina came out, finally came back to his senses and laughed out loud, taking pleasure in Reina's misfortune. After a while, Reina rushed out of the room and ran up to Seito. She grabbed Seito's arm and bit down on it. "Are you a dog?" Seito felt a sharp pain in his arm. He struggled to break free from Reina's bite and said while rubbing the bitten part of his arm, "When did you come back?" Rita Ito angrily looked at Seito and asked, "Last night. You were already asleep at that time, so I didn't disturb you. Today, I wanted to make breakfast for you as a surprise, but I didn't expect you to give me a surprise first," Seito said while rubbing his arm. When he talked about the surprise in the morning, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. But in Reina's eyes, Seito's smile was as wretched as it could be. Humph! Reina looked at the food on the table and didn't care about what happened just now. Who told her to be used to sleeping naked? Who could blame it on? She quickly walked to the table, pulled out a chair, and sat down. She patted the table like a boss and looked at Seito. What she meant was, "Hurry up and serve me breakfast." Seito was helpless. He quickly took 2 sets of chopsticks and filled them one by one. He handed them to Reina and started eating. While Reina was depressed, and Sei Ito was secretly laughing. The breakfast was hastily finished. The two of them simply took some things and walked towards the Eastern University campus. Student. At this time, Sei Ito, who had already separated from Rita Ito and was heading to his department alone, was suddenly stopped by a male voice. Sei Ito looked back and saw a boy who was less than 170 centimeters tall. He had a thin body and was wearing a casual Japanese style. His hair was a little messy, and he had a pointed feminine face with single eyelids and small eyes. "You are?" Sei Ito asked with a frown. "Hello, I am Zhujiang Kudo, the academic affairs officer of the theology department," Zhujiang Kudo said with a smile. Sei Ito was stunned. He was not familiar with the Japanese university system. He did not expect someone to come knocking on his door after skipping school for only 3 days. "Because you're absent without reason, the academic affairs office asked me to ask if you have any business. If there's a special situation, you can go to the academic affairs office to complete the procedures. It will be more convenient for you to attend school in the future," Zhujiang Kudo said. "Thank you. It's just that I have some work to do recently, so I left abruptly. I haven't adapted to university life yet and forgot to ask for leave." Sei Ito smiled. "Oh, is that so? That means this kind of thing will happen more often in the future?" Zhujiang Kudo asked. "Probably because my work is uncertain. I might have a job the next moment, or I might not have a job for a long time." Sei Ito shrugged. "If that's the case, you should go to the academic affairs office to complete the procedures. After all, this kind of situation is very rare." Zhujiang Kudo smiled. "All right, do you want me to go over now?" Sei Ito asked. "No need. You can go over after class." "I'm usually there," Zhujiang Kudo said. "All right, I'll go over after class. Sorry for the trouble." Sei Ito bowed. "No need." Zhujiang Kudo returned the bow and chatted for a while more before leaving. After that, no one from the archaeology department came to disturb him. After successfully completing the archaeology department's course, Sei Ito went to the theology department's academic affairs office. Just as Sei Ito was about to knock on the door and enter, the door of the academic affairs office was suddenly pushed open from the inside. A burly man with short hair and sharp eyes walked out. He casually glanced at Sei Ito in front of him, curled his lips in disdain, and walked away from Sei Ito. Sei Ito frowned as he looked at the man's back, speechless, because when the man passed by Ito's Sei, he clearly felt an aura that only belonged to a demon filling his spiritual perception. It was a very violent and evil aura. "What's wrong?" Zhujiang Kudo walked out of the room and woke Sei Ito up. He asked curiously. "Nothing." Sei Ito shook his head and smiled. Then he walked into the academic affairs office with Zhujiang Kudo and quickly went through the special procedures. After all the procedures were completed, Sei Ito asked before leaving, "Mr. Kudo, is that man a student too? You mean Takashima?" Zhujiang Kudo looked at Sei Ito in surprise and smiled. "Takashima is one of the main players of our East University's rugby team. He's very popular with the girls." "Is that so?" Sei Ito smiled and said goodbye to Zhujiang Kudo, then left the academic affairs office. When he walked out of the academic affairs building, Sei Ito tilted his head and thought for a moment. He then stopped a student on the way, asked about Takashima's whereabouts, and quickly followed him. If it was just Ito Sei himself, he really wouldn't bother himself by following that guy named Takashima. However, Sei Ito was not the only student in this school. There was also Rita Ito. So, to be careful, Sei Ito decided to follow this person. After going around in circles, Ito Sei finally found Takashima in a corner of the East University sports field. He was talking to a gorgeously dressed girl next to him, who was definitely not mainstream in China. From time to time, he would reach out and flirt with a non-mainstream girl, taking advantage of her pretentious shyness. Seeing this, Sei Ito's eyelids twitched unconsciously. He was speechless and was about to leave. But before he could move, he heard a rough voice not far behind him shouting, "Takashima, there's a boy peeping at you. Don't tell me he likes you. Ha 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 ha. It's you?" Takashima raised his eyebrows and turned around with the girl to look at Sei Ito, his face full of displeasure. At this time, the person who spoke finally came over. 3 or 4 young men with short hair like Takashima came over and blocked Sei Ito's escape route. Why, do you know him? I just met the guy in the seminary service office. I didn't expect him to follow me here, Takashima said casually. Then, he looked at Sei Ito fiercely and said, Boy, who are you, and why are you following me? I just heard that Senior Takashima is the main player of the football team, and you're very popular with girls, so I want to learn from Senior Takashima on how to pick up girls. Itsunari lied as soon as he opened his mouth. Boy, who are you lying to? Takashima's face was full of disbelief. He said disdainfully, You'd better hurry up and tell us your purpose, or don't blame us for being rude. Hey boy, you'd better hurry up and tell us the truth, or you'll have to suffer. Among the 4 newcomers, a young man with jeweled earrings and a rugby ball in his hand said with a lewd smile. Chapter 128. Begging for collection, begging for Sanjiang, begging for recommendations. The Metropolitan line is about to begin. An inn, there should be love, looking at the expression of the newcomer. Takashima seemed to think of something. He laughed at Sei Ito's misfortune. Okay, you don't need to explain. Come with us. He pushed Sei Ito, hugged the non-mainstream girl on the side, and walked to a corner with fewer people under the protection of the other 4. Another unlucky guy. At this time, a young man who was playing basketball stopped and looked at the figure of Takashima and the others. It can't be helped. It can only be said that the kid is unlucky to fall into Chishi's hands. Another basketball player joined in the fun. I heard that Chishi sent a lot of people to threaten them with nude photos. The second person said, Otherwise, where do you think Chishi and the others get so much money to be happy? The third person saw that the other 2 were not playing basketball and also came over and said, That's true, but it has nothing to do with us. Let's play basketball. The first person thought carefully and agreed. Then he called the other 2 to play 3v3 basketball with the others again. Under the protection of Takashima and the others, Sei Ito was taken to an activity room on the side of the sports field. After Takashima forcibly cleared the few people inside, he closed the door and let one of them guard the door. Then he came to Sei Ito and smiled. Kid, you're unlucky. Chishi, the same old way. One of the 4 newcomers, who was chewing gum in his mouth, said with slender eyes. Of course. Chishi smiled and took out his mobile phone. He fiddled with it and turned the screen to the camera function, ready to take a picture at any time. You think you've got me? Sei Ito's face had completely lost the panic he pretended to have just now. He just calmly looked at the people in front of him and said, Oh kid, it seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know who you are. Nakamura, go put him down and take off his clothes. Chishi was a little unhappy with Sei Ito's appearance and said to the slender-eyed man, Okay. Slender-eyed Murakami replied and called over another person to approach Sei Ito. Humph. Sei Ito coldly snorted and slightly dodged the 2 arms that came to grab him. He raised his foot and quickly kicked Nakamura and the other strong young man to the ground. Nakamura, Xiangyi, Takashima, and Akashi shouted. At this time, the smile on Takashima's face had disappeared. He looked at Sei Ito with a gloomy face. Bastard. After saying that, Chishi rushed up to teach Sei Ito a lesson. However, he was stopped by Takashima, who said, Chishi, you are no match for him. Chishi was very convinced by Takashima, so he angrily withdrew his hand and retreated to the side, leaving the field to Takashima and Sei Ito. I didn't expect you to be an expert. Now I'm even more curious about your purpose of following me. Takashima took off his short-sleeved shirt and threw it to the non-mainstream woman on the side, and said with a gloomy face, But I know you won't say anything. When I beat you down, I have the means to find out everything. At this time, Takashima still regarded Sei Ito as an ordinary young man who knew martial arts, so he was very confident that he could defeat Sei Ito. Sei Ito listened to Takashima's words and smiled silently. He just stretched out his hand and gestured at Takashima with a provocative look. Oomph. Takashima coldly snorted and rushed in front of Seito. He used karate's hand chop, swiftly and violently fell. Seito's body dodged the attack. His right hand instantly grabbed Takashima's arm and kicked Takashima's thigh. Bang! Seito knew that Takashima was not human, so he used a lot of strength in this kick, and Takashima's leg bent. How is this possible? Takashima was a little shocked by Seito's strength, so his attack was a step slower. His arm was grabbed by Seito, and he turned his back to Takashima. In an instant, he used jutsu and fiercely threw Takashima to the ground. Bang! Takashima hit the floor and made a loud noise. Bastard! Takashima, who fell to the ground, cursed angrily. He blocked Seito's straight punch, and his half-lying right leg fiercely kicked the back of Seito's head from the ground. The kick was swift and fierce, blowing Seito's collar and hair. If he was kicked by this kick, even if he didn't die, he would end up with brain damage. Seito didn't even turn his head. He just slightly tilted his head, and the arm he used to punch suddenly bent like a spring. His elbow was like a sharp knife as it fiercely struck backward, colliding with Takashima's kick. After the attack, the two immediately separated. Takashima took the opportunity to roll over from the right side and stand up. Seito's right hand was on the ground behind his back. Like a monkey's tail finding support, he jumped back and stood up. You're definitely not an ordinary person. Who are you? This time, Takashima's face was no longer gloomy, but serious. After the two moves just now, Seito's performance was obviously not an ordinary person. Now he was more and more suspicious of Seito's purpose of following him. I don't know what you're talking about. Seito wasn't stupid enough to admit it. He just frowned and asked, You can't fool me. Takashima shouted in a deep voice. The muscles on his body gradually twitched, and a weak aura emanated from Takashima's body. It was very targeted at Seito to suppress him. It was obvious that Takashima still held the bottom line, which was the rule that ordinary people should never know about the things in the circle. Feeling the pressure of Takashima's aura, Seito instantly focused his spirit. A fierce tiger-like aura appeared on Seito's body, resisting Takashima's aura and gradually suppressing him. At the same time, Seito's hands formed into claws, his back slightly arched, and then his whole body shot out like a spring. His claws brought about gusts of wind as they clawed at Takashima's face. Takashima raised his arm to block, and at the same time stretched out his leg to kick Seito. Seito's clawing momentum didn't change. He simply and neatly scratched Takashima's arm, bringing out traces of blood. At the same time, his body dodged like an agile cat. He flipped his body in midair and landed with his back facing Takashima. His calf muscles tightened, and all the strength in his body gathered in his shoulders and hands. Seito threw Takashima over his shoulder. Boom! Takashima crashed into the wall beside him, making a huge noise. Seito didn't show any mercy. He was as swift and fierce as a cheetah. He turned into a black shadow and instantly appeared in front of Takashima. He threw a shingy blast punch at Takashima, who hastily raised his arms to block. Bang! Takashima's body paused, but fine cracks appeared on the wall behind him. They were blocked by Takashima's body, so they weren't discovered by ordinary people. Seito still didn't stop. His arms continued to hit Takashima's body, and he didn't care at all. He didn't stop until Takashima's mouth was bleeding and his eyes were dizzy. Plop! Takashima's body fell weakly from the wall to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. On the ground, Takashima coughed, and a small pool of blood came out of his mouth. Seito stepped forward and quickly dislocated Takashima's arms. Then he said coldly to the few ordinary people who were completely stunned by the fight between the two, You guys come here. Grand hero. Let us go. Chishi stuttered, almost crying at this time. Her legs were trembling. Yes, the non-mainstream woman also said. If I ask you to come here, then come here. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Seito shouted. Then she, the non-mainstream woman, and the two who had fallen on the ground came in front of Seito, trembling with fear. Seito's eyes lit up slightly, and he whispered to them, "Look at me." After a while, Seito snapped his fingers, and the four people's eyes became clear again. They ignored the existence of Seito and Takashima, and left the activity room one after another. "You really aren't an ordinary person," Takashima whispered, having witnessed everything. "In your words, it's your bad luck today." Seito looked at Takashima on the ground and laughed in a low voice. "Tell me, why did you follow me?" Takashima, who was very undisciplined at this time, asked in a dry voice. Chapter 129. Please collect. Sanjiang recommend. Don't leave out any of them. My balls hurt when I was typing in the early hours of the morning. I was stuck at less than 200 words. It was killing me. I barely managed to write it, but I wasn't satisfied, so I deleted more than 1,000 words. I only finished it when I felt it was over. You're a demon, right? Seito suddenly said as he crouched beside Takashima's head and looked down at Takashima, who was lying on the ground. In an instant, Takashima's expression changed. Blood-red light filled his eyes as he stared fiercely at Seito. The muscles all over his body were trembling, as if he was about to explode. "You're a little too excited." Seito frowned as he looked at Takashima's reaction. He looked at Takashima in surprise, not knowing where Takashima's strong emotions came from. "I'm sorry." Surprisingly, Takashima actually apologized, suppressing his emotions as he spoke. This made Seito puzzled. "Are you confused?" After Takashima calmed down, he looked at Seito. "A little." Seito nodded and sat down cross-legged on the ground. He placed his hands behind his back and leaned back slightly with a chuckle. "I'm a mixed blood." Takashima's head moved as he said, "My mother was a lustful demon. She gave birth to me by chance. Perhaps it was because of the special importance demons place on their offspring, but she didn't kill me and instead gave birth to me. So since I was young, I was surrounded by all kinds of demons. They despised mixed bloods like me and often bullied and beat me. Of course, when I was young, I did complain to my mother, but in return, she taught me a lesson. Since then, I have been very resentful of my mixed blood identity. Whenever someone calls me a demon, I will want to kill them from the bottom of my heart." Seito looked at Takashima in surprise. He didn't expect there to be such a melodramatic story in the circle of demons. However, judging from Takashima's mental fluctuations, he didn't seem to be lying. "Now, how can you tell me why you're following me?" Takashima asked the same question again. "No reason. I just saw a demon beast on campus, so I followed you to see if you're dangerous," Seito said indifferently. "You don't know?" Takashima looked at Seito's face in surprise. "Know what?" Seito looked at Takashima in confusion. "It seems that you really don't know." Gao Dao smiled bitterly and said, "I'm not the only demon in Eastern University." "How could that be?" "This is a unit that the Ministry of Environment pays close attention to. How could they allow you to appear here?" Seito looked at Takashima in surprise. "Why not? As long as you sign a contract with the Ministry of Environment and abide by the rules, you can freely study and live in Eastern University. Of course, you have to report to Eastern University's School of Theology every month. This is absolutely essential," Takashima said. School of Theology's School of Theology? Seito was surprised. What was the use of reporting there? The School of Theology's School of Theology's School of Theology School of Theology, aside from its duties on the surface, is a small branch set up by the Ministry of Environment in Eastern University. Apart from a few ordinary people, the rest are all special people. Takashima said, "That kudos with Jiang too." Seito frowned and asked with a serious expression, "Of course he's a special person." Takashima looked at Seito strangely. He didn't know if Seito really didn't know or if he was just pretending. Hearing Takashima's words, Seito's heart trembled. His mind quickly turned. If Kudos with Jiang is a special person, Why didn't I notice anything unusual about him? Unless he had some special concealment method or stronger will than Seito's. Nothing else could hide from Seito's senses. Why didn't I sense anything special about Kudo's Zhuojiang? Seito asked with a serious expression. Kudo Zhuojiang, the Ministry of Environment's Special Operations Division, Tokyo University's branch. He's the head of the Special Person Observation Room. If he could be sensed by you so easily, how could he survive? Takashima sneered, mocking Seito's ignorance. Don't be fooled by Kudo's Zhuojiang's friendly appearance. He's known as the Smiling Butcher in the circle of demon creatures. He's the real deal when he fights. If what you said is true, how did you get the information? Seito asked. Even though I was bullied by those demon creatures, I'm still half a demon creature. I still know some useful information circulating in the circle of demon creatures, Takashima said in a low voice. It seems like I've underestimated you. Seito stood up and walked to Takashima's side. He quickly waved his hands, and Takashima's dislocated arm was reattached with a series of cracking sounds. Takashima, who was lying on the ground, immediately propped himself up and moved his arms. He looked at Seito without saying anything. Let me ask you something. Seito waited for Takashima to finish moving before asking. Do you know what's the situation in Kyoto right now? You seem to care too much. Takashima frowned and looked at Seito. But I can give you a piece of advice. It's best if you don't get involved in the matters over there. Be careful. You won't even know how you died. After that, he ignored Ito's say, turned around and walked out of the activity room. Inside the activity room, Seito thought about the deeper meaning of Takashima's words. He couldn't figure out for a while, so he had no choice but to leave. However, there was one thing that Seito did know. In the future, he had to be careful of that guy called Kudo's Zhuojiang. Since the day he fought with Takashima, Seito, other than going to school, spent the rest of his time like an otaku. He was holed up in his room, summarizing the truth and digesting the resources he obtained from the heavenly world. More than a week had passed in the blink of an eye in this kind of life, which was almost a one-to-one life. That afternoon, Seito, who rarely had classes, was ready to relax after more than a week of intense study. He planned to go to a nearby bar for a drink and experience the atmosphere of a bourgeois in a capitalist society. Stepping out of the Eastern University gate, Seito followed the route he heard from his classmates. After a few turns, he found the Sky Bar, which was relatively famous among the Eastern University students, at the corner of a street. Seito pushed the door open and walked in. The first thing he saw was a small space. It looked like it was only 70 or 80 square meters, but because it was a relatively square room, it was not very crowded. On the right side of the bar, there was a brown wooden bar that reached his chest. Behind the bar, a handsome bartender was wiping glasses with a towel. When he saw Seito approaching, he nodded in a rather familiar manner and continued to do his work. Seito closed the door and sat down on a high chair outside the bar. He looked around with interest. The first thing he saw was that in the bar, there were 6 or 7 fashionable young men and women, divided into several groups. They sat on chairs, either drinking quietly or chatting softly. Then his line of sight turned again. On the other side of the wall, there was a small table made of brown wood that was less than 30 centimeters wide. It was installed on the wall like a wave. There were also several high chairs placed under it. Seito asked the bartender for a cocktail. He tasted it and found that it tasted pretty good. In this way, Seito's body and mind slowly relaxed under the soothing contrast of the bar. Time slowly passed, and it was nighttime. At this time, the bar had become more crowded. The noise was no longer as quiet as when Seito first arrived. The somewhat noisy environment made Seito frown. After paying for the drinks, Seito left the bar and walked in the direction of his residence. On the way, Seito, who had a belly full of alcohol and wanted to pee, found that there were no public toilets around. After quickly looking around, Seito ran toward a dark alley. In an instant, the rancid smell of garbage assaulted his nostrils. Seito stopped in his tracks. He began to take off his pants near the intersection and was about to pee. At this time, there was a thunderous boom in midair. A black shadow mixed with a large amount of gravel fell from midair. It fell on the pile of garbage around Ito, splashing up a piece of garbage. Then two figures wearing black hooded cloaks fell from midair and blocked the two ends of the alley. They surrounded Ito and the person who fell first. Chapter 130. Same old rules. Please collect. Sanjiang. Recommend. Go write the last chapter and eat it. Equals. I didn't expect there to be an unlucky guy here. The black-robed man blocking the alley laughed. His voice was hoarse and low, very gloomy. Hurry up and deal with it. The black-robed man on the other side said indifferently. His voice was cold and emotionless. Got it. The person at the alley was very obedient to the other person's words. A silver-white European-style rapier popped out of his hand and quickly stabbed towards Ito's chest. Seeing this, Ito's heart flashed with a trace of anger. His body slightly moved to the side and dodged the other person's attack by a hair's breadth. The person at the alley was slightly stunned and let out a surprised, huh? Ito didn't care about the other person's surprise at all. He kicked the garbage bag at his feet to block the black-robed man's line of sight. His body followed behind the garbage bag and quickly rushed towards the black-robed man. Song Lang, be careful. The other cold voice sounded again, reminding the black-robed man at the alley's entrance. The silver-white rapier instantly flashed with blue and white lightning. It formed a vertical fan shape in front of the black-robed man and Song Lang. It completely shattered the garbage bag that flew over, and the garbage inside it flew out. Seeing this, Ito's pupils suddenly shrank, and a dignified expression flashed across his face. I didn't expect to meet a hindrance. Song Lang's hoarse voice sounded. He slightly mockingly waved the rapier in his hand. The rapier suddenly curved like a snake in midair and stabbed towards Ito, who came along with the garbage bag. Ito's body moved to the side again to dodge the attack. At the same time, he spread the energy in his body through his hand in the form of chi to resist the paralysis effect of the lightning. Two fingers fiercely flicked the rapier's body, causing the rapier to bounce away and the black-robed man's chest to open up. At this time, Ito took advantage of this rare opportunity to rush out and arrived in front of the black-robed man. His left hand opened into a palm and pressed against the other person's hand that held the rapier. His right hand formed a fist and used the needle forging technique to instantly burst out the energy in his body. Boom! The black-robed man, Song Lang, was caught off guard by the needle forging technique. His organs were immediately injured by the needle forging technique's chi. Large areas of the surface of his organs with the surface of his body were ruptures, and the black-robed man vomited blood. There was blood in Grey Wolf's mouth. He looked at Ito, in front of him in disbelief. His body was weak, and he knelt on the ground. The sword in his hand also fell to the ground at the same time, making a clang-clang sound. Lone Wolf. The other black-robed man's voice was cold and harsh. For the first time, there was a fluctuation in his tone as he shouted with some anger. At this time, Ito bent down to pick up Song Lang's weapon from the ground and roughly looked at it. He saw a series of crisscrossing lines starting from the rapier's grip. They intertwined and climbed to the tip of the rapier. Finally, they intersected at the tip of the rapier, forming a complete and complex cycle. It made the rapier look beautiful and mysterious. Near the rapier, there was a soybean-sized button that slightly protruded. Ito gently pressed it, and a blue and white lightning appeared from the rapier. Who are you? The black-robed man with the cold voice threw the person he was holding back into the trash and coldly asked. I'm just passing by. Ito casually waved the rapier that was still flickering with lightning as he leisurely said, Good. Since you said so, I'll take you back. When the time comes, you'll have the chance to say it. The black-robed man sneered and walked step by step towards Ito. At the same time, two short, rod-like weapons slid from a man's sleeves into his hands. With just a slight movement, A layer of white frost appeared around the short rods and attached to the tip of the short rods. "Can you tell me where you got your weapons?" Seito looked at the weapons in his and the black-robed man's hands in astonishment and suspiciously asked. "No comment," the black-robed man said. "I knew it," Seito muttered in a low voice and suddenly thrust out the rapier in his hand. The black-robed man was already in a state of alert. The moment Seito thrust out the rapier, he waved the short rods in his hands and blocked Seito's attack. Seito wasn't discouraged. He recalled the rapier competition in the Olympic Games. His left hand formed a hook above his head, and his feet formed a line with one in front and one behind. The rapier in his right hand was like rain as he quickly thrust forward. The black-robed man waved the two short rods in his hands and formed two small circles. One on the left and one on the right, one on the top and one on the bottom, blocking Seito's attacks. In the alleyway, lightning and frost clashed. Sparks and mist clashed. Every time the two of them clashed, a burst of energy would fly out, leaving a shallow mark on the walls on both sides of the alleyway. The two of them were in a deadlock for more than a minute. Both of them wanted to end the battle quickly. The black-robed man fiercely waved the short rods in his hands and deflected Seito's attack. He put his hands together, and the two short rods merged into one with a ding sound. The black-robed man grabbed it and thrust it like a spear towards Seito's head. When Seito saw his rapier being deflected, he became ruthless. The energy in his body rushed out of his hands and violently rushed towards the rapier. The rapier exploded into a pile of fragments and was sent flying by Seito. The fragments turned into meteors and shot towards the black-robed man. Halfway through, the two of them met. The rods brought about a strong gust of wind and sent the fragments of the rapier flying. The fragments hit the walls on both sides and made a series of ding-ding, dang-dang-dang sounds. The remaining fragments that didn't get deflected still shot straight towards the black-robed man. At this time, Seito also felt the sharp air coming from the rods. His body was like a monkey as he jumped up from the ground and jumped back and forth on both sides of the wall. He climbed into the air and dodged the black-robed man's attack. On the other hand, the black-robed man was unable to move due to the sudden thrust of the long rod. The fragments of the rod left bloody wounds on his body and face. A large amount of blood flowed out from the wounds, dyeing his face and clothes red. In the air, Seito didn't come down. He jumped back and forth and rushed to the back of the black-robed man. When the black-robed man abandoned his rods and turned around to attack, Seito squatted down and dodged the black-robed man's attack. Seito's left hand supported his right elbow, and his right hand reached out to the black-robed man's chin. Seito's hands fiercely pushed upwards. The black-robed man's body was thrown up high, as if he was hit by a heavy blow. He fell to the ground and fainted. Ito-sei stepped forward and quickly dislocated the joints of the black-robed man's hands and feet. Then, he used the same method to deal with the other two people. After that, he pretended to take out a large black plastic bag from the space and put the three people in it like little chicks. Only then did he step forward to pick up the long stick on the ground. After carefully glancing around to make sure that there was no one else around, he used his chi to strengthen his arm strength. Then he picked up the black plastic bag like an ordinary person and left the alley. Until he walked far away and determined that there was no abnormality, he put the plastic bag into the Rubik's Cube world in a dark corner and walked back to his residence. Back to his residence, because of the rotten smell of the garbage in the alley, he was naturally scolded by Ito Rina. After quickly going to the bathroom to take a shower, he returned to his bedroom, locked the door, and flashed into the Rubik's Cube world. "Yi, we're the three guys," Seito asked Yi as soon as he came in. "In the dojo behind, but one of the guys who was injured by you using needle forging technique may die if you don't treat him," Yi said while accompanying Seito to the dojo. "Is that so? Then hurry up. If you want to die, you can't die now." Seito listened to Yi, quickened his pace, and soon came to the dojo. Looking at the ash wolf who was breathing out more than in, Seito took out a rejuvenation talisman and stuck it on the ash wolf's body. Then he used the water element array in alchemy to summon a stream of water and threw it on the other black-robed man and the person who was being chased. Two low groans sounded, and then the black-robed man and the person being chased both woke up and immediately wanted to jump up. However, he was awakened by the immense pain that followed. Only then did he begin to size up his surroundings. "It's you!" When the black-robed man saw Seito, he cried out in surprise. As for the other person, although he frowned and didn't say a word, he just stared at Seito and Yi. He knew that the two of them were the ones in charge here. "I think you guys are clear about the situation now. You are my prisoners. So you better answer my questions. Don't lie. I have ways to torture you." Seito looked at the two of them and laughed. "In your dreams," the black-robed man snorted. As for the other person, although he didn't have any obvious expression, his slightly curled mouth showed his disdain for Seito's words. "Oh, if that's the case, then we'll ride a donkey and read a songbook. Let's wait and see." Seito wasn't in a hurry and just laughed. Then he pulled Yi and left the dojo and returned to the room to do the most primitive human activities. Chapter 131. Thank you, Stone, for urging me to update. Please collect, please recommend, please Sanjong. == After the in-depth communication with Yi, Seito put one hand behind his head and the other hand gently stroked Yi's smooth back skin, squinting his eyes comfortably. After a long while, he said, "How's the practice of the new technique?" "You mean the chakra cultivation book?" Yi raised her head from Seito's chest and stared at Seito's eyes. That's it." Seito changed into a comfortable position and said with his hand around Yi's waist, "It's very suitable for me. I didn't expect that the Dragon Gate is actually the chakra, and I can take the initiative to practice it. It's amazing," Yi said with some amazement. "In the world of above heavens, the Dragon Gate can only be opened by people with special bloodline inheritance, and after opening, it can also be improved through use. Ordinary practice only increases the chi in the body." But what Yi didn't expect was that shortly after returning from the heavenly world, Seito gave her a secret book to let her practice. And the content inside made Yi even more shocked, because it talked about the chakra cultivation of Tantra and India's sadhana body technique. Whether it was Tantra or India's sadhana body technique, the chakra cultivation and above heavens were all special cultivation methods for the Dragon Gate. How could Yi, who knew that the Dragon Gate couldn't be cultivated, not be shocked? With this special method of improvement, Yi's strength has obviously improved further, and the power of the dragon has also increased for the first time since leaving above heavens. It's good that it's suitable. In a while, I will teach you the method of activating the rejuvenation talisman with chi. In the next few days, I am counting on you to take care of the 3 captives." Seito chuckled. "Okay." Yi nodded and put her head on Seito's chest, closed her eyes, and enjoyed. The night passed in the blink of an eye. About an hour before dawn, Seito and Yi had already gotten out of bed. Yi was in charge of cooking, while Seito went to the courtyard near the pond. He covered his fist with the strengthening type of chi and punched the ground a few times. A moment later, a 2-meter deep and 3-meter wide crater appeared in the courtyard. After that, Seito filled the hole with water from the nearby pond. Then, he returned to the house and had breakfast with Yi. After breakfast, Seito and Yi came to the training hall again. Their arrival immediately woke up the 3 captives who were resting with their eyes closed. "Have you thought it through? This is your last chance." Seito glanced at the 3 of them and chuckled. "Don't waste your time," said the black-robed man with a cold voice. "Bastard." This was Song Lang's curse. The moment he saw Seito, Song Lang's face turned pale and he had the urge to kill. However, because his limbs were dislocated, he couldn't move. He could only stare fiercely at Seito, as if he wanted to bite and devour Seito. "It seems like you guys have decided to stubbornly resist until the end. I hope you guys still have the same spirit after a few days," Seito said as he walked forward with Yi. Ito grabbed two black-robed men, while Yi carried the other man. Together, they came to the crater that Ito had dug in the morning. At this time, the crater was already filled with pond water. The cool pond water rippled slightly under the gentle breeze of the Rubik's Cube world. Ito threw the two black-robed men into the water. Seeing this, Yi also threw the man in his hands into the water. Immediately, the three captives instinctively moved a few times. In great pain, they stuck their heads out of the water and gasped for breath. Yi, you don't have to give them food. Just soak them like this. If you see anyone dying, just give them a rejuvenation talisman to keep them alive. Don't worry about anything else, Ito said to Yi beside him. I understand. Yi nodded. I will soak you guys for 3 days. After 3 days, I will come back to ask you questions. If you still don't answer, I will continue to soak you until you are willing to answer. Of course, you won't die, but your family jewels, Ito said with a low laugh. Under the triple assault of no food, cold, and injuries, it won't take long for them to become useless. Think about it. What exactly are you fighting for? Power, money, or beautiful women? Ito continued. Power? From the jobs you have taken, you may be pursuing that. But obviously, that is not the main thing. What about money? You may need it, but why do you need money? It should be to enjoy life. For example, beautiful women. But if you don't even have your family jewels, how can you enjoy life? Ito continued to attack, but the three of them were strong-willed people. They didn't show any expression on their faces. They just looked coldly at Ito. I have said what I need to say. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. I'll look forward to your reply in 3 days. After saying that, he kissed Yi's forehead and disappeared from the sight of the three, leaving the three with shocked expressions. Looking at the three people in the big puddle, Yi snorted coldly and returned to the house. After leaving the Rubik's Cube world, Ito remembered that he still had to eat with Reina. He had no choice but to walk out of the room and eat the breakfast prepared by Reina in the living room. The two of them left the residence and went to Eastern University. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the night of the third day, Ito appeared in the Rubik's Cube world on time. He just happened to see Yi activating a rejuvenation talisman to treat Ash Wolf. Yo! Ito smiled and greeted the three captives and Yi. Ah-chung, you came. Yi replied with a smile. And is this guy gonna die? Ito pointed at Ash Wolf, who was being treated. This person was already seriously injured by the needle forging technique. Plus, the treatment only stabilized the injury. Then you threw him into the water, and he almost died on the first day. This is the 3rd time I've treated him. Yi rolled his eyes at Ito. I really forgot. Ito smiled embarrassedly at Yi. He walked to the three captives and squatted down. He looked at them and asked, How is it? The feeling of being cold, hungry, and uncomfortable is not good. Are you ready to confess? Kill us if you have the guts. Ash Wolf, who was being treated, shouted weakly. However, because he was very hungry and injured, he was obviously weak. It seems that the soaking is not enough. Ito shook his head and looked at the black-robed man. What about you? Wishful thinking. I believe that you will soon taste the consequences of holding us captive. The black-robed man sneered and looked at Ito mockingly. Oh, Ito raised his eyebrows and looked thoughtfully at the two black-robed men. He nodded and ignored them. What about you? Ito asked the last person. Can you guarantee that you won't kill me and will let me leave alive? The man looked calmly at Ito and asked. I don't think I can guarantee it. Ito shrugged. Then I have nothing to say. The third person closed his eyes again and said, It doesn't matter. Ito didn't pay attention to the three of them. He just sat aside and took out the 2 short sticks used by the black-robed man and carefully observed them. On the 2 short sticks, just like the destroyed sword, there were a large number of complicated lines carved on the surface of the sticks, forming a beautiful and mysterious pattern. A large number of millimeter-sized symbols were interspersed in the pattern and covered the surface of the sticks in a certain order. Curious, Ito had to take out a large piece of white paper and ink from the room. He spread the ink on the sticks and then wrapped the paper A moment later, he unfolded the paper and saw an irregular pattern appear on the paper. Although he didn't know what it was, Ito, who was very familiar with the yin-yang barrier, felt that this pattern was similar to it. For the time being, Ito put his feelings aside and took out a new piece of paper. He began to write the small symbols in the pattern one by one on the white paper. He saw that the symbols were clearly similar to Egyptian characters and filled the entire white paper. "What is this?" Ito frowned and muttered to himself. After a long while, Ito, who couldn't figure out what it was, could only use action to verify what it was. He told Yi to take out a few wooden or iron sticks from the warehouse again. Ito put the other sticks aside and only took the wooden stick. He used his mental power to quickly scan the pattern on the white paper and memorize it. Then, he took a small knife and began to carve on the wooden stick. Ito's hands were very steady and his control was very strong. Therefore, other than the many lines that were troublesome to carve, there wasn't much trouble. He quickly finished carving the pattern on the wooden stick. After waiting for a long time and seeing no strange reaction from the wooden stick, Ito began to carve the words one by one. This took a bit longer, but fortunately he had his mental power, so he didn't have to worry about mistakes. Unfortunately, after carving the last rune, he still didn't see any changes on the wooden stick. Somewhat puzzled, Ito took the short stick used by the black-robed man and examined it. In the end, he found a small black crystal that was almost the same color as the stick. Ito steeled his heart and took the crystal off and pressed it on the wooden stick. Almost immediately, the pattern on the wooden stick glowed faintly. It lasted for a second before disappearing. It was the same as before the crystal was installed. Ito didn't believe it and waved the wooden stick in his hand. In an instant, there was a crack sound and the wooden stick broke into pieces and fell to the ground. Chapter 132. Please collect, please Sanjiang, please recommend. Sanjiang seems to be able to cast his last vote tonight. And Ito frowned and reached out to pick up the wooden stick fragments on the ground. After pondering for a moment, he picked up the crystal on the ground again. He took out another wooden stick and only engraved the pattern without engraving any runes on it. Then he pressed the crystal back onto the stick. Another faint light flashed. The wooden stick didn't break, but its color became darker. As Ito waved it, it made a woo-woo sound. He was a little surprised as he reached out and knocked on the surface of the wooden stick. The feeling of knocking on brittle pig iron came from his fingers. "Is this an enhancement?" Ito whispered softly. He took the crystal off the wooden stick and held it in front of his eyes to observe it carefully. He found that it wasn't any kind of natural crystal he had seen before. It was crystal clear, like a high-quality crystal. The texture was somewhat similar to a diamond, but the energy characteristics were similar to some special ores. Ito, who really didn't understand, put the crystal back into his palm and began to study the runes. This time, Ito-sei took all the sticks around him and carefully engraved a layer of runes on the surface of each stick. After that, he began to engrave runes on each stick in the form of one rune or 2 or 3 runes in a row on each stick. However, there were a lot of runes. Even if he finished engraving all the runes on the wooden sticks, he only used less than half of the total number of runes. Ito took the wooden stick with the least runes and inlaid the crystal in his hand on it. In an instant, the familiar light flashed again, and then a strange feeling surrounded the surface of the wooden stick and exuded. Ito, who didn't know what was going on, spread out his mental power and wrapped it around the wooden stick. In an instant, a strange element appeared in Ito's perception. After memorizing this feeling, Ito picked up another wooden stick and began to experiment. Similarly, a strange element appeared in Ito's perception. Ito tried all the wooden sticks and found that some of the runes on the wooden sticks had no effect at all, while some of the runes on the wooden sticks would cause changes. In particular, the combination of several runes on the wooden stick actually turned the wooden stick into something like a torch. Blue flames jumped and burned at the tip of the wooden stick. Is this alchemy? Say Ito now understood the general concept of the pattern and runes on the wooden stick. Then he whispered to himself. With this thought in mind, Say Ito decisively took the iron stick on the side and engraved the pattern on it. Then he used his understanding of modern chemistry to engrave the pattern on it in a certain order, then press the crystal on it. In an instant, the originally shiny iron stick changed color. Then, as if it was corroded by a corrosive liquid, it began to melt from the top. A sticky substance emitting an unpleasant smell dripped down from the iron stick and fell to the ground, corroding a small hole in the ground. Sure enough, it's alchemy. Seito confirmed his conjecture. At the same time, he also knew that the crystal might have come from an alchemy product. At this time, Seito took out the crystal and held it in his hand. Then he walked in front of the two men in black and shouted condescendingly, "How can you have an alchemy product?" Song Lang, who was a bit impatient, was startled by Seito's words and weakly said, "How do you know?" "Sure enough, then you are from the Sage Parliament?" Seito frowned and said, "That's right." Before Song Lang could speak, the man with the cold voice abruptly said, looking at the coal man's performance, Seito closely stared at his eyes. After a moment, he smiled and said in a soft but firm tone, "You lied to me." Then he ignored the other party and returned to the pile of sticks and pondered. The reason why he was sure that the cold man in black was lying to him was mainly because of his intuition, followed by a kind of reaction during the process of looking at each other. And finally, it was his reasoning. That black-robed man's performance clearly had a hint of wanting to cover it up. Obviously, he didn't want the reckless Song Lang to speak too much. If he was really from the Sage Parliament, he could have let Song Lang speak himself. There was no need for him to speak up. After confirming that the two black-robed men weren't from the Sage Parliament, Seito relaxed a bit. But it wasn't that easy. An organization that could get alchemy products from the Sage Parliament was certainly not small. Even if it was small, its strength should be very formidable. Otherwise, why would the Sage Parliament have so much free time to trade their private property with the other party? So Seito paid more attention to the black-robed man's previous words of regret. With this understanding, Seito decided that he couldn't let these two guys die. He had to get some information from their mouths. After all, know yourself and know your enemy, and you won't be tired in 100 battles. Restraining his thoughts, he once again threw himself into the research of the alchemy weapon in front of him. He found that trying to understand those unique characters wasn't worth the loss. He might as well directly use what he understood and refine his own alchemy weapon. Perhaps he wasn't as mature as the other party, but it was still his own. He could do as he pleased without being constrained by the rules. But there was one thing that Seito was scratching his head, and that was the production of the crystal in his hand. This was clearly a mature mass production system, and it was suitable for alchemy weapons. But Seito obviously didn't have that kind of technology, so he had no choice but to change to another way to provide energy for the alchemy weapon. For example, spiritual force, or the energy within the weapon. He engraved the pattern of the other party on a new iron rod, and then, according to his own ideas, he filled it with the runes unique to the yin-yang technique. The moment the crystal was put in, the iron rod shone fiercely, followed by a violent explosion, and a large amount of iron fragments sputtered out. Fortunately, Seito reacted quickly and used energy to lay down a layer of defense in front of him. Otherwise, he would have definitely been injured. Scientific experiments are really dangerous. Seito smiled bitterly. He once again threw himself into the experiment. Inside the Rubik's Cube world, there would be an explosion every once in a while, and then it would disappear into the void. Just like that, the sounds of explosions continued for an entire night. On the second day, Yi reminded Seito that it was time to go out, and Seito woke up from that fascinated state. Looking at himself in a sorry state, Seito smiled bitterly. He really didn't know that he had the potential to be a scientist. After a simple wash, Seito learned his lesson last time and didn't stay in the Rubik's Cube world to eat, and directly went out of the Rubik's Cube world. After having breakfast with Rita Ito, the two of them slowly walked towards Eastern University. Halfway there, Sei Ito, who was talking and laughing with Rita Ito, frowned and stopped. "What's wrong?" Rita Ito asked with some doubts, and at the same time, her eyes began to sweep around. She knew that something that can make Sei Ito have this kind of expression is definitely not a good thing. "You go to school first, I have to deal with something first," Sei Ito said to Rita Ito with a smile. "Okay." Rita Ito looked deeply at Sei Ito and tactfully agreed, then turned around and left without looking back. Looking at the back of Rita Ito, Sei Ito took a deep breath, then turned around with a serious face and walked toward an alley. After Sei Ito disappeared in the alley, Sei Ito shouted to the void, "Come out! You are very good." A somewhat hoarse voice sounded from behind Sei Ito. Hearing the voice, Sei Ito turned around and stared at the opposite figure. He saw a thin young man with dry hair standing there, looking at Sei Ito with appreciation. "Who are you?" Sei Ito asked. "I think you should know where I came from," the thin young man said. "How could I know?" Sei Ito sneered. "Well, let me remind you. 3 days ago, at night, in the alley of XX Street, there were 2 black-robed men and maybe another guy," the thin young man said. Every time Sei Ito said a word, his heart jumped, and a strong, killing intent lingered in the bottom of his heart. However, although Sei Ito was shocked, he still found a problem from the words of the thin young man. That is, he was not sure about the existence of the other person. In other words, the magic cube was not exposed, and the thin young man learned all of this in other ways. "How do you know?" Sei Ito asked with a solemn face. "Don't you know that there's a method in this world called astrology?" The thin young man laughed, and it was hard to say whether it was ridicule or admiration. Chapter 133. Please collect, please Sanjiang, please recommend, please continue. I always thought it was a legend, Sei Ito said. This directly made the thin young man smile stop, and he said with some hesitation, "Well, let's not talk about those useless things. Now I just have one thing to tell you. Before 7 o'clock tonight, I hope to see the appearance of those 2 people. If you still don't see them after the time, then what awaits you is our revenge. So for the sake of your own life and your family, please consider my suggestion." The young man's expression became more and more serious, especially when he reached the end of the sentence. He already had a serious look on his face. It's just that he didn't know whether it was intentional or unintentional. But when he said family, he obviously emphasized the pronunciation. After that, the thin young man bowed slightly, and his body gradually disappeared into the soil. Looking at the way the young man disappeared, Sei Ito's pupils shrank. Then he left the alley with a blank expression and walked toward Eastern University. When he arrived not far from the gate of Eastern University, he saw Ito Rina standing there with a worried face, like an ant on a hot pan, walking back and forth. Looking at Ito Rina's performance, Sei Ito's gloomy mood was slightly better. He quickly walked to Ito Rina's side. In the latter's surprised and comforted expression, he smiled at Ito Rina. Then the two walked through the gate of Eastern University and walked toward their respective courses. After quietly finishing the morning archaeology course, Sei Ito, who had a psychological problem, returned to his residence early. He returned to his bedroom, locked the door, and flashed into the Rubik's Cube world. "Ah-chung, why are you here so early?" Yi asked in surprise. He turned to look at the clock on the wall and found that it was only noon. He looked at Sei Ito with a puzzled look. "Hey, trouble is coming," Sei Ito said helplessly, but there was no urgency or anxiety in his tone. "What's wrong?" Yi asked curiously. Sei Ito shrugged and said with disgust, "It's all because of those 2 black-robed men. Their organization came to me and demanded that I hand over the person before 7 p.m. If I don't hand him over, they will take revenge." "Then what are you going to do?" From Sei Ito's tone, Yi knew that Sei Ito must have an idea. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so relaxed. "What else can we do? If you ask me to, I'll do it. However, how to put it back, and what it will become after it is put back. There are many things that can be manipulated. Sei-Ito laughed sinisterly. Listening to Sei-Ito's shameless words, Yi also laughed. Aren't you afraid that the other party will get angry out of embarrassment? It's their fault for being so vague. You can't blame me. Sei-Ito said innocently, which made Yi laugh again. Sei-Ito waited for Yi to stop laughing. After a while, he stood up and said, "Let's go. It's time to deal with those two." Okay. Yi nodded and followed. He wanted to see what Sei-Ito was going to do. Sei-Ito laughed as soon as he reached the edge of the puddle. Then, under the three people's gazes, he kicked the two black-robed men in the head. You, Song Lang, and the black-robed man looked at Sei-Ito coldly. Their eyes were fierce, and their faces were filled with anger. Congratulations, your organization is here to ask for the two of you. Sei-Ito sneered as he looked at the two black-robed men. Then, without waiting for them to be happy, he continued, "However, your organization's contact has some language problems. He only said that the two of you must appear in front of them alive. He didn't say anything about whether the two of you should appear healthy, whole, or missing an arm or a leg. So, I can only reply according to my own understanding. So pray that I don't think of enough things later." Sei-Ito's eyes flashed fiercely as he spoke. Hearing this, the faces of the two black-robed men who were happy just now immediately changed. They looked at Ito, with resentment. Sei-Ito ignored the two black-robed men's resentment. He kicked Song Lang out of the water and threw him to the ground. Song Lang, who was already seriously injured, immediately coughed violently after being thrown to the ground. Large mouthfuls of blood were coughed out by Song Lang, as if they were free. Sei-Ito walked at Song Lang's side and threw a rejuvenation talisman to save Song Lang's life. Then, he suddenly broke Song Lang's dislocated limbs into several pieces. He directly shattered all the joints. You. Song Lang's eyes were wide open. He looked at Sei-Ito with his eyes bulging. He couldn't speak properly. Sei-Ito snorted coldly and said, "You should be glad that you're seriously injured." After saying that, he ignored Song Lang and kicked the black-robed man out of the water. The black-robed man's injuries weren't serious to begin with. So, other than some pain from the fall and some tightness in his chest, he didn't have any other reaction. Then, he reached out and pried open the black-robed man's chin. His right hand instantly produced a yellow talisman. After activating it with the energy in his body, he immediately stuffed it into the black-robed man's mouth. The black-robed man looked terrified as he turned into a cloud of black ash and disappeared into his mouth. Then he took off the black-robed man's outer clothes, revealing his naked upper body. Then he took a brush, dipped it in the cinnabar blood ink that he had prepared beforehand, and began to draw on the black-robed man's upper body. Strange rune patterns and lines appeared on the black-robed man's body. They continued in a certain order, like a blood-red river flowing through the black-robed man's body. When all the patterns and lines were finished, Sei-Ito took out a 9-centimeter-long fine hair needle and pierced it into the black-robed man's head. In an instant, the black-robed man, who still had some consciousness, had a confused look in his eyes. He fell straight to the ground, motionless like a corpse. "Ah-chung, what are you doing?" Yi was confused by Sei-Ito's method and asked curiously. "This is a method of refining living corpses that I learned from the Maoshan spells of the Kunlun sect. However, this method is relatively cruel. Often, the refined living corpses will lose their consciousness and their lifespan will be very short. They will only have about 7 days left to live. However, the advantage is that the refining time is short. A few hours is enough, and it's easy to control. Moreover, no matter how strong the refined living corpses were when they were alive, their strength will skyrocket after being refined. It's a good choice if you only want to use them for some special purposes." Sei-Ito explained to Yi. He didn't notice that as he explained, the guy's face kept changing. The muscles on his face twitched little by little. Ash Wolf's face turned green. His eyes were filled with fear despair, and a trace of relief. Unfortunately, this method has a lot of restrictions. One of them is that the person refining the living corpses must have a strong body. Moreover, this is my first time refining, so my method isn't mature enough. I hope there won't be any accidents when I'm done refining this afternoon. Seito said regretfully. Yi laughed dryly. He didn't make any comments. Obviously, he was also shocked by Seito's method. Originally, if they were honest, I was going to give them a quick death. Unfortunately, their organization came knocking on our door. It seems that if they don't listen, they will make a move on Mother and the others. Since they did it, they can't blame me for being cruel. Seito sneered. Then what about him? Yi pointed at the person who was still soaking in the water and asked. Seito stroked his chin and pondered. If you promise not to refine me into a plaything, I will tell you what I know. I only ask that you give me a quick death. The person soaking in the water couldn't stand Seito's stare and quickly said, Oh, you figured it out? Seito asked in surprise. I figured it out. The person's face twitched as he looked at the person in black who was emitting red light. Well, I agree with what you said. Ito-sei nodded and reached out to pull the man out of the puddle and threw him aside. Say it, Seito said. What do you want to know? The person looked at Seito calmly and asked, You should introduce yourself to me first. Seito said, Musashi Heiji belongs to the Kyoto royal family, Chunin. The person who was Musashi Heiji said concisely, Ninja? Ito-sei looked at Musashi Hitsugu in front of him in surprise and then nodded. How did you come to Tokyo, and why were you chased by those two guys? Seito asked curiously. Chapter 134. Please collect, please recommend, please Sanjiang. It's the last day of Sanjiang. If you have nothing to do, please go. Thanks. Today's stool is bleeding. It almost scared the hell out of me. Now my abdomen feels like it's being pricked by needles. Actually, I didn't come to Yodo, but the person I followed came to Yodo, Musashi explained. Because the situation in Kyoto has been chaotic recently, ISC Grand Shrine requested the royal family to send ninjas to assist in investigating the cause of the demon outbreak. This mission was led by me and 2 other Chunin. After many investigations, I finally found some clues a few days ago. Because I didn't trust the strength of those Chunin, this mission was carried out by me personally. After that, by chance, I found the target I was following and followed the target to Yodo. When the target was fighting with the 2 men in black, I didn't know why I was discovered, and then you know the rest. In other words, the situation in Kyoto may have something to do with the organization of the 2 men in black? Seito frowned. Based on the current information, yes, Musashi Heisei said. However, shouldn't there be a recognized team for this kind of mission? Seito nodded and said, You may have some misunderstandings about the class of ninja. Musashi said, The so-called Jonin doesn't only refer to ninjas who have reached a certain level of ability, but also to have enough merit, or to have a special ability in a certain aspect. That is to say, some Chunin are not necessarily worse than a Jonin? Seito asked. Yes. Musashi nodded and admitted. What about you? Ordinary Chunin? Or a Chunin with the strength of a Jonin? Seito asked. This question is very important. Seito can use him to calculate the strength of the so-called Jonin and the overall strength of ninjas. My strength is only close to a Jonin. My essence is still a Chunin. Musashi said calmly. Oh. Seito nodded and suddenly said, I remember that ninjas can choose their lord. Yes. Although Musashi Heisei didn't know what Seito meant, he had an idea in his mind. Then how about you recognize me as your master? Seito looked into Musashi's eyes and asked softly, Why? Musashi Heisei didn't immediately agree. Instead, he asked in confusion, Because you're a ninja. Seito pointed to Musashi Taichi and said, Because your ninja identity is very suitable for me to do some things for you. And most of these things are part of your job, so in the spirit of making the best use of everything, I chose you. Takashi Heisei struggled for a moment, but he didn't want to die now that he had a chance to live. In just a moment, Taitsuga's face became firm. He controlled his dislocated limbs, endured the severe pain, and said with his forehead touching the ground, I ended Taitsu Musashi, hereby swear allegiance to the monarch in front of me. I will obey his orders, and I will not disobey. If I disobey, I will die a horrible death. I, Sei Ito of the Ito clan, accept your allegiance. Sei Ito looked indifferently at Musashi Heisei, who was lying in front of him, and said. Then he stretched out his hand and put Musashi Heisei's limbs back and helped him up. Although your oath is good, but to be on the safe side, I will leave something on your body. Sei Ito looked at Musashi Heisei and said directly, I will obey your orders. Musashi Heisei knelt on the ground and bowed. Good. Sei Ito nodded, waved his hand, and took out a talisman. Then he activated it with a spiritual ritual, then handed it to Musashi Heisei and said, Eat it. Yes. Musashi Heisei looked at the talisman that Sei Ito took out, and a trace of fear flashed on his face. Then he closed his eyes and ate the talisman. The talisman melted in his mouth, and it didn't have the strange smell of what pulped like ordinary paper, which saved Musashi Heisei from chewing. Then Sei Ito continued to order. Relax your mind. Yes. Musashi Heisei was completely obedient at this time. Almost without thinking, he closed his eyes and began to relax his mind. After a while, Sei Ito saw that it was about time. He released his spiritual power and invaded Musashi Heisei's mind. Then he used his spiritual power to construct a seal enchantment to cover Musashi Heisei's head. This was just to prevent Musashi Heitsugu from being caught by others in the future and having his memory scanned. Then, another spiritual hint was sent to the bottom of the barrier. The general content was that they couldn't tell the other party anything about Ito Seiji and that they were loyal to Ito Seiji. After doing this, Sei Ito took back his spiritual power and said with a pale face, It's done. Although Musashi Heisei relaxed his spiritual power to reduce spiritual resistance. But Musashi Heisei himself is a chunin, and he has undergone inhuman endurance and willpower training, so his spiritual power is very strong and tough. So even the instinctive resistance of his spiritual power is not weak, not to mention that Sei Ito is fighting in his opponent's home field. At this time, Musashi Heisei opened his eyes again, only to feel that Sei Ito in front of him is a lot more friendly, and the thought of recognizing this person as his lord is surging in his heart. Continue to tell me about the situation in Kyoto. Sei Ito took a few deep breaths. His face became ruddy again and said, Yes, Lord. Musashi Heisei bowed his head and responded. Then Musashi Heisei poured out all the information he knew about the Kyoto royal family, about the ninjas, and about the current situation in Kyoto. This made Sei Ito have a clearer understanding of the traditional forces in Japan for the first time. 5 hours passed by slowly just like that. On the other side, the black-clothed man who has been shrouded in red light suddenly changed at this time. The red light on the black-clothed man's body first burst out fiercely, and at the same time, a very powerful aura spread out. But in the blink of an eye, the red light returned to the body, and the aura quickly weakened, becoming only a little stronger than the black-clothed man himself. In the end, there was still an accident. Sei Ito saw the change in the black-clothed man's body and shook his head regretfully. What's wrong? Yi, who was attracted by the red light, asked. Because of the first refining, my hand is a little rough, and the growth of strength is not much. Obviously, most of the energy is wasted. Sei Ito said. So, Yi nodded and asked, what do we do now? Anyway, it's just a casual use. It doesn't matter. Sei Ito shrugged and didn't care at all. What about that guy? Just take him out like this? Yi pointed to the side of Songlang Island. How is that possible? Sei Ito looked at Yi with a very surprised look, as if the latter was telling a joke. Yi directly punched Sei Ito. Sei Ito pretended to cry out in pain, then came to the front of Songlang, bent over, pinched its chin, and pulled out its tongue. Then he took out a small fine brush, dipped it in cinnabar blood ink, and drew a six-pointed star pattern on Tsang Lang's tongue with a small word in the middle. Then he used his mental strength to activate the word, and it was done. That's it. Say Ito finished, released his hand, put it in the puddle at the side, and said, "That's it? I thought it would be some earth-shattering method." Yi looked at Sei Ito strangely and said, Sei Ito pointed to Tsang Lang on the ground and laughed. "It's not worth it. A guy who doesn't have much time to live. How can he have so much time to make it? The next seal will do. Just make sure he can't speak." Yi glanced at Musashi Haitsugu behind the two and said to Sei Ito beside him, "Aren't you afraid that others will check your memory?" He seemed to be saying that since you have already done it to this person, why don't you do it to Tsang Lang? His resistance is too strong. It's better not to do this kind of forcibly invading other people's minds. But it's also a problem. I still need to make it. Sei Ito said, walked to the top of Tsang Lang's head, dipped the fine brush in cinnabar blood ink, and drew a complicated pattern around Tsang Lang's entire head. A big word was written on it. Then he used his mental strength to walk along the pattern again. And when he saw the pattern flashed and completely disappeared under Tsang Lang's head, he stopped the movement of his hand. "Well, these two guys are done. Wait for an hour and then throw them out." Sei Ito stood up and looked at the two black-clothed people on the ground and said, "Yi, also come out. Maybe there will be a fight." "Okay." Yi nodded and agreed. "As for you, go back to the royal family. If possible, recruit a few more ninjas to join your team." Sei Ito looked at Musashi Haitsugu and said, "Yes." Musashi Heisei replied without hesitation, "I want to see what kind of organization you are." Sei Ito's eyes fell on the two people again and muttered to himself, Chapter 135. Please collect, please recommend. Since yesterday, I always feel a slight pain somewhere in my abdomen. Half an hour before 7 p.m. Sei Ito put the two black-robed people in a large black plastic bag. After walking out of the residence, he immediately took out the plastic bag and threw it in the garbage pile. Then a person left the garbage pile and disappeared in a flash. A moment later, the black plastic bag moved slightly, and a black-robed man with hollow eyes came out of the bag. He pulled the crippled ash wolf onto his back and disappeared quickly. "Hey, the show is about to start." Somewhere on the roof of a building, Sei Ito and Yi stood together and laughed in a low voice. Then he turned to Musashi Heisei behind him and said, "You go too." "Yes." Musashi Heisei responded and respectfully retreated into the darkness. His body instantly blended into the darkness and disappeared. Ninja's technique is a bit strange. Sei Ito used his spiritual power to see the whole process of Musashi Heisei's retreat and disappearance, and said to himself with some emotion, "Let's go too." Sei Ito said to Yi, then turned and walked away quickly. Yi, who was behind him, nodded and quickly followed him. "What's the situation?" Somewhere in a dimly lit room, the thin young man that Sei Ito had seen once asked the black-robed person in front of him. "I can already divine the location of Gray Wolf and Blood Wolf." In the darkness, the black-robed person said in a strange voice, "Can I finally divine it?" It seems that the other party is very tactful and released the two of them. The thin young man's eyebrows stretched, and he smiled with a relaxed face. But the situation is a bit strange. The black-robed person with a strange voice said again after the thin young man finished speaking, "What?" The thin young man raised his eyebrows and said, "I don't know. You may need to see it yourself." The black-robed person said, "All right, give me their current positions." The skinny young man nodded and said, "They are currently at XX Streets, XX Street. Based on their current situation, you will be able to see them there," the black-robed man said. "All right, I'll go check on the two of them now. I hope the other party doesn't play any tricks. Otherwise, I won't let him off easily," the skinny young man said with a fierce expression. Then he opened the door and walked out. "It can block my astrology. What an interesting ability." At this moment, only the black-robed man was left in the room, and a clear voice suddenly rang out. At this time, the thin young man who had walked out of the room came downstairs. He opened the door of a Toyota sedan, ignited the engine, and quickly drove toward the address given by the black-robed man. The distance between the two sides was not far, and there was a car as a means of transportation. The skinny young man soon arrived near the location given by the black-robed man. Sitting in the car, he quickly searched the crowd through the window. Soon, a somewhat strange combination attracted his attention. When the thin young man saw the combination, his brows furrowed tightly. He quickly opened the car door, got out, and ran towards the weird combination. Wolf! Blood wolf! The skinny young man came to the side of the weird combination and shouted angrily when he saw the situation of the two people. It was impossible for the skinny young man not to be angry. This was completely different from the result he imagined when he was sent back in one piece. This was simply a provocation, a naked humiliation. The two people whose names were called raised their heads and looked at the skinny young man with empty eyes. In an instant, the ashen-faced wolf became excited. His mouth opened and closed to say something, but the skinny young man could only see Wolf's lips opening and closing again and again, but no sound came out of his mouth. The other blood wolf's eyes flashed with a blood-red light. It suddenly stretched out its hands and grabbed the young man's calves like sharp claws. Its 5 fingers pierced into the young man's flesh like iron hooks, and it remained motionless. The great pain immediately made the angry young man come back to his senses. After discovering the source of the great pain, he was even more furious. He slapped Blood Wolf's head fiercely. Blood Wolf's head flashed slightly, allowing the young man's palm to fall on his shoulder. Then, Blood Wolf, who was not affected at all, stretched out his head and opened his mouth to bite the young man's small body. Ouch! The young man only felt an inhuman pain coming from his lower body. His face was pale, and he was sweating profusely. The passers-by around were completely shocked by the young man's shout. After seeing what had happened, they stopped and watched with an inconceivable and strange expression. Blood Wolf saw that the attack worked, and his head fiercely swung to the side. With a zilla sound, the fabric was torn and the sound of muscle leaving the body was heard. A mass of bloody flesh appeared in Blood Wolf's mouth and was swallowed by Blood Wolf as he chewed. Ouch! In an instant, all the people around who saw this scene involuntarily felt a sense of disgust and wanted to vomit. You're so disgusting. Somewhere, Yi, who was hiding and watching the show, said to Sei Ito beside him. Since he disgusts me, I'll disgust him. Not only his mind, I'll disgust his body. Sei Ito laughed and did not care about Yi's words at all. He just continued to control Blood Wolf's actions. After Blood Wolf swallowed the mass of flesh, he stretched out his head again and bit the young man's thigh. Bastard! Bastard! The young man roared and completely disregarded the saying that he could not expose his power in front of ordinary people. His hands were covered in flames, and he slapped Blood Wolf's body. With a shiong sound, Blood Wolf's body burned as if it was splashed with fuel. When the ordinary people around saw this, they immediately screamed in horror. Then, the crowd uncontrollably became chaotic and ran around. What followed was the crowding and casualties caused by the panic. In this case, the Ministry of Environment should intervene. Sei Ito whispered to himself, "You did this to get the Ministry of Environment involved?" Yi heard Sei Ito's words and asked curiously, "Of course. I won't be at ease if I don't give them some trouble. You have to know that they are an organization and we are only 2 people. If we count Musashi, it's 3 people. How can we be their opponent? Only by involving the Ministry of Environment and letting them deal with them can we reduce the pressure on our side." Sei Ito explained, "You're not afraid that Guy will be angry and give you away?" Yi asked worriedly. "I've seen some of that guy's methods. If the Ministry of Environment only deals with it as a normal matter, the people who come to execute the task will definitely not be able to stop him from escaping. When the time comes, the Ministry of Environment will feel provoked and increase the intensity of the investigation." Sei Ito said, "Then won't you be in danger if he escapes?" Yi still asked worriedly, What if he finds an organization to deal with you? If this kind of thing happened, if he still has some dignity as a man, he will never let the organization intervene. He will do it himself. If he's alone in front of you and me, it won't be a big problem. Say Ito, comforted. Yi looked at the crazy skinny young man and could only believe Sei Ito's speculation. In the field, the skinny young man with blood-red eyes suddenly turned his head to the crippled Ash Wolf. Under Ash Wolf's terrified gaze, he slapped Ash Wolf's head 720 degrees. Ash Wolf's neck was twisted into a mess. Ash Wolf died with his eyes open and looked into the distance. I'm going to kill you. After killing Ash Wolf, the skinny young man looked up to the sky and roared. Then, as if venting his anger, he cruelly killed the surrounding ordinary people who were not in a hurry to escape. Only then did he turn around and leave while panting heavily, quickly disappearing into the night. Not long after the skinny young man left, a helicopter flew above the scene of the incident. The huge wind pressure from the rotating propellers blew the dust on the ground away. Two young men in black combat suits jumped down from the helicopter and landed on the field. They frowned and observed. "We should leave." Sei Ito saw that the people from a Ministry of Environment had arrived and pulled Yi aside. "Okay." Yi nodded. The two then disappeared into the night. Chapter 136. Please add it to your collection and recommend it. At night, I will continue to correct the mistakes in the previous chapters. I estimate that after this morning, all the mistakes in the chapters will be corrected. I believe that by then, it will be easier to read. The two were not in a hurry to go back. They strolled around the streets of Tokyo like an ordinary couple. Perhaps because it was the first time that Yi and Sei Ito went shopping in the main world, she was in an upright and unyielding nature. She pulled Sei Ito and ran around the streets. When she saw something she was interested in, she would ask Sei Ito to buy it and play with it for a long time. The two slowly strolled around for a long time before heading back to their residence. "Yi, I'm afraid that you will have to suffer for the next few days." On the way to their residence, Sei Ito said apologetically to Yi. "I know, it's okay." Yi gently shook his head and said indifferently, "I will get rid of that guy as soon as possible. When the time comes, I will take you to openly appear in front of our family." Sei Ito stopped and turned around. He grabbed Yi's arms with both hands, a pair of deep gem-like eyes filled with a serious expression. And Yi was unconsciously lost in Sei Ito's eyes, a blissful and blurred expression on his face. Sei Ito looked at Yi's appearance and reached out to embrace Yi's waist. He bowed his head and deeply kissed Yi. After a long while, the blushing Yi somewhat embarrassedly pushed Sei Ito and said, "It's not good to do it on the street." It doesn't matter. If they want to watch, they can watch. It's not like they can't lose a piece of meat." Sei Ito laughed unscrupulously. His eyes swept around and found that there were indeed 2 or 3 figures who were watching the two kissing. Immediately, he pulled Yi, whose face was still blushing, and quickly left the place. Nothing happened on the way. The two quickly returned to their residence. When they were still some distance away from their residence, Yi took the katana handed over by Sei Ito, nodded to Sei Ito, and flashed away from Sei Ito's side, disappearing into the night. After standing in the same place for a moment, Sei Ito took a deep breath and strode toward the residence. "Open the door, go upstairs, open the door. You're back." In the room, Rita Ito, who was only wearing a small white tank top and tight black hot pants, revealing a large area of her tender and white figure, said to Ito Sei, who was walking into the room. Looking at Reina, he turned his eyes to the side and nodded and said, "I am back. Why are you so late today?" Lena glanced at the quartz watch on the wall and said with a frown, 12:40 p.m. "There are some things that need to be dealt with." Seito took off his shoes and explained. "Oh." Reina nodded and did not ask what Seito was going to do. Now Reina understood that some things were better not to get to the bottom of it. Otherwise, it would cause her trouble. The two talked for a while, Reina turned off the TV, got up, and walked back to the room step by step. Ito's expression changed instantly after Reina left. He took out a few boundary cornerstones from the space and arranged them in the room. Then he came to the center of the room and quickly formed a seal with both hands. A moment later, a bright light flashed in the room and melted into the surrounding walls, disappearing without a trace. After doing this, Ito was relieved, turned and went to the bathroom to take a bath and prepare to rest. After a good night's sleep, Ito and Reina Ito sat at the table in the morning and began to eat. Second sister, let's walk together at noon and after school in the afternoon. Ito swallowed the rice in his mouth and suddenly said, why? Didn't we go our separate ways in the past? Reina's hand paused, and he looked at Ito Ichi in surprise. How should I say it? It's just that it's better for us to walk together recently. Ito frowned and said a little rascally, did something happen recently? Reina was not stupid. How could she not guess that something happened from Ito's behavior? So she quickly asked with concern, something, but it's just a small matter. You don't have to worry. Ito nodded and admitted, but he was afraid that Reina would think too much, so he just said vaguely, you're still lying to me. Would you make a fuss about a small matter to the point of walking together to and from school? Isn't it dangerous? Reina angrily put the bowl in her hand on the table, making a bang sound, and shouted. A little. Ito saw that Reina was angry, so he could only nod and admit, but he would not tell the truth about the danger. Okay, if you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Reina saw that Ito still had this attitude, so she snorted coldly, picked up the bowl on the table, and ate a few mouthfuls quickly. She finished the food, then threw the bowl into the kitchen sink, picked up the bag on the side, and walked out quickly. Hey. Seeing this, Ito quickly put down the bowl and chopsticks in his hand, ran over and grabbed Reina's arm, not letting her leave. He said helplessly, why are you being difficult? Let go. Linai fiercely swung her arm that was caught and shouted. However, her strength was no match for Ito's. She couldn't get rid of him even after shaking for a long time. She had to accept her fate and let Ito catch her in his hand. She turned her head to one side and ignored Ito. Okay, I'll tell you the truth. Ito was helpless. It was really a headache to meet an adolescent sister. He forcefully pulled Reina to the side of the sofa and pressed her to sit on it. He sat on a coffee table opposite Reina, looked at her, and said, things are indeed a little dangerous, but I have made some preparations. As long as that person dares to come, I will never let him have an easy time. What I'm afraid is that he won't attack me directly, but you. After listening to Ito's explanation, Reina didn't throw a tantrum anymore, but she still asked very unhappily, what the hell is going on? I've been unlucky recently. I was implicated in a special incident, and then something happened. I provoked the other party a little. Ito vaguely explained, but the general situation was explained clearly. Reina also speculated in her mind about the incident and roughly figured out some things. What did you do to him? Reina asked curiously. It's better for a girl not to know. Ito couldn't tell her what he did. It was disgusting enough, and he didn't want Reina to spit out what she had just eaten. Forget it if you don't want to say. Reina pouted and suddenly shouted, right, since the other party wants to take revenge on me, then sister and mother. Don't worry, the other party skills are not necessarily a match for sister, let alone mother. You are in the most danger now, so you have to be obedient and endure for a few days. Ito said, okay. Reina sighed. She suddenly had a desire to become stronger. Although this feeling of being protected was good, she still felt a little unwilling. After comforting Reina Ito hurriedly finished his breakfast, picked up the bag beside him, and walked to school with Reina. After arriving at school, the two agreed to text each other after class and wait for the other party to pick them up. Then, they separated and went to their respective departments to study. After class at noon, Ito first sent a text message to Reina, and then quickly walked to the teaching building of the economics department. Under the gaze of all kinds of fashionable women, he picked up Reina, who was blushing from being teased by the surrounding girls. The two quickly left the group of gossipy girls and walked to their residence. Just like that, a few days passed quietly and smoothly. Ah-chung, it should be okay now. Reina, who was returning to her residence from school, complained to say, Ito, I haven't been able to go out and have fun for the past few days. When my sisters came looking for me, I could only find excuses to reject them. Now they're all complaining about me. There's no other way. If I don't completely get rid of the other party, I really don't feel at ease letting you go out and have fun alone. Ito said helplessly. You can come with me, Linai pouted and said. Forget it. Your sisters are too gossipy. I can't stand it. Especially that girl called Yang Kai. She's a perverted woman. She's too scary. Ito said with black lines on his forehead. Little brother, Yang Kai looks good. She has the body and the face. Why don't you like her? Reina looked at Ito with interest and asked. I can't stand her dressing. Her face is as dark as an African's, and her hair is dyed brown. She looks so non-mainstream. It's too. Ito said politely. That's it. That's hard to say. I'll go back and tell Yang Kai to get rid of her dressing and give you a fresh Yang Kai. Reina, Ito teased. Just as the two of them were talking and laughing, the ground under Reina's feet suddenly changed. Before Reina could notice, a pair of arms stretched out from the ground and grabbed Reina's feet, trying to pull her down. The moment the ground changed, Ito, who noticed that something was wrong with the surroundings, immediately hugged Reina beside him. Then, he released a tremor force from his feet and shook off the hands that were grabbing Reina. He held Reina's body and jumped out. After landing, he jumped 2 more times and completely escaped the range of the mutated ground. Only then did he stop. However, before Ito could breathe a sigh of relief, 4 to 5 hidden weapons flew out from the corner and shot towards Ito and Reina Ito. Chapter 137. Because I had to learn how to write while correcting the wrong words, I had to check it again before uploading, so it was a bit late. Please add, please recommend. Seeing the hidden weapons flying towards him. Ito's expression changed. He wrapped Reina's body tightly with his body and filled his body with energy, causing his body to spin rapidly. A series of ding-ding-dang-dang sounds rang out continuously. A large number of hidden weapons were blocked by Ito and fell to the ground. Ah-chung, Reina, who was in Ito's arms, called out nervously with worry. It's fine, I'm here, Ito said in a low voice. His eyes swept around sharply, only to see 4 black-robed people walk out from the surroundings. They each stood at one end, surrounding Ito and Reina in the middle. Ha! At this moment, a burst of crazy laughter suddenly rang out. An abnormality immediately appeared on the ground between them. A figure slowly rose from the ground, laughing loudly as he rose. The moment that person appeared, Ito already knew who it was. It was the skinny young man who had been turned into a eunuch by him. Ito's pupils shrank. He knew that he definitely wouldn't be able to escape easily today. Moreover, the other party had shamelessly pulled people to attack him. It was clear that the other party held a deep grudge against him. You've finally fallen into my hands. I'll repay you 100-fold for the harm you've inflicted on me. After laughing madly, the skinny young man looked at Ito with a ferocious expression. His eyes flickered with an ominous glint, as if he wanted to tear and devour Ito. Reina, don't resist. Ito couldn't care less about how he usually addressed Reina. His eyes were fixed on the surroundings as he whispered to Reina in his arms. Okay. Reina, who was a little flustered, agreed without thinking. Immediately after, she felt her body tighten. Her vision turned dark and then bright, and she suddenly appeared in a large room. Ah-chung, Linai shouted, somewhat nervous and flustered. After waiting for a while, he realized that Ito showed no signs of responding. This made Lena, who was already panicking, feel even more at a loss. Tears began to well up in his eyes. Where did that woman go? Outside, The thin young man who discovered Ito Rina's sudden disappearance frowned and said with a ferocious expression. However, what he got in return was silence. A feeling of being a clown rose from the bottom of his heart, causing the skinny youth to become even more furious. Go. As long as we capture him, we'll be able to capture that woman sooner or later, the young man roared. As soon as he said that, the four black-robed men immediately moved. They rushed to Sei Ito's side and attacked Sei Ito separately. Without Reina holding him back, Sei Ito was able to move freely. He waved his hand and took out a famous sword from his space, slashing at the four of them. Clang! The sword collided with the hands of one of the black-robed men. At this time, Sei Ito discovered that the four black-robed men were all wearing a layer of gloves made of a strange material. The sword didn't even leave a mark on them. At the moment of this block, the attacks of the other three black-robed men also fell on Sei Ito's body. A huge force penetrated Sei Ito's back kidney, cervical spine, and heart, rushing into Sei Ito's body. Almost instinctively, the energy in Sei Ito's body instantly revolved, wrapping and digesting the three forces that rushed into his body. However, because the impact was too sudden, it still caused some internal injuries to Sei Ito. With a wah sound, Sei Ito opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood that splashed on the ground. Sei Ito's eyes flashed with a sinister light. The energy in his body exploded, breaking through the restraints of his body and fiercely rushing towards the four people beside him. Immediately, the four people's bodies bounced back as if they were hit by a car. Sei Ito endured the internal injuries caused by the energy explosion in his body. His face flushed red. He quickly rushed out and chased in front of one of the black-robed men. He raised his sword and chopped off one of the black-robed men's arms. Just as Sei Ito was about to continue, his legs suddenly went soft and he staggered, missing the opportunity. Then, without thinking, he immediately jumped away and used the wall beside him as a stepping stone to continue chasing after the black-robed man. At this time, the black-robed man who had one of his arms cut off had just gotten up. He stared fiercely at Sei Ito and quickly took out a pill from his bosom and swallowed it. Almost immediately, the black-robed man's eyes flashed with an abnormal red color. His hair stood on end, and his muscles bulged, tearing apart the black robe on his body. Under the black robe, his abnormal body was exposed. Ayo! The mutant black-robed man let out an inhuman roar and rushed towards Sei Ito. Boom! The two men immediately collided with each other, and a loud noise came out from the collision. Then Ito-sei flew out at a faster speed than when he came. He forcibly controlled his body in midair, and after a few somersaults, he dodged the attack of another black-robed man who rushed over and landed on the ground. He turned around and slashed at the calf of the third black-robed man, forcing him away. His legs were like springs as he quickly jumped up and dodged the sneak attacks of the second and fourth black-robed men. He stepped on the arm of the mutant black-robed man and flipped over to land behind the mutant. He then slashed at the mutant's body. Slash! The blade left a shallow wound on the mutant's body. Then it was clamped by the mutant's muscles and couldn't be pulled out. Sei Ito decisively let go and quickly left the ground. He waved his hand and took out the two short sticks used by the black-robed man, called Blood Wolf. He combined them into a long stick and held it in his hand. Immediately, a cold energy rose from the long stick, causing a layer of frost to appear on the ground. Ito Mori shook his bowls, and the long stick shook like a wooden pole and a long spear, bringing up a few stick flowers. Then, Sei Ito lightly tapped the ground and quickly rushed towards the mutant black-robed man. He then used total annihilation and sent the mutant flying towards the other three black-robed men. When the three black-robed men saw the mutant flying towards them, they immediately dodged or jumped and rushed towards Sei Ito without slowing down. At the same time, the ground where Ito-sei landed softened again. A pair of fiery hands rushed out and tore off the corners of Ito-sei's trousers, exposing the burnt skin under his trousers. Ito was annoyed and ferociously used Mountain Spling Strike. A powerful energy flowed through the body of the stick, causing a large area of frost to appear. Together with his body, he fiercely smashed into the ground that had not yet fully recovered. After a loud sound, the ground was immediately covered with a layer of frost. Large cracks spread from where Ito's stick had landed. It was as if there was an earthquake, causing the buildings on both sides of the street to shake. At this time, the three black-robed men had already rushed to Ito's side and attacked Ito with their claws and fists. On the ground, Ito took advantage of the momentum and rolled like a ball, dodging the attacks of the three black-robed men. He waved the long stick in his hand and fiercely smashed it into the body of one of the black-robed men. The cold energy immediately invaded the body of the man, causing his body to stiffen. Then, he was sent flying by the huge force of the stick. There was a kacha sound from the body of the black-robed man that was sent flying. In an instant, the black-robed man had lost the ability to fight. Seeing that one of the black-robed men was injured, the other two black-robed men's expressions did not change. However, their attacks became even fiercer and faster. Ito used the stick to tap the ground, and his body lightly soared into the air. He somersaulted in the air and once again landed on the body of one of the black-robed men. Unfortunately, he was blocked by the mutated human who had rushed over and did not cause any damage to the black-robed man. Instead, the mutated human's arm became stiff. Seeing this, Ito did not want to let go of this opportunity. After landing, he quickly took 2 steps forward to the mutated human. He pulled back the long stick in his hand, leaving only the front end of the stick in his hand. Then, using his advanced Nian Qi, hardened, he used the strength of the needle forging technique to strike the mutated human's chest. Kacha Pu. First, there was the sound of a breastbone breaking. Then, there was the sound of the mutated human spitting out blood. Then, the mutated human's face instantly turned blood red. His back suddenly exploded, and a large amount of blood and organs splattered out. The mutated human's body withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. He was as thin as a skeleton. After dealing with the 2 black-robed men, Ito felt the pressure on him lessen. He half-turned his body and switched the long stick to his other hand. Then he pulled the long stick back and fiercely stabbed it towards one of the black-robed men like a snake coming out of its hole. Pooh! The stick pierced through the black-robed man's chest in an instant before he could dodge the attack. Then, the bowl in his hand trembled, and a wave of energy entered the black-robed man's body, shattering his organs. The 3rd black-robed man died. Then, Ito twisted the body of the stick and split it into 2. He held half of the stick in his hand and swung it towards the black-robed man on the other side. Ito dodged and made way for the skinny young man, who had appeared on the ground at some point in time. The skinny young man threw out 2 strange hidden weapons that shone with light, and they quickly flew toward Ito. Chapter 138. Please add me to your collection. Please recommend me. I'm wondering if I should write a chapter on January 1st. Seeing the 2 hidden weapons flying towards him, Ito's heart was alarmed. Without thinking, he squatted down and used his staff to force the black-robed man back. Before Ito could get up, he heard 2 loud explosions above his head. Following that, a wave of heat surged and enveloped Ito, who was caught off guard. Go to hell. Go to hell. Go to hell. I don't believe you won't die. When the skinny young man saw that Ito was enveloped by his attack, he immediately burst into crazy laughter. He hysterically raised his head and roared, completely not noticing the cold light in the eyes of the remaining black-robed man. At this moment, the wave of heat surrounding Ito suddenly exploded, and a charged Ito walked out of the wave. He walked step by step towards the skinny young man and the black-robed man. With every step, Ito's aura increased. After a few steps, the enormous pressure made the 2 people not dare to move. They looked at Ito with their heads covered in sweat and their bodies unconsciously trembled. "Very good," Seito said in a hoarse voice. Then, the skinny young man and the black-robed man felt an indescribable force envelop them. They only heard Seito continue, "You will die from your hearts exploding." Just when the two people were confused by Seito's words, they felt their hearts stop at the same time. Then, they couldn't help but violently beat. In an instant, their hearts reached a peak and fiercely exploded. A large amount of blood uncontrollably gushed out of their mouths. Domain. The skinny young man was experienced and knowledgeable. He immediately recognized the origin of this attack. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he spoke in an extremely weak voice. Not long after, the two people who had lost all signs of life tilted their heads and died. Bang! After feeling that the two people were completely dead, Seito immediately knelt on the ground powerlessly. He struggled unwillingly for a moment before losing consciousness and falling to the ground. Not long after Seito fell, about a minute later, Yi appeared in a somewhat sorry state. When he saw the situation, his pupils shrank and turned into dragon eyes. He frantically ran in front of Seito and anxiously took out a large amount of rejuvenation talismans to heal Seito on the ground. Then he looked at the surrounding situation. After killing everyone except Ito-sei, he picked up 2 short sticks on the ground and tied them to his body. Then he grabbed a long sword in the distance. After that, he picked up Ito-sei on the ground and left this place in a flash. After an unknown amount of time, in a corner of a warehouse, Seito's body moved slightly. Then he let out a low groan. He opened his eyes slightly and looked around. After discovering that he was in a completely unfamiliar place, he forced his stiff body to sit up. At this moment, footsteps were heard in the warehouse. Then, Yi appeared in the warehouse with tattered clothes. When he saw Seito awake, he cried out in surprise, "Ah Chung, you're awake." When Seito heard Yi's voice, his body relaxed slightly. He tried to pull his dry face and said in a hoarse voice, "How long has it been?" "It's been 2 days and 1 night." Yi quickly walked to Seito's side and helped Seito to sit up. He looked at Seito's appearance and said with heartache, "Is that so? How did you end up in such a sorry state?" Seito nodded slightly. However, because of his injuries, he couldn't make any obvious movements. If one didn't pay close attention, they wouldn't be able to tell that Seito was nodding. "On the day you were ambushed, when I was about to help you, I was stopped by a few cloaked people," Yi said in a guilty tone. "If I had been a little earlier, Ah-chung wouldn't have ended up like this. It's all my fault. It's all my fault that I wasn't strong enough." "Yi, you weren't wrong. I was wrong. I thought the other party would act according to my plan. I didn't expect them to be even more ruthless and send you and me into danger. I was too arrogant." Seito first comforted Yi. Then he laughed at himself. "Ah-chung." Yi looked at Seito worriedly and called out softly. He was worried that Seito would lose his confidence and become unable to recover from the setback. "Don't worry, Yi. I won't fall so easily." Seito knew what Yi was worried about and grinned. However, because his skin was too dry and cracked, when he smiled, the skin on both sides of his mouth completely collapsed. A large piece of black skin fell off, revealing the muscles underneath. "Ah-chung," Yi hurriedly called out. He subconsciously searched for the rejuvenation talismans on his body. After searching for nothing, he remembered that he had already used up all the rejuvenation talismans. "Let's return to the Rubik's Cube world." Seito, who knew that he couldn't recover better here, said softly. Then, he disappeared from the warehouse with Yi. In a mansion in the Rubik's Cube world, Ito Rina, who looked haggard and thin, was curled up in the corner of the room. His arms were wrapped around his knees, and his head was buried between his legs. A low whimper came out of Ito Rina's mouth intermittently, which seemed a little low and strange. Suddenly, there were 2 sounds of heavy objects falling to the ground in the middle of the room. Ito Rina trembled subconsciously. Then, he raised his head in fear and looked in the direction of the sound. He saw a beautiful woman who was about the same age as him. with a brown ponytail hanging down to her hips. She was holding a charred body with one hand and putting it gently on the ground. The woman said, "Chung, bear with it. I'll go and get the rejuvenation talismans." "Okay," Seito said. Then, the brown-haired woman walked inside quickly, leaving the whole space to himself and the charred body called Ah-chung. Ah-chung. Ito Rina suddenly thought of something when he heard the name. He called out with some hesitation and disbelief. It's second sister." Seito suddenly heard someone calling him. He subconsciously looked in the direction of the voice. Then, the familiar face of Ito Rina appeared in front of Seito. Seito chuckled. "Ah-chung." Rina stood up from the corner and took 2 steps forward hesitantly. She looked at the charred body in shock. She couldn't imagine why Seito, who was unscathed before she came in, would become like this. "Found it." At this time, a woman's voice suddenly sounded in the inner room. She quickly ran to Seito and knelt down. She stretched out her hands hesitantly. She wanted to touch him, but didn't dare to. "It's okay. It will be fine in a while. Trust me." Seito winked at Rina. Before Rina could answer, Yi, who went in to get the rejuvenation talismans, had already walked out of the room and returned to Seito's side. After seeing Ito Rina, he was obviously stunned. Then, he realized that it was not the time to think about this. He quickly walked to the other side of Seito and knelt down. He quickly activated the rejuvenation talisman in his hand to heal Seito. With a large number of rejuvenation talismans stored in the magic cube world, after an unknown amount of time, the charred skin on the surface of Ito-Sei's body suddenly cracked. With a series of kacha sounds, the charred skin on the surface of Ito-Sei's body turned into pieces and fell from Ito-Sei's body, exposing Ito-Sei's new skin. Since Seito was injured, Seito had been in a naked state. Naturally, after recovering, Seito was also naked. Rina, who suddenly saw her little brother's naked body, suddenly screamed after a few seconds of sluggishness. Then, she turned her head to the side with a blushing face. However, from time to time, she would secretly peek at Seito's big bird in the black forest from the corner of her eyes. Seito was also a little embarrassed. However, his newly grown muscles and skin were still not used to it. He could only completely expose himself in front of Rina. However, under the stimulation of the cold air and Rina's peeping, his lower body uncontrollably swelled up. Rina was so embarrassed that her face turned red. She dare not peek again. About a minute or so, Seito, who felt that he could control his limbs, moved carefully. However, because of his internal injuries, it was very difficult for him to move. With the help of Rina and Yi, who were suppressing their embarrassment, he sat up and put on his clothes with the help of the two. Only then did he bid farewell to the awkwardness of being naked. Seito sat aside under Rina's care. Yi went to the kitchen to prepare the meal. After all, they had not had a good meal in the past few days. Especially Rina, who did not drink a single drop of water. Chapter 139. Please add, please recommend, Ah-chung, that girl is... While Yi went to get food, Linai asked Seito hesitantly. That girl is Yi. Her full name is Yi. She's my girlfriend or wife. Seito explained. You guys registered your marriage? Linai was stunned and asked in surprise. Not yet, but that kind of thing is the same. Anyway, we will be together in the future. Seito chuckled. He didn't care about the so-called certificate. Together? Where? Here. Linai thought about Seito's words. Then he looked around the room again and asked. Yes, here. Seito nodded. Where is this? And how did I appear here? Linai asked curiously. This? I can only tell you that this is my home. As for the rest, it's better for you not to know. Seito hesitated and explained vaguely. Linai listened to Tongqing's words. He snorted with some dissatisfaction and turned his head to the side. However, he knew that Seito must have his reasons for saying this, so he didn't ask anymore. Then Ah-chung, when are we going back? I'm a little worried about my mother and the others. Li Nai hesitated and said. Hearing Li Nai mention his mother and the others, Sei Ito's face changed. Since the young man could mobilize an organization to take revenge, he might be able to deal with his mother and the others. Thinking of this, Sei Ito couldn't sit still. He struggled to get up. Yi, who was walking in with food, saw him. He quickly walked a few steps and put the food on the table. He came to Sei Ito's side and asked with concern, Ah-chung, what's wrong? I'm a little worried about my mother and the others. Sei Ito said his speculation truthfully, making Li Nai and Yi nervous. They quickly reached out and helped Sei Ito up. They flashed out of the Rubik's Cube world and returned to the warehouse. Beep, beep, beep. Almost immediately, Li Nai's phone rang crazily. It lasted for more than half a minute before it was quiet again. Li Nai quickly took out his phone and began to check it. He saw a series of missed calls, and the numbers were all from his mother Eriko and elder sister Suzu Ito. Li Nai closed the message and dialed his mother Eriko's phone number. Beep, beep. The phone first rang a few times, then it was connected with a click. Then, his mother Eriko's anxious voice came through. Li Nai, where are you now? Is Ah-chung with you? Mother wee-wee-wah. After saying a few words, Li Nai could no longer suppress his emotions and burst into tears. This directly made Eriko more anxious on the other side of the phone. She quickly shouted, Li Nai, what's wrong with you? Say something. Sei Ito saw that there was no other way. He gave Yi a look and asked him to take the phone from Li Nai's hand and put to his ear. After a pause, Sei Ito said, Mother, it's me, Ah-chung. Ah-chung, are you with Li Nai? Where are you now? Hearing Sei Ito's voice, Eriko calmed down a little and asked quickly. Sei Ito looked at Yi, and the latter immediately mouthed the address to Sei Ito. Sei Ito directly related to Eriko on the phone. Eriko said on the phone, Don't move, I'll pick you up right away. After that, she hung up the phone. Sei Ito asked Yi to take the phone away, then turned to comfort Li Nai. Okay, don't cry. Mother will come and pick us up in a while. Woo-woo. Li Nai didn't stop crying. She just sobbed and wiped the tears on her face with her hands, turning her dirty face into a big dirty cat. Don't cry. If you cry, you'll really become a dirty cat. Sei Ito looked at Li Nai helplessly and said with some amusement, Woo. Li Nai didn't care and continued to cry. Sei Ito, who couldn't do anything, had to give up trying to persuade her and wait for Mother's arrival. Soon, less than an hour later, there was a sudden loud breaking sound outside the warehouse door. Then, 2 urgent footsteps sounded in the warehouse one after another, and then 2 female figures appeared in the warehouse. Mother, sister. Looking at the 2 women who appeared in front of him, Sei Ito smiled and said with ease, Mother, sister. After Sei Ito called Li Nai ran over crying, threw herself into Eriko's arms, and cried again. Okay, it's all over now. Seeing this, Eriko had to stop and stand in place, hugging Li Nai and comforting her softly. Suzu Ito, on the other hand, quickened her pace and came to Sei Ito's side. She looked at Sei Ito with some surprise, then quickly reached out to support Sei Ito and asked, Are you injured? Yes. Sei Ito nodded, then looked at Suzu Ito, whose arm was still bandaged, and said, Sister, aren't you injured too? Suzu Ito looked at her arm indifferently, then looked at Sei Ito and said, It's just an external injury. Looking at your situation, it's an internal injury. Sei Ito laughed and admitted it. Then Suzu Ito and Yi helped Sei Ito back to Eriko's side, walked out of the warehouse together, got in the car at the door, and rushed to the shrine. In the shrine, in the big house in the backyard, the Ito family and Yi sat together with a serious face. What the hell is going on? Why was our Ito family attacked for no reason? The old man, who was in charge of the family, said, Let me explain this. Sei Ito looked at the frowning people and took the initiative to say, I think the cause is me. And Don Ito, his mother, and his sister all raised their heads and looked at Sei Ito with a serious face, waiting for him to continue. A few nights ago, when I was on XX Street, I was involved in a chase. Because the other party wanted to kill me, I fought back and took the other party down. But I didn't expect that the other party would have someone who used astrology, and 3 days later, they found me and asked me to hand over my family. It seemed that if I didn't hand them over, they would threaten me with my family. I was a little angry at that time, and I didn't believe that everything would be fine if I let them go, so I tricked them, and that's how this incident happened. Ito Mori gave a brief account of what had happened. He skipped over some of the details to save himself the trouble of explaining. Do you know who the other party is? Don Ito frowned and asked. He didn't expect the cause of the incident to be this. I don't know, but I don't think it's a Japanese organization because I found 2 alchemy weapons on them. Sei Ito said. Alchemy weapons and astrology, this matter seems troublesome. Don Ito raised his hand and rubbed his forehead, saying with a headache, "It is a little troublesome." Eriko also frowned and said, "Little brother, how did you trick them?" Suzu Ito didn't care too much about that, but she was interested in how Sei Ito tricked people. Let's not talk about that. Anyway, you just need to know that I dragged the Ministry of the Environment into this. Sei Ito said awkwardly. Suzu Ito and Eriko both exclaimed, and Don Ito also looked at him in surprise. You mean the incident on XX Street a few days ago was caused by you? Suzu Ito looked up and down at Sei Ito with a strange look and said with surprise, "Yes." Sei Ito nodded and admitted. "Ha ha ha, good. Hearing Sei Ito admit it, Don Ito laughed happily. Mother Eriko frowned, but didn't say anything. With the help of the mad dogs from the Ministry of the Environment, our Ito family will have an easier time. Don Ito breathed a sigh of relief and said with a relaxed tone, "In fact, you can tell this news to the Celestial Palace. From the information I got, most of the things in Kyoto have something to do with them." Sei Ito took the opportunity to suggest. Really? Old man Ito's spirit was shaken. His eyes were shining as he looked at Ito Sei. As for how he got the news, Don Ito didn't care. There is an 80% possibility. Sei Ito looked at Don Ito and nodded. Well, 80% is enough. I will go and tell the people in Kyoto. I believe that with the intervention of the Celestial Palace and the Ministry of the Environment, it will not be easy for those people to deal with us. Don Ito laughed and stood up, turned, and went to the back room. Ah-chung, you are amazing. Suzu Ito breathed a sigh of relief. In recent days, she has been under a lot of pressure. She didn't even dare to go to work and quit her job because of this. Gulu gulu. Just when the whole family relaxed a little, a strange sound sounded. Chapter 140. Please add, please recommend. I'm not used to writing this chapter. My balls hurt. It's time to return to history. Carrot equals Lena lowered her head with a red face and didn't say anything. So you're hungry. I'll go prepare something to eat. Suzu Ito smiled and walked to the kitchen. I'll help too. Yi saw this and quickly got up and followed. That girl is... Eriko looked at Yiyez disappearing back and asked, My girlfriend. Sei Ito replied, Really? Ah-chung also has a girlfriend. He's grown up. Eriko looked at Sei Ito with some relief and said with a teasing tone, Sei Ito smiled embarrassedly and didn't reply. Don't you want to introduce her to me? Eriko continued. Her name is Yi. She only has one sister in her family, but for some reason, she can't be contacted. She currently lives alone. Yi has a special ability, but he's not in the circle and hasn't been investigated. Sei Ito briefly described Yi's information. Oh, that's not bad. Eriko nodded to show that she understood. When she was about to continue asking, Don Ito, who had finished reporting to Kyoto, walked out of the room in a relaxed manner. He asked curiously, What's not bad? Ah-chung found a girlfriend. She looks like a good girl. She's not bad. Eriko explained to Don Ito. Oh, was she the girl from earlier? That girl gave me a feeling that she's not simple. Don Ito recalled his impression of Yi and said meaningfully, Yes, Ah Chang said that the girl is also someone with a special ability, but she's not from the circle and has never been investigated before, Eriko explained. Is that so? That's rare. Don Ito nodded and smiled. One had to know that for a special family like theirs, the best thing to do was to find someone from the circle to marry. That way, the next generation would have a better aptitude. Moreover, there were many things that could be discussed openly. At least, they didn't have to be secretive like ordinary people and affect the family's unity. Then they chatted for a while, and Ito, Rin, and Yi returned to the house one after another, telling everyone that it was time to eat. Then, Suzu Ito and Yi walked over to Sei Ito and helped Sei Ito to the living room. After a simple meal, they washed up with Yi's help. After changing into the clean clothes that Eriko had prepared for them, they returned to Sei Ito's room in the shrine. In Sei Ito's bedroom, Yi was lying beside Sei Ito. He turned sideways and looked at Sei Ito. What are we going to do next? I'm not sure for now. It depends on the situation. But the main task now is to recover from his internal injuries, Sei Ito said. Do you need me to do anything? Yi asked. No need. I'm going to use the energy stored in the Rubik's Cube, Sei Ito said with a frown. Is that okay? Yi asked worriedly. There's no other way. The injuries this time are too serious. Almost half of his meridians are broken, and the rest have different degrees of damage. It's impossible to recover to peak condition in a short period of time by relying on himself. Sei Ito slowly shook his head. Then can't we just find a world to go to? Yi said, my current body can't withstand the space-time pressure of crossing worlds. Sei Ito sighed helplessly. Sigh. Yi also sighed. He turned around and lay down on his back. He gently pulled the quilt over his body and quietly looked at the ceiling. No one knew what he was thinking. Sei Ito saw that Yi was not talking, so he closed his eyes. He used his consciousness to connect to the Rubik's Cube in his body and began to release the power of the world to heal his internal injuries. A misty silver-white light appeared on the surface of Sei Ito's body. It wrapped around Sei Ito like an eggshell. Waves of light flowed. During the treatment, the night passed smoothly. Early the next morning, Sei Ito, who had retracted the power of the world, suddenly opened his eyes. 2 rays of silver-white light shot out from his eyes. He sat up from the ground without Yi's help. He stretched his upper body and nodded with satisfaction. Ah Chung, are you all right? Yi, who was awakened by Sei Ito's movement, asked in surprise when he saw Sei Ito stretching his upper body. Yes, the power of the world is indeed the source of everything. I only used one night to recover more than 70% of my injuries. As long as I work hard, I'm sure I'll be able to recover soon, Sei Ito said happily. That's great. Yi also shouted happily. Yes, at least some low-intensity battles won't be a problem, Sei Ito said confidently as he clenched his fist and felt the power flowing in his body again. After that, the two got up, changed into the priest's and the witch's clothes, and went to the dojo together. The two of them gave a simple greeting to the old man and the others who were training in the training hall. Then they walked to the side. Sei Ito slowly performed a set of Tai Chi to check his body's condition, while Yi practiced the Zao family swordsmanship. After a while, Suzu Ito suddenly walked toward Yi and stood beside Yi. Yi, let's spar. Huh? Although he was a little surprised by Suzu Ito's action, he still nodded and agreed with a smile. Okay. Then, the two of them walked toward the center of the dojo. Looking at the two of them, the few people who knew what they were going to do stopped what they were doing with great interest. After leaving the space in the middle for the two of them, they walked to the side to watch. In the center of the dojo, Suzu Ito and Yi performed a swordsmanship etiquette to each other. They held their swords in front of them with both hands and stared at each other. A sharp aura spread out from the two of them and collided fiercely in mid-air, stirring up a small but sharp sword wind that shot out from the point of collision. The two of them were in a stalemate for a moment. After seeing that they could not suppress each other, the two of them moved at the same time. They disappeared from the spot, as if they had teleported and then reappeared halfway. The two wooden swords collided with each other with a bang, making a dull sound. Both of them felt the wooden swords in their hands sink. After competing with their strength, they took a step back at the same time and then attacked with their swordsmanship. Swords came and went, and people rose and fell. Continuous shouts came from the dojo, and the battle between the two of them gradually changed from a sparring session to a real battle. Gusts of sword wind came from where the two swords collided, turning into sharp air blades that shot toward the surrounding ground and the audience on the ground. Bang, 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 bang. On the ground, there were shallow footprints or long marks that appeared from time to time, making the flat ground tattered. Not only that, even the clothes on the two of them had become very ragged. Pieces of white and tender skin were vaguely exposed under the torn clothes. That's enough. Looking at the situation in the dojo, Eriko felt that the two of them might really get into a fight if they continued fighting. She was a little worried and quickly shouted. At the same time, she quickly stepped forward and flicked away the wooden swords that were clashing with each other. In a flash, she came between the two of them and looked at them with a serious expression. That's enough. Let's stop here for today. Yes. Suzu Ito and Ii looked at each other, and fighting spirit flashed in their eyes at the same time. However, under Eriko's powerful aura, they both lowered their heads and said at the same time, I really didn't expect that Yiye's swordsmanship cultivation would be so powerful. Seeing that the two of them were so obedient, Eriko nodded in satisfaction. Then, she looked at Yi with a smile and said, You're too kind. Yi always felt like a daughter-in-law meeting his mother-in-law when facing Eriko. He lowered his head shyly and said humbly, Haha, forget it. Go. Eriko shook her head and looked at Yiye's appearance with amusement. Okay. Yi responded and ran to Seito's side as if he had been granted amnesty. Then, he quieted down. Everyone looked at the broken floor and looked at the time. Then, they took the opportunity to stop their morning training and return to their rooms to wash up. EF equals Chidian welcomes readers to read the latest, fastest, and hottest serialized works from Chidian Originals. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.